wonders of the internets.
No, my mic is now acting dumb. I shouldn't have touched anything. I touched something.
During these technical difficulties,
So many technical.
please hold on for the great wonderfulness that is Dungeons and Divergence, Campaign 1, Session 3.
Session 3!
Let's remember that the cameras are in new places.
Okay, now it's working. Okay, good.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Every hour on the hour.
The show must go on! Encore.
New cameras? Hey, and our little,
yeah, quit pointing.
the little character banners.
Yes, we have character banners now. That was another thing that I wanted to
We
tell
have
everyone.
character banners
We have
now?
character banners
Very
now.
nice.
Cool.
Very nice.
Character banners.
Having this on that
that's
table
so
and this table is
dope.
not a good idea.
Jess, can you see it? Or do you need this? Character banners.
Nice.
You seen it?
Yeah,
Yes,
we have.
I got a small tidbit of it when I popped in. We went live for 30 seconds so we could test
30 seconds so we could see the
30 seconds.
so that we could see if they were pixelated or not, because here, because of how small of a thing
I
they have,
don't
they were
know how you
pixelated.
caught us.
Because
It
my
was
phone,
literally 30 seconds.
because my phone got a notification and I clicked on it and you guys were looking at it. And I said, "Go to sleep."
We didn't, actually.
No,
We stayed up for a few more hours after
I
that.
figured. I wanted to scare the shit out of you guys because I knew it would have caught you off guard.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how hard you laughed after I said that.
You know what else caught us off guard? 6 people being in there when we were testing everything that one day.
that made me
6
so
people.
mad. Where are you 6 people when we're actually streaming?
I'm right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those was me. So, yeah.
In the like 2-hour long test?
Oh no, I just
No,
went on 30 seconds that
Yeah,
I
you
popped
would have
in
said
on.
something.
No, the big long test that they did.
No, it was me, Jonas, Armor Doggo, and 3 other people. And then we acknowledged them and they ran away.
Yeah, I said, there's 3 other people here. What do you like? Like, are you here for D&D? Do you like D&D? And then they left.
Well, came on a little strong, I guess.
I guess.
They didn't know there was going to be a quiz.
The thing is we're just chilling here. Like, I don't, like, what, you just want to listen to me and like and argue because it's 2 o'clock in the morning when we have nothing better to
what
do?
it
Even
was.
if it isn't 2 o'clock in the morning, you guys still argue.
But that's what I'm saying. When it's just, that's really loud. When it's just me and them here and we're working on stuff, we've been working on stuff and haven't slept in 3 days because that's all we've been doing is working on stuff, we're a little cranky. I was a little cranky. When Armor Doggo told me that
What?
When Armor Doggo told me that PayPal wasn't hooked up, I was like, I think
we almost
I'm
just
gonna
stopped.
have to cry because I thought that it was. Either way. Session 3!
Session 3.
I feel like we don't play as much as I want to play.
No, we don't,
Because
but-
only session 3 and I feel like I've come up with
1,800 ideas.
so many
I'm
stories.
sorry
for
I'm
you all.
dragging you all down.
No, it's fine.
It's not your fault.
I'm not actually complaining about it.
I mean,
But hey, Armor Doggo's here, guys.
Armor Doggo!
We were just talking about you.
Yay!
They said I told you I would be back.
Yes.
Well, we're glad you're here.
So,
So cool.
yeah. But I think we have a couple of ideas. We don't have solid dates yet, so I don't think we should talk about that.
No.
But we can
I do have something to state as
state it, sir.
someone asked me it.
State it.
For those that are
This one's right here,
curious,
if you're looking for it.
we are level 7.
Oh yes,
If you are curious as to what level we are playing at.
correct.
That's not quite true, but mostly true.
Yeah.
Because Aimer is going to be a different level because he's my
Cyrus is
character.
also level 8.
Cyrus is level 8 because I couldn't have you go down
I know.
because of my own problems. I
Well,
just
no
said
wonder Cyrus is so cool.
I couldn't do
And that
it.
doesn't change how many attacks I get.
I couldn't do it because of the way I had the subclass built and everything. So I said what's going to happen is when we do level up,
Yeah.
Cyrus
not
is
gonna
not
level
going to level up. Just you guys are. And
So
Aimer
for right
has to
now,
be
but not quite.
a higher level than you all to actually help you all.
Yeah,
That's
that
the
makes
whole
sense.
Yeah, that's
point
fine.
of Aimer.
DM player characters.
Yeah, is just to
He's a
to
higher
help
level,
out.
but still shoots fireworks at people.
He's.
But
I
this
didn't
is
say.
trees.
Yes. Yes.
I did not say that he was good at his job. I said he's here to help, and he did. He heals people.
So yes, correction. We are 7-ish.
7.
But yes, so all level 7.
7 with the footnotes asterisk next to it.
And I don't think those 7-ish, and oh yeah, all of our classes are semi-understandable.
Was someone wondering what level we're at?
Mm-hmm.
But
Ish. Amber doesn't count.
yeah, Amber doesn't count. Amber doesn't count for a lot of things, actually. But I think that's it, and now we can just get to the recap, right?
Roll that recap.
Nobody wants to. Okay, cool. So what happened last time? We the party went back to the White Council of the All-Mother after traveling. Well, I think at the very beginning.
We murked that dude.
Yeah. We killed the necromancer. We went out.
Yeah.
We went out to the forest to make sure that everything did indeed resolve itself.
Oh.
After said fight with the necromancer.
The last session was when Brock bit Tyrell.
The last session was when Brock bit
Yep.
Tyrell.
That's
Yep.
I got biteth.
Yeah,
Bited.
so that's the thing, is so much has happened, and I feel like
Bited
we've
and
already
smited.
covered it, but we haven't. So, and this was my fault. I did not have the time that I thought I would have to go back and listen to it or rewatch it like I thought I would. So, thank you for correcting me this time. But
Do you?
no, I mean, just correct me as I need.
Okay.
For the recap, usually I have a recap written out, and I was not able to get to that because of all of the updates that we did
Everything that we
for
had
our
to do.
actual, but so during the fight with the necromancer, let's back up. During the fight with the necromancer, Brock bit Tyrell, and Tyrell said, "Nobody."
We're not having that.
Oh, what no, none of that heresy here, and shocked him. And after they killed the necromancer, Tyrell addressed Brock about it,
It feels so good.
and actually, Tyrell and Cyrus addressed Brock about it, and
Yeah,
Amber
because
said,
I told Cyrus
Yeah.
before going to break. It's like, Exorcist boys.
"The Exorcist boys."
Man, I really need to work on the shirts. Really.
And Amber said, "Why don't you just leave it alone? It's not that big of a deal. We all have issues." Because Cyrus was like, "So we're killing you."
I mean, that's one way to get
pretty
rid
much,
of the
yeah.
problem.
Yeah, and Tyrell was like, "Well, let me talk to him." Because Amber was like, "You kill him, I'm killing you. Don't touch him."
I mean, I'd love to see you try, but also,
Would you? I don't think you would.
That's what's like.
I mean, we haven't got to
That's
that
what
point in
the
the
ad
recap
part.
yet of what Amor can do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so, Tyrell talked to Brock, and said, "Hey buddy, what's going on?" Brock said, "I'm bad," and proceeded to lay himself out on the stalagmite, or stalactite, or whatever it is in front of him, and expected a beating, because he's a slave. And Tyrell, being the great man that he is, instead, for now, until DM pushes him a little too far, proceeded to heal him instead. They had a very sweet moment, and everybody said, "We'll figure that out as the time comes." I think Tyrell told Cyrus that they should take him back to the circle of Odin to be able to figure out if you can heal him, cure him, whatever. So you all decided to go out and see if the forest was actually healed after killing the necromancer. It was. It all looked good and great. Then you took a long rest and proceeded to travel the rest of the time. A few times here and there you all stopped and had some nice moments in camp. I know that Amor gave Brock his blanket and said, "Here you go, buddy, you can have this to sleep on instead of your shirt. Quit rolling your shirt up and have an actual blanket pillow." And he said it smelled like friend, and we all died.
Yep.
And I think,
throwing some healing around.
yeah, Amor went around healing people. I
Here goes
think
Cyrus.
Speaking of which, you did recognize that it was Celestial that he was speaking,
Yeah.
and you could tell what he said because you have the alert feed, so you could read his lips. Which we missed last time. But Amer went around healing everyone. Amer and Tyrell gambled with each other, and Lily was a part of it too. And
Lily was supposed to be our dealer of good faith.
but you all realized that Amer had a deck of illusions instead,
Yeah.
and was playing y'all. And when you figured that out, you were like, yeah, well, we'll talk about that later. And as you all came out of the forest, the Ardenian guards were there to meet you. The guards from Ardtiarna. They were like, hey, you actually survived, and you brought more people. And you guys were like, yeah, this is the group that we have now. So I guess we got to go to the White Council. So on your travels there, Tyrell had a wonderful idea because Amer started to get twitchy and irritable. He hadn't been sleeping the last 2 days you all were in the forest. He had a wonderful idea to get Amer some medicine. Wink, wink,
Medicine.
nudge, nudge, wink, wonk. So you all went to a shady part of town in Ardtiarna and went to a tavern. You all noticed as you were walking there was a wide berth for you. I mean, it's a very packed city, so there were tons of people on the streets, but there was a wide berth for you, and a lot of people were giving you weird stares for... You didn't know exactly why, but you could kind of tell it was more pointed towards Amer. And Lily kind of gave some of the kids that were running around, I think did you give them food or gold? You gave them some of the food, some of the
Yes.
rations.
It was food and a blanket.
Yeah.
2 pounds of food and a blanket. The kid thought he was a superhero.
Yeah, that's so cute. And then you all went into a tavern. You gave Amer 20 gold and said, go make me some money, boy. And he
Right,
said,
yeah.
don't you worry. And he did. He went off into a different area that was kind of a little more closed off. It had just like a divider wall separating what you all could see of him. And you all, in the meantime, while he was doing that, got ale, food. You fed Brock, how many, like 4 raw steaks or something like that?
I have 4 rare steaks.
Rare steaks, yeah.
Big steaks. I paid
Big
20
boys.
gold for all that.
Yeah, they were big. Excuse me. And you all, I think you all talked amongst yourselves a little bit.
Yeah.
And Brock actually pickpocketed a man and got gold. I think I said you got like an emerald or something too. Didn't you? Like a ruby.
A pocket watch, a family picture,
The
and an emerald.
That's what it was. A family picture. And then Amer came back a little bit later and was high off his gourd and just dropped 200 gold right in front of you and said, there you go, buddy. And walked back and was super gone. Super gone. Cyrus was not enjoying the time. Everyone else was. And it was a little bit later that you all were like, oh, okay, so we need to probably get out of here for one reason or another, because I think the guards had given you like 2
2
hours
hours.
or something like that.
I bribed them for 2 hours.
Yeah. And so you went to go get, I think Lily and Cyrus?
Lily was like, yeah, we should probably go check on him.
Yeah, and as you were walking over there, you heard a fight ensue, a table flip, a man scream, and when you walked around the divider,
I was the only person that saw it.
No.
No.
Well, Cyrus, once he
think-
heard screaming, went over there too.
Lily was the only person that saw it. She's the only person that saw the dead person.
I don't know, I think Cyrus saw it too, because he walked around.
I went over there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I said
I went back and re-listened to it, and Cyrus did see it.
he
but
heard screaming.
We had forgotten
Went over
that Cyrus
and
had
put
seen
himself
Because nobody
between
mentioned it.
Amer and what he thought was a threat, and then realized, oh, this dude's fucking dead.
Yeah. And the guys, as Lily came around, before that happened, as Lily came around, the other guys that had been at the table with Amer were like, I'm out of here. This dude's crazy, and booked it out.
And that's why he was so quiet in the cart.
And Amer just kind of stood up from the body that he had turned into paste, wiped his hands on his shirt, and said, I guess we're leaving now, and just walked away. And Lily was like, I'm dipping out of here. I'm sneaking out. I'm not trying to have anybody look at us funny. And everybody met back at the cart. Amer prestidigitationed himself, got all the blood off of him. I think he got a little blood off of you as well, maybe, earlier.
No, it was earlier.
Yeah,
I remember that when I said it, so.
Yeah, it took all my blood from the bite off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he prestidigitationed himself. Oh, you healed him, and it kind of sobered him up a little bit more
But
because
yeah,
he was
that-
still super
Yeah,
high.
because we still had to go talk to some pretty important people.
Yeah, and he
Some
was
very important people.
high, so couldn't have that. And so you did. It healed him a little bit. At least sobered him up enough where he wasn't, woozy, basically.
I was concerned about his black eye.
Yeah, and then you all went to the White Council of the Allmother, which you were taken directly to the council. They rewarded you with, I think, what was it, 6,000 gold, I believe?
5,000.
I didn't actually write it down. Yeah.
I wrote it down because I had to do math to divvy it up to
Yeah.
to the 20% that I owed the rest of them.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, because it was 5,000 altogether, and then you three got 333, repeating of course,
Repeating, of course.
and then you and me split what
Yeah.
was left.
That's so tough.
I added that. He also wouldn't shut up the whole time they were in there.
Yeah. I wasn't finished with that.
That's the part I remember.
Yeah, you were in the council, and of course, as told, you weren't supposed to speak unless spoken to. Amer doesn't know that rule. So Amer the entire time's like, this place is sick. You guys are cool. What are you? He was talking, like, made everyone uncomfortable, except for one of the White Council members who thought he was precious. They treated him like he was an innocent little child who had no idea what he was doing. And they rewarded you with that, told you the Viscount wishes to speak with you in the morning. You will be called on whenever he would like to speak with you, and you were shown your rooms. You did get one room for you, Brock, Lily, and Amer, because it was just you and Cyrus that showed up originally to the White Council, so they gave you a room.
Right across the hall from Cyrus and Shar.
Yep, right across to the room from Cyrus and Shahara, because you said as close as you can get to Cyrus.
Just in case.
Just in case. And you all went back to your rooms. You all got settled for the night. Amer immediately walked in and passed out on the bed. Brock passed out at the end of the bed on the floor of Amer's.
Oh, that's what I forgot to write down.
Yeah.
Lily
And-
made Tyrell uncomfortable with bath time.
They were both fixing the same thing at the same time.
Yeah. Shahara and Cyrus reconnected and kind of talked about a couple of things. And they came into your room, Tyrell, with everyone else, and Shahara was blown away by the fact that you had no fur or anything on you, that you were an elf that he'd never met before. And he saw Amer and was like, hey, he's like you, Cyrus.
Hey, he's weird like you.
Yeah. But you decided you needed to take a bath. Lily needed a bath. Cyrus needed a bath. Amer and Brock were asleep.
Dead.
So, you all took baths. When you returned, Shahara did brush and braid your hair for you. I'm very jealous of that. But he did do that.
Ready?
And what?
Nothing.
Okay. Anyway,
Here we go again.
so you all took your baths and laid down for the night and are awaiting. Oh, shut up. Wait. Don't be mean to me. They have a counter for every time I say anything about Tyrell, and it makes me sad.
No,
you don't have to
it's
say
not when you
anything, I
simp
know.
over him.
Yeah.
It's only that
Yeah.
simping.
Sometimes
And
you don't
by
have
the
to say
way,
anything.
I did not know about any of these simping things whenever I made Tyrell. I found out after the fact, and it's too late for me to change anything.
Yeah, it wasn't until I think either your session 0 or session 1 or
It wasn't
something
for
like
me
that.
to say.
It was session 1 because I didn't find out in session 0.
It wasn't for me.
She was much more composed in session 0.
Well,
Listen.
yeah.
now that you're here and you're stuck, I can't change myself.
That's true. Just
Before I had to lure you
never make
in.
cool elf again if we want Courtney to be composed.
To be normal, yeah.
Yeah.
Or you could, and I could just enjoy my time. I don't know why you have to be mean to me.
Right.
Well, don't
Elf
just.
team next time.
Yeah,
Ooh,
everybody's an
that's
elf
dangerous.
next
Don't
time.
do that.
Courtney would short circuit and die.
Probably.
I love cool characters. Okay, leave me alone.
Like everyone but mine.
Anyway, so, yeah, you all are just taking a long rest and awaiting, to be woken up for the
Here's
Viscount.
where we're at right now.
Nice.
You know what? As a DM, I'm abused by you all. I am.
The whole point.
Them!
The whole point of your campaign is to psychologically torment the four of us.
We deserve to have something.
We must retaliate in one way.
After
Well-
you did the cardamom, I feel like I deserve this at least like a little bit. It hasn't outlasted its welcome yet.
You think Matt Mercer gets out unscathed? No.
Absolutely.
Look at all the shirts Sam made.
You know, that's true.
Look at Sam.
That's
Actually,
true.
just Sam.
There's pros and cons of being a DM, Courtney.
Yeah. If your players don't make fun of you,
They don't love you.
I think you're doing it a little wrong.
Which is really weird because somebody I had talked to once said something about DM Appreciation Day, and I was like, yeah, I wish.
This is the DM appreciation day. What are you talking about?
So every time we get together, we appreciate you in our own way.
We're taking time out of our day to play your silly
Every
little
time we
make-believe
add one
story.
To play my silly little
Yeah, you're the one that wrote it. Technically, it's your silly little make-believe story.
I would have just written books had it not been for you.
Yeah, I know, but you're the one that wrote it.
Anyway, so now you're just awaiting to be guided to the Viscount to have whatever meeting he wishes.
I think we had talked, and you were gonna do a watch first, and then if you need to switch out with Cyrus, then
Yeah, I was going to stay up for a couple hours, make sure everything, nothing funny happened with the
Yeah,
new sleeping companions.
After
Don't
Amber
trust
got
it.
drugged, because you all don't know how he reacts when he's.
Yeah, and I still don't know if I'm going to wake up getting my neck bit.
That's true too.
Yes, a
You don't know
little
if you're gonna have to drape his legs over his
As of
shoulders.
right now, the only person that I trust in that room, based off of actions outside of everything, is the person that I swung on twice.
That's so funny. That D&D at its finest, bro.
See, Armor Doggo agrees.
It's not gonna hurt you now.
But yeah, that would make sense because Amer killed a guy, which I don't think you saw, but you definitely saw the blood.
Yep. I don't know what happened. I just know that Amer had a black eye, covered in blood. Cyrus wouldn't talk afterwards. Lily came out a different direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Clearly
I don't
something
know.
happened, you just have no clue what.
nope.
And yeah, Amer was still a little high. I mean, you healed most of it so that he wasn't stumbling incoherent mess, but definitely still high.
Yeah.
So when he just passed out, you were like, is he gonna wake up? Especially because you had heard the story that he told of, with
Woke up
Brock,
screaming.
where he woke up
and took off.
screaming and just booked it. So, yeah. But what do you all? We'll do Cyrus and Shahara first, since you all are in different rooms. Unless you would like to wake up at any point, or wake up. If you would like to at any point.
Because Cyrus is sleeping.
As long as everything's good that first 4 hours, I'm just going to sit down in front of the door. So that way if the door opens, it hits me.
Dang.
And take my,
Like, are you leaning against the door? Or
Oh,
are you...
yeah.
Okay.
I am full sitting down, leaning against that door, going into my little elfie trance.
No one's gonna open the door if you're leaning against it. There's too much.
It'll snap me out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Wake him up.
you'll feel like they're trying to open it.
Are you wearing your armor or anything, or are you just in your priest uniform?
Well, after that, yeah, I'm in my armor.
Okay.
Now they're definitely not.
He just
opening the door.
takes his hair and wraps it around his neck a few times. He's like,
Like a
okay, we're
scarf.
safe. Yeah, like a scarf. Really thick scarf. He's like, okay, we're safe.
Yeah, Cyrus did say, I'm gonna go to sleep. Come wake me up if you need me.
And I don't think I need Cyrus. Unless anybody has anything different to say otherwise.
Unless anybody would like to do
trouble
anything
with the Exorcist
fun.
boys.
Yeah, if anybody would like to make any fun gestures for the Exorcist boys. No, I mean,
We need. Okay, so when we get our little emote things, we need an Exorcist boys one.
I would tend to agree with that. Yeah.
We need a list.
But other than that, if nothing happens,
No, yeah. Brock is zonked.
Especially since you're on a bed for the first time. Yeah, you're gone.
Well, he passed out at some point.
Yeah.
You came back from your bath and just passed out.
Yeah.
Honestly?
Same. I'm not gonna lie.
That's hard.
Dude, I
honestly.
want to talk about passing out. I passed out last night. I was so tired.
You passed out at 5 a.m.?
At 9:30. I told you I went to bed at 9:30 and woke up.
See, well,
But-
sometimes you going to bed means you going into the bed and staying awake and reading fanfiction for X amount of hours.
Hey, there's no
Tyrol and a
need.
crop top.
There's no need for all of that.
What do you say? Tyrell and Crop Top.
Y'all, there's no need for that.
I can't wait for that fanfiction.
Okay. So that's all. Everybody's asleep still.
Yep.
Okay.
So we can move on to
Yeah.
Cyrus and Sean.
Tyrell and Crop Top reader insert fanfiction.
Shut up. I am absolutely bullied in this
Courtney
environment.
only reads reader insert.
Mostly only
Would
reads. You just stop?
So I do too. Well, I don't only read reader insert. I read a lot of other things, but
Okay. Courtney, continue.
Anyway,
no. It's my job.
then after your 4 hours, you wake up. Did you stay up most of the night? Did you go into trance, like, when you saw the sun rising, like, before you knew the sun would rise a little bit, so that...
I'd say when the sun went down, I'd probably wait 4 or 5 hours.
Okay.
And then midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, I'd go into my trance.
Enough so that when you wake up,
So
you would
like
wake up
4
before
or
everyone
5.
else still.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd wake up.
So then you would be, depending on if Cyrus would wake up whenever, you'd be the first one to wake up.
Yeah.
And when you've woken up, nobody's come. Amer's like half on the bed with like his hand draping off and his tail's just kind of like whoop, 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 like he's having a dream, but you can't tell about what, and his ears flicking a couple of times. But he's real asleep. But other than that, nobody's been disturbed. Nothing weird's going on. You haven't been, like, you didn't hear a knock on the door. You haven't been gotten for the Viscount. Nothing like that.
Then it's prayer time.
It's prayer time.
God.
And tell the lovely group what it looks like when you actually have the time to take your time out of your day to actually pray.
So, since I'm not back at the circle or anything else, it would be me taking my hammer, setting it to where the hammer is on the ground and the handle sticking up. I would take out my rosary, since it has my holy symbol of Odin. I'd set it on top of there, and then you'd, on the floor, face down, hands out, muttering to myself, "The All Father who art in Valhalla, hallowed be your glorious Viking name."
Your glorious Viking name.
And that is what it would look like.
Is it kind of like the Lord's Prayer, where it's a specific one that you repeat over and over again, or is
Yeah.
it more just like whimsical
it
prayer?
would start with like a very rigorous, what you would always say,
Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done.
that, and then it would
That
be
one.
personalized, and then end with that again.
Okay.
Is how I would portray it, because
Yeah.
he's been 150 years raised in the circle of Odin.
That is up to your interpretation. I would agree that it would probably have a very rigorous,
It would start.
hallowed prayer that you start out with.
Yeah, it would start with that, go to a personalized one, and then end with a very rigid, structured, repeat every day.
And how long do you do that for?
It would probably be a solid 30 minutes.
Okay. So you do that. I would say it's probably about sunrise, maybe 6, 7 in the morning. So, because you said you woke up about what, like 4 or 5?
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably about maybe 6 in the morning. Because again, time-wise, you probably wake up 5:15. You know what I mean? So Amer kind of stirs and he's like, "Whoa. Where are we? What's going on? Oh, look who's up bright and early." I don't remember much. What?
Well,
Oh, wait! I do remember. We talked to those weird... those guys.
the council,
Yeah, them.
Weird
Right.
those guys.
Yeah.
which you wouldn't shut up and be a normal, civilized person during.
Well,
I understand
One.
it's hard for you,
it is. It's quite...
but at
yes.
the same time,
But
Authority figures, Amber. Authority figures.
Right.
Respect.
am I really to blame, though? I mean,
Yes.
you were the one who did give me the good. Well, it wasn't the good stuff. I've had the good stuff. That's not it. But
Amber, I couldn't have you 2 days of not sleeping and twitching uncontrollably.
yeah.
There had to be a level of decorum of yourself. And apparently you're not yourself without the medication, if you would like to call it that.
So anyway, we got paid, right?
Yes, and I did pay
And-
you, if you remember that part.
Yes. I do. So where's? Oh, there he is. And he looks over and sees that Brock is asleep on a bed, and he's like, "Oh, good buddy." What? So he just kind of sits up, and so he's on the edge of the bed. His feet do not touch the floor. It's a big bed, and when I say he's on the edge of the bed, he's enough that his knees are like against the bed and all that, so his feet don't really touch the floor, and he's just kind of swinging his feet, and he's like, "So, when are we leaving?"
Well, we're going to wait here for the Viscount's summon. And I don't know if they will summon us or go to Cyrus, but eventually somebody will come for us. And until then, we're going to stay here. And if you're hungry, we'll ask them for some food.
No, not hungry. But we have to sit here.
Yes.
Just wait?
Yes.
And the city's out there?
Correct.
Why?
Because we're supposed to wait for the summons of the Viscount.
Right. Oh. Apparently Lily is sleeping very well.
She's been sleeping very well for a while and has not stopped making that noise for hours. I think she got punched in the face a little bit too hard one time, and now she makes this noise.
Really funny.
That's really funny. Right. So, should we wake everyone up, or does it matter?
If they need to continue sleeping, let them wake up on their own.
All right.
It's been a long week.
Sure has. So what are you doing up? I mean, I know that you only sleep 4 hours, but what's with the whole face on the floor thing?
Well, do you not get up and start your day with worship? You said that your magic comes from Balder. I start my mornings in prayer to Odin. I'd assume you'd do the same thing if your magic comes from him.
He just kind of like looks at himself. He's like, no, it just kind of happens.
You're the weirdest faith magical being I've ever run into.
Am I weird, or are you? It seems like you're the only one here doing the prayer at the crack of dawn, my friend.
Well, some of us just have more respects for their higher deity than others. And as I can tell, and I'll look over at Brock's sleeping form and Lily's sleeping form and be like, I don't think they acknowledge anything.
That's probably true. Not really talked about it, honestly. Just because my magic comes from Baldur doesn't necessarily mean that I worship Baldur, right?
Well, that makes no sense to me.
Oh.
At all.
I'm sure it doesn't.
You are a funny little fox thing.
Thanks. You should see my brother. You think I'm funny? You should see my brother.
I have an issue with siblings. I'd rather not meet your family.
You have an issue with... Yeah, I have an issue with family as well, actually. But sure. Anyway, so, I guess... I'm just gonna lay here then. And he gets out his journal. And he just kind of opens it up. It's like, you do your thing and I'll do mine, right? And he just...
I'll stare at you and pull out my letters of Odin and open it up and just... Would you like to know what real worship is? I can show you.
Should you know, humor me. And he just kind of like sets his book down on the bed and he's like, sure, humor me.
gonna flip through to the back of the letters of Odin's where the hymns are.
I love
And
how
I'll
you know.
Open up the window,
Oh,
and I'll set it on the windowsill.
please tell me you're gonna sing.
I was down on my knees.
Oh my god. I need someone to animate, specifically Tyrell, opening the window of the White Council. Birds fly everywhere. He lays the letters of Odin down, and just out the window he starts praising Odin.
Disney princess
Exactly!
Tyrell.
Exactly! Wind blowing through his hair, just praising Odin. Everybody, it's like a bell thing. Everybody's like, what is... Shut up! Like...
And it's even worse because I'm literally
Brock goes,
in the building where they worship
The
the
All-Mother.
All-Mother.
Everybody's like, dude, shut up!
Well, I'll sing my song, close the window, and look back at you, be like, do you not praise in such a way?
Yes, you all don't appreciate hearing it though. And he just like reaches down beside the bed, picks up his little dulcimer, and ping, tink, tink, ping.
As soon as I hear the first ping tink dinks, I'll just reach over and put my hand on the strings, be like, it's okay.
No.
It's okay. You don't have to if you're uncomfortable.
Well, I'm not uncomfortable. And I would assume that when you hear the tink,
I was
tink,
going
ping,
to
ping,
say,
you're like,
Brock
oh.
is quite familiar with the sound, so when he hears it, you would see his face twinge a little bit, and then he'd slowly open his eyes.
Oh, buddy.
No, Ava, please.
So cute.
What?
Oh my god.
I'm gonna.
Oh my god, he's so cute.
What?
I'm gonna cry.
What? Why?
Ow.
Why? Why?
Why?
Why?
Hi.
Why?
Good morning.
What?
Oh, the bed.
Yeah, yes.
It's yours, buddy. He got 4 beds.
Brock does. Why? What?
I told you you did good work. You deserve proper rest.
Actually, wait a minute.
Why does Brock get bread? But Brock doesn't get bed.
Yeah,
Brock isn't supposed to get bed.
Brock.
And Brock will, like, kind of a sad, frustrated, will get out of the bed and start pacing around the room.
It's alright.
It's not right. It's not right. Brock doesn't get bed. Bed is for masters and sirs.
It's alright, buddy.
And Brock will grab the door and go to open it. Is it unlocked?
That depends. Would you have locked it, sir? Then yeah, it's locked.
And how big is this window that you opened?
Well, I'm standing in front of the window.
And he also had closed it.
And I had closed it, and I am standing in front of the window, and you are acting erratically, so figure out what you're going to do carefully.
He said, tread lightly, brother. I don't want to have to use the Wrath of Odin. It's alright, really. And Amer kind of comes up to you, and he's like, and his ears are kind of back, like he's trying to be very, disarming. It's alright. None of us are upset.
And as Amer would get close, Brock would start to, his demeanor would get back to kind of the hunched and
scrunchy boy. It's alright. We put you there. You're not going to get in trouble.
I put you there. Good work does not deserve to be punished. Good work deserves to be rewarded, Brock.
It's not right. It's not. Brock doesn't understand. Brock doesn't understand.
It's alright.
Brock, would it help you understand if you had breakfast?
Ooh. Yes, meats.
Now hang on. I'll unlock the door and open it up and kind of look to see if there's anybody around.
You see Cyrus with the door open, just kind of leaning against the door frame, just waiting for someone to come out. Because he can hear what's happening. He heard the tink, 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 and it's like...
Good morning! Bing, ding, pink!
Not again.
Just-
He's
I'll
just-
see Cyrus be like,
Waiting.
"Have you gotten breakfast yet?"
Nope.
Yes.
And there's nobody in the hallways. It's just very. And
Okay.
you've also never seen anyone else open these doors. Like no other visitors seem to be here. It doesn't seem like it anyway. So
I'll be like, "Okay, I did this once before. Hang on. I'll go back. I'd like some yummy, meaty breakfast."
He's.
It worked last time. I just had to mention I wanted food and they showed up.
I think there was a bell last time.
Oh, was it a
I don't
bell?
remember.
Yes, there was a bell last time. So you had to ring.
I'll be like, "Oh, that didn't work."
But,
Ding, 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 ding.
And as soon as that bell goes off, Lily wakes up and falls out of the bed.
it definitely looks like Cyrus.
And you
Just woke up.
heard a large thump when that happened.
He just goes across the hall, opens the door, looks in.
And Amer's still going. It's all right, buddy. It's all right.
Lily's
Relax."
just thrown herself on the ground by waking up.
And
Oh, the bell woke me up.
he pretty much just looked like he just rolled out of bed here and he goes, ting, ting, ting.
Yeah. and-
He's just wearing like sweatpants and no shirt. It's just he rolled out of bed and was like, what the fuck is going on? I
and
heard Brock kind of yelling for Brock's voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a few seconds later that the door opens and Shahara in very specific, like, you know, like those old dads in the 90s that have those pajamas that they're silk, they're the black silk pajamas they match top to bottom, and he's got little loafers on, and his hair is a mess because he wore it down when he was asleep, and he was like, his glasses were like askew because he's having to fix them. He's like, "Oh, Lord, Cyrus, you scared me. I woke up and you weren't there."
Well,
He's like trying
he
to.
looks into the room. Something woke me up.
My lord, you can't leave like that without letting me know.
The door's open.
But I heard a racket, and when I woke up and you were gone, it startled me. I'm sorry. And he's like, he knows he looks a mess. He's like, all right, what are we doing? And he's still in his pajamas.
Just rang the dinner bell for breakfast, so hopefully somebody
right.
will be coming soon.
I forgot about your friends. Sorry,
I wish I
sir.
could.
And he like, because they, again, just to reiterate, they do a very specific bow. Like their feet are together, and Cyrus is sort of the same way. He's a little bit more relaxed with it, but they bend at the shoulders, kind of like the Japanese do. Not all the way down, but just enough that you know that and they avert their gaze and look down. And that's what he's doing when he greets you. And at the same time as he's doing that, there is a robed figure that just walks down, hoverboards down, because they're just hovering.
Heelys down the hallway.
Yeah, just heelys down the hallway. Just skateboards down the hallway.
Going back to middle school. Let's go.
But they come and they have a tray of food, enough for everyone, so it's a pretty decently sized tray. And they just kind of stop when they see Shahara in your doorway, you in their doorway, and hear Amer still calming Brock down. Lily's like grunting because she's like trying to fix herself.
Her hair's all a mess.
Yeah, and they're like, "It seems you are awake now," and they just kind of hold out the tray for whoever's gonna take it. Oh,
It's okay. They're new.
We'll get used to it.
yeah.
I'll take the food from Cyrus since I'm on the other side of the doorway,
Yep.
and set it down on the floor, and I'll take two plates and hand them back.
It's food. You can have mine.
He'll hand one of the plates to Shahara and kind of just give like a little silent tail feeling like you could go back to the room. It's fine.
Oh, thank you, sir. Sir? And he turns around, his little tail just whips around, he walks right back in.
So
He
good, I love
clink,
him.
just shuts the door.
So maybe you go back and get dressed for a summons of the Viscount, maybe?
I mean, I can. Are we not going to eat
Well,
first?
By
I mean,
Baldo, why are you not wearing clothes?
Do
I
you,
am.
Do you
He looks
want
out
to?
his
Am I the only one who thinks that that's inappropriate?
No.
Look, from
I
what
don't sleep
I'm
well,
used
but-
to, I normally don't sleep in all this. So this is perfectly normal for the beginning of the day.
Would you like me to go put a shirt on?
Yes.
He'll roll his eyes and walk out the door.
What's it? What is it with kids? Honestly. I mean,
Not everybody somewhat conforms to, as I see Brock grab more food.
it's
I'm just
literally
gonna-
in between
Yeah.
you and Amber too. That's the funny part. Is he's just like
I'm going to reach down and take a little bit before it's all gone.
it's like a raccoon where it's like
Yeah,
Grab
like
a plate.
place
where they're kind of like
Yeah. Yeah. So, they're like, as some people conform to some parts of high society, I can see that you've chosen the clothing option. The rest of us, sometimes
Yeah.
comfort is
actually is.
better.
Right. But yes, I am well dressed for every occasion.
I can see that because you haven't changed in a week.
Well, I don't have
You're
much.
starting to smell it.
Smell it.
Yeah, I need a shower. Or a bath. Something.
Look, that's down the hall.
Oh, bath? No.
Yes.
Why not?
No. Baths hurt too much.
If it's anything like what happened with our disobedient slaves, maybe don't take him there.
Are you sure? I'll be there. Nothing's gonna hurt you.
Amber will be there.
I'll be there. I need a. And he like kind of like looks at his vest and he's like, I very well need some form of bathing, so might as well come with me.
Okay.
All right. Did they do anything about washing clothes here, or
Oh no.
is it?
Is there any other bells besides the food bell?
No, it was just a summon spell. But they figured that since you all were, I don't think that one has left. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
is
they
it
just
still there?
stood there. Is it still there?
Oh no, I don't know what they are.
Yeah.
They're scary, whatever it
I don't know
is.
what they are.
Go
Yeah,
away.
they're still
Never-
there.
They're just a floating robe with a voice that I can't distinguish.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Let's be honest here.
yeah. It is very
So-
unsettling.
Excuse me, I have a question.
What is it?
Do you provide laundry services?
We can figure something out for that. Yes.
Okay, because I'd prefer them not to meet the Viscount in a state of well-traveled in gear.
And Amor just kind of pops his head out. He's so much shorter than you. He just kind of pops his head out right below you, and he's like, "Yeah, this is not good. I know. I was taught better, and I do not feel better. So please."
They're gonna go take a bath. If you could launder or something to freshen their clothes up, that would be amazing.
We can assist with that, yes. And then
Thank you.
they just turn around and hoverboard away. But go ahead.
If you would like the baths, they are down that way, second door on the left after the corner.
Right.
Just pull that out.
Come on, buddy. And he sticks his hand out for you. Let's go.
It's a simultaneous take Amor's hand, grab one last thing of food.
That's so cute. I love that.
And then as you're all walking down, I'm gonna go over and knock on Cyrus's door.
And
Just knock, 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 knock.
the door opens and Shahara's like, "Oh, hello, sir. What can I do for you? Did you need Lord Cyrus?"
Yes. Yes, I do. Did you say Lord Cyrus?
You hear from in the background, Shahara, I told you you don't have to call me that.
Sorry, sir. Did you need Cyrus?
Yes.
Come in. And he just kind of, he has the door still, and he just kind of like backs up enough to let you in, and he bows like as you walk in, and then shuts the door right behind you.
I'm gonna turn around and open the door back up because I left the room open.
Oh, sorry, sir. Did you?
So that way I can hear anything.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Like, Cyrus,
They're just like putting on his old vest and throwing his scarf back on. And...
the
Charles dressed
Amber
as
and
well.
Brock went to go take a bath.
Okay.
Do you think either of us should?
Watch them.
Yes, that.
I feel like that is probably the best idea.
Do you want to go or would you like me to go? Lily's still in the room getting herself ready.
Given how Amor acts around me, probably you.
All right, Lily.
What?
I'm gonna be gone for a little bit.
Cyrus is babysitting you.
Yes, Cyrus
If you need anything,
is
Cyrus
in
is in
here. If
charge.
you need anything, I'll be back.
If you need anything, Cyrus is in charge.
And I'll
There's pizza money on
fall.
I left some lasagna that I made last night for you in the fridge.
Don't need a babysitter. Well, too bad.
Now
Yeah.
we'll follow Brock and Amer.
You
Go
you will notice
He doesn't wanna be here
as
long
we're
as you
going
put
down
here.
the hall, Brock has his head down like he's focusing on like Amer's feet,
His boots or
And-
something, yeah.
and then he might have one hand like this because this building is just very bright.
It's a bright building, yeah.
Is there any mirrors on the wall?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Nope. There's nothing on the walls. They're just stark white walls. There would probably be a mirror in the washroom that you saw, but that's about it. So, as you walk in with Amer Brock, you see that it's a very steamy, warm, like room with tile flooring. There's a couple of other doors that go off to you don't know what directions, and it's the same level floors, kind of like a pool, and you just kind of walk right into the water, but the water is very warm. There are robes hanging on the walls, and there's nobody else. It's just you and Amer. And Amer's like, all right, well, suppose we just get in whenever we're ready. And he just kind of like takes his vest off and he hangs it up on like some hangers that are nearby. And he takes his suspenders down and he's like, are you gonna...
Brock looks confused and where are the scrubbers?
What do you mean?
There's usually two, and they're big and they're strong. When one holds you down while the other one takes the brush and it's rough, and Brock doesn't like it.
Understandable, buddy. That's not what's happening here. We just get in the water and clean ourselves off. Some people have washes, but they don't really do
But you-
that.
You said
but
this was a bath.
it is. It's a new way of bathing for you, and I'll show you. All right?
Okay.
Just take your clothes off and fold them up.
and he does that part with no hesitation.
He's like, right,
Yep.
gotcha.
But when he takes his shirt off, he's hesitant about putting it away, but then he
Yeah,
puts
and
it there.
Amer takes his shirt off and folds it, and he just kind of sets it neatly on the side, and wiggles his boots off and everything, and he gets undressed, and he's like, all right, so just follow me, and we'll go. And he starts walking in front of you, and you notice that when he walks in front of you, his back is riddled. There's not a single part of his back that's not been touched by a scar. It looks like molded, horrible flesh. Like, it just looks horrendous. It kind of goes over his shoulders a little bit, around his ribs, and it's just not a part of his back has not been touched by scars. And he just kind of was like, all right, come on. And he kind of gets in the water and he has his hand out for you. It's all right.
Yeah, when Brock sees it as he's walking, he stops for a second when he sees it, and he reaches back and he touches his, and then he follows you in.
Yeah.
Oh,
And when you look at his back, you notice, because you're used to seeing scars on people, obviously, specifically other Lazarmids that are around you. His are specifically centered around his back and back of his neck area, and it looks worse than some of the things you've probably seen on some of the Lazarmids. But mostly because it just looks like it's centered in this one area, like not on his arms or anything
Yeah.
else like that. But when you get in, the water is warm and it feels really good, especially since you're, part vampire spawn. It's very warm to your very cold skin.
Ooh.
See? And you just kind of get in and you wash yourself off and then you're done.
This nice bath.
And you can take your time. I'm not in any rush. I suppose we should be, but no. So, yeah, and then I would say you wash your hair, but you don't have any, so just me then.
Does anybody come get your clothes to launder then?
Yes, the clothes do get taken, and you, Brock, you can tell because you know Amer well enough at this point. He gets kind of fidgety about that, and he's like, "Oh, this should be fine." So
I think it'll be alright. We're with Tyrone.
And how close were you following behind them? Like enough that you come in a couple minutes later after they're already in the bath?
I don't go into the bath.
Okay.
I will stay outside of the door.
Okay.
Because when that person comes to get your laundry, say, "Excuse me, could you bring me a hand mirror on your way back, please?"
Yes, if that is what you require. And they boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 like Rosie from the Jetsons. Boop, 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 just but yeah, there is also a floor-length mirror in there as well. But yeah, they will bring you as they come back. It probably takes. I mean, Amer is taking his sweet time.
My legs are cold. I want to turn the heater on, but
We will sweat to death if we turn the heater on. There's a blanket behind you. Or that too.
Yeah, Brock is kind of
I'll do it.
splashing about as you would imagine a child would.
Aw.
it's pretty cute.
He's like submerging and
Doing the little water bubbles, yeah. It's nice, right?
This is nice.
Mhm.
You bathe like this all the time?
I used to. I don't much anymore. Since I travel, which is how I found you,
Mm-hmm.
it's mostly cold water, rivers,
Could I interest
that
you?
sort of stuff.
Oh, Father.
Not as nice as this anymore, unfortunately. But I shall take cold beds over what I'm used to, so it's alright. This is nice though. And he like submerges and comes right back out, and like his hair flattens and it's so much longer than what it usually is.
He looks like a wet polar bear.
Yeah, like his hair, because it's so, you all are so used to it being very poofy and very fluffy. It just like
a wet mop.
Yeah, it just
Yeah.
like is wet and drip like.
Could have just used that to launder the clothes.
So this would be the first time that Amer has officially made Brock laugh. You
Good.
come up and Brock's like,
It's so cute. And Amber just is like, yeah, I know, and he just kind of like pushes it out of his face. He's like, it's miss. I know. I didn't expect it to be that funny to you though.
that was a lot better than Amer's jokes.
Well, thanks, buddy. As long as it made you laugh, that's all that matters. And he just kind of starts, because there's like soap on the side and that sort of stuff, and he starts washing his hair. And he's like, you think this is funny? You should see if I actually let the heat dry it. It just,
What?
yeah. Yeah. You think the flat is funny, and you think my hair's fluffy anyway. You should see it if it's humid when it dries, just everywhere. It's bad. But
Someone had thick long hair? Yeah.
it's probably about a good maybe 20 minutes that the robed figure comes back and has folded clothes. And you see all of Amer's, you see his pants, you see his suspenders, that sort of stuff. But you see a new set of clothes as well. And on top of that is the mirror that you requested. And they're like, they're walking and they stop right beside you, because I'm sure that you're kind of standing away out of the door. And they're just kind of like, here you are.
Thank you very much.
And
I
then just
appreciate it.
Walk right through the door and lay the clothes on the bench that they were left on, and then as they leave though, they do stop and say, the Viscount will see you whenever you are finished.
Thank you. Whenever they are done, we will head right that way. Are we still meeting in the normal council chamber?
No, you will be meeting in his personal mansion.
Okay,
There will
well,
be
somebody come get us.
there will be a carriage that will take you there.
Thank you.
Damn, it's that far.
I mean, far enough that you could walk, but I mean,
Take
far
forever?
enough that taking a carriage is better than you all wasting that time. And you're doing royal things. I mean, more than likely, they're not going to be like, hey, you should walk there.
Yeah, go get all hot, sweaty, and stinky.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
got cleaned off.
Right. And I mean, Amer takes his time. He's being leisurely about it, so it's probably like 30, 35 minutes. I mean, he's not had a bath like this in a while, so, and Brock's having a good time. He doesn't want to make him stop having a good time. But,
And yeah, Brock definitely mimics things that Amer does. So like if Amer takes like some soap or something, it's like
when
Brock
he
will
tries
be
to
like,
wash his hair, Brock washes his hair.
because he's never done it before.
Gotta
Yeah.
wash them scales, buddy.
Yeah, you gotta get them scales
He's
clean.
got years worth of dirt.
Well, no, just like he said, he had scrubbers. There were scrubbers where he's
It's
from.
probably more effective getting the dirt out than regular
Honestly, yeah.
baths.
Yeah,
Just not as pleasant.
you want to talk about exfoliated? That boy's exfoliated. But yeah, it's probably about a good 35 minutes that Amer's like, all right, I suppose we better get out now. But they cleaned off clothes, so it should be fine. And he does. He gets out, grabs one of the towels that are folded up near the bath, and dries himself off. And he's like, he shakes the towel over his head, and when he like throws it down around his shoulders, his hair's like. It is. Just as he said, it is poofy and it's everywhere, and he has to kind of comb it down. He's like, yeah.
Tyrell,
No,
see.
no,
Come
it's
see.
fine, it's fine.
I'll poke my head in real quick. Be like, see what?
And Amer's hair is poofy.
And Brock's pointing at it.
You're like, funny little fox man does look funny.
And you can tell, because, so, way Amer is standing, he's kind of standing towards Brock, like facing that's kind of diagonal to where the door is. When you come in, he, like, whips around immediately and is like, yeah, it's real funny. Laugh at the poofy hair, man. Right. And he, like, makes sure the towel, he doesn't even care about the bottom half of it. He covers, like, his chest area instead. And you can tell at this point, his skin tone is bizarre. I mean, he's orange everywhere except like what you, I'm sure, quickly saw because how high your perception is like his white chest, but he's got like
His
red
fox
arms.
patterns.
Yeah, he's got a fat fox pattern to his skin. And he walks over. Bless you.
Thank you.
And he
I
actually
should have that thing so from when I colored him that one time.
he starts dressing himself. He's like, so did the
Rough. Yeah, like his belly is white.
Oh,
And then
okay.
it goes from
Yeah.
orange to
Yeah, that
black.
makes sense. That makes sense. Fox pattern.
fox
Yeah.
pattern, right? But he starts getting dressed, and when he goes to get his clothes, he's like, "Oh, well, how nice!" And he turns around and shows you because he has his shirt on now, and you're standing in the door. Hey, look, I got you some new clothes, buddy. And it's very simple clothes, kind of like what you had before, but not ripped up or anything.
But that was Brock's first shirt.
Oh, well, it's all right. He needed a new shirt.
Brock, there is good things with everything, and sometimes those good things you have to give up the old for them.
Oh,
It's a way of life.
all right.
And it is. It's just a very basic shirt. It's probably like a gray color, and maybe you have some nice new breeches that have a little tie on the front, and they're not worn out or torn up or
Does
anything.
it look similar to your party dude shirt?
Underpants. Party dude shit.
It
What does your
doesn't
party dude shirt look like?
My party dude shirt is
It's just like a regular.
it's black with gold trim around it, but
So
there's no runes or anything else, and it's nice.
Frat boy shirt?
Yeah, pretty much. It's a frat boy shirt.
frat boy tie.
Just think like Ralph Lauren polos.
It's really funny. It's a really frat boy shirt.
Yeah.
Frat boy shirt.
Yeah. Tyrell would be a-
Frat boy Chad shirt.
Is the frat boy shirt a crop top?
No. No. I can tell you now, the only way Tyrell's getting a crop top is if somebody cuts off half his shirt without his armor on.
That's really funny.
Well,
Suddenly, all of a sudden, half his shirt's gone.
It's almost like all of his clothes suddenly shrank. Just his shirt.
I'm wearing my armor still.
All of a sudden, your armor just disappears. It just goes. I can see through it. Wow. It's big glass or something.
So funny.
Speaking of seeing through, Brock, would you like to see yourself in your new attire?
He'll put on the new pants.
Which is something that he's never done before.
Yes.
I'll pull out the hand mirror. I'll kind of get.
He's like,
Do I see Brock in the mirror? No, I don't. There's nothing there except for the shirt.
yeah.
You're like, you look good, buddy.
Oh, okay.
You look good.
He's like, I
Yeah.
didn't
And the
see
thing
myself,
is,
but okay.
the thing is he's never been given a mirror.
Mhm.
He wouldn't even know
What
what to
mirror is?
expect to see. No.
Well, I guess, yeah.
I mean, at the most, he's probably seen his reflection in water, or would have seen at one point his reflection in water. But it's been maybe, like, who knows how long. And you wouldn't have remembered, like, no.
That was pretty. That was shiny.
It was a little gold hand mirror with a little bit of a mirror in it, and it's
Can
just...
Brock see?
And I'll hand Brock the mirror and be like, yeah, you can see.
And there is a wall-mounted mirror, and Amer's, like, combing his hair with his nails, and it's like, my goodness.
And then sleight of hand.
The pockets are large, my friend. You are able to do that. He's like, can I see it? Thanks, buddy. And just puts it in his pocket.
Well, if you all are done, the Viscount is ready for us.
Amer's like furiously, not just yet. And he's having to like it's a mess to work with that hair. All right. Yeah, we can go. And he like fixes his little vest and his little suspenders. All right, let's go. Did they say where we were meeting them?
Yes, there's going to be a carriage to take us to his private quarters in the city. So we should probably go back and make sure the others are ready and we get all of our stuff to go, because I don't know if we'll be coming back.
Probably not. Hopefully not. Alright, let's go.
When you come back, Lily and Cyrus have not said a word to
Nope.
each other.
No,
Absolutely
probably not. Both of the doors are still open, and it's just like a tumbleweed.
Cyrus
Actually-
went in the other room.
Silent. But actually,
Oh,
by
did
the
you
time
go
you
into
guys
the other
come
room?
back, Lily's probably
Shahara's
fallen
over
back
there,
to sleep.
Yeah,
Shahara's
he's like,
in the
go
other room,
babysit
too.
Lily. He's like,
And
oh, fine.
so then when you guys come back,
Lily's
yeah,
probably asleep.
Probably.
Lily's asleep. Cyrus is doing whatever. What are you doing, Cyrus?
You know what? Honestly, he's probably meditating. He's like, we're about to go in a minute, so I don't want to get my book out. And then it's like 30 minutes later, and he's like, where the fuck are they?
But so then you're meditating. Shahara's standing like by the door with his hands kind of, at his front, very respectful, just kind of standing there.
He's probably sitting on Tyrell's unused bed, just cross-legged.
Because I didn't sleep
Nope.
in it.
Nope, he's just sitting on the edge of the bed, cross-legged, eyes closed, just waiting.
So when we come back and I see Cyrus, meditating there, Amer, you see, this is what normal people of the faith do.
When you say that, and you kind of glance and turn around, you see that there's a image of Amer from like the waist up, and he's just like kind of staring at himself, and he's just kind of, they're both fixing their hair, and he's like, what? Oh, and just kind of disappears.
I hate him.
Oh, you mean, well, that is hardly something I want to look like. I mean, really.
His eyes are so closed, but his
That's-
ears just kind of to listen.
You're so weird. Cyrus, Lily, Shar, they are ready
fell
for
asleep
us.
Again.
She fell asleep. I'll go in there.
When you poke your head in, Shahara's like, she's very loud, sir.
Yes, I know. I'm 90% sure she got punched in the face. So I'll walk in. Lily, poke. Lily, poke. Is there any reaction? Nope.
And she wakes up.
And you just see me just like
Right
there's like
over top of you.
little lightning bolts going between my hands.
Good morning.
Okay, you weren't responding to anything that I was trying to do to
I
wake
thought I would
you.
have to wake you up in a different way.
But if you would like to get ready, we have been summoned.
Fixes her hair.
And
I tried to tell her that she should do that while you all are in the bath.
when you walk in, actually, because my brain was thinking of something else, but when you walk in and you go to see Lily, Amer sees that you're sitting on one of the beds, and it's a bed that's pretty close to his, and he realizes he had left his journal there, and you see he like scrambles, like runs, and he grabs it, and he's like, "You didn't look, did you?"
What?
What do you mean, what? My journal. You didn't see anything, did you? And he like scrambles and like holds it.
Why would I look through your journal?
I didn't mean like look in it. You didn't see anything, right?
I mean, I saw that it was on the bed, but I didn't care to go look if that's what you're concerned about.
Right. All right.
Are we good to go?
And you
As long
would,
as everybody's good to go, I'd recommend gathering up your stuff and we will leave.
and I mean when you would be the only. Well, not you. How? Yeah, you two. I don't think you. Actually, you already know what it looks like, so you don't need to. You two
What's
roll.
happening?
You two roll perception checks for me. Because you would.
Perception's not the
You already know what it looks like.
greatest, so-
You would absolutely have the time to see it.
I mean,
Okay.
he saw it, and then he started meditating.
I feel like you would have the time to, but I want to make
11.
sure to see if you would actually.
15.
I would say that when you walked in, you probably did a good scan, because this is what his journal looks like. If you want to set that on the table for me.
There's blood on the corner.
Oh yeah. But Brock, you're used to seeing it, so
Is that blood?
I don't know.
Yeah,
You're not investigating it. You would have just seen
She
it.
stabbed Nick to get that.
Oh no.
But Brock travels with Amer enough that he would have already seen it. You would have sat there long enough that.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely noticed it. He just didn't say anything.
But I know that's what I'm saying.
Yep.
I just wanted to make
Did
sure.
you stain dye that?
That's why looks like there's blood on the floor in the kitchen.
Oh.
But he like grabs it and he's like, right, well, then, and he just kind of like attaches it to his little belt loop thing that he has specifically for his journal. So
Sarah's just sighs, and are we good to go?
Yes, we are good to go. I'll put my pack on, put the shield on the back, put the hammer on the back, replace my helmet on. Alright, if everybody has everything, we need to go.
I bet it makes like the Clone Wars like yeah, the little suction.
Hey, that sucker's on there unless you get bit.
Good stuff. Yeah. Unless there's a vampire with bloodlust
Yeah.
that just kind of rips your head off. Yeah, Amer straps his little dulcimer to his back, and he puts a little flute in his little pocket and fixes his vest. He's like, all right,
Is everybody ready?
look, and he
Got
like
her
gestures
bag.
to Brock in like the most dramatic way. He's clean with new clothes,
Oh, yes.
and he enjoyed his bath, didn't you?
Yes. This was a nice bath.
Nice bath, right?
Very nice.
Lily puts on her she puts on her brown the strap that she wears across her chest, and then she puts on her belt, and then the little fabric thing that she has, and then straps her axe to her back, and it's like picking it. It's like massive.
Yeah, everybody has quite large weapons except for these two. Amer with his little guitar and flute.
Yeah.
And then Brock,
Overcompensation.
just Brock. Alright,
Big hitters
so
need big weapons.
let's go.
Alright. I will proceed to just start walking
Yep.
towards the front
They're
of
probably
the
walking in
council.
tandem.
Yeah, I mean, they told you it would be out front, so
Yeah.
there wasn't anybody who actually came to see you out. It was just, there you go, leave, bye.
You are slightly ahead because Cyrus doesn't really know where they're going. So, but
Yep, I'll just down all the stairs and all that,
I'll
and
stand
out
in
to the front.
back behind you two.
Alright. And Amer does not look like he's in any rush to go anywhere. He is taking a sweet time. But once you do get out there, it is a much larger cart than before because
They're now aware there's more than
there's
two of
five
us.
of you instead of two of you. And so you all pile in, and it's maybe like 4 horses. And these guards look different than the guards that took you to the White Council. They are very finely dressed. They don't have like full plate armor on. They just have maybe like a chest piece on. But they are in beautiful, well fabriced garments. there's one standing at the door who does open the door for you, and he like nods as everybody gets in, and then when everybody gets in, I would assume Shahara would come with you. Because he needs to know what you're gonna do, and he knows
fair,
you're probably
yeah.
not gonna come back.
Yeah.
So, because depending on what the Viscount needs from you, maybe you two leave immediately from the Viscount's
Yeah.
place, so he would be with you. And he bows at the other servant guard when you all get in. And it's enough room that everybody can actually sit down. So there's technically 6 of you, so 3 per seat. How do you all sit?
Since I'm getting in first, I'll sit with my back to the driver
Okay.
and all the way on the opposite side.
So all the way on the opposite side, so like from the door opposite
Yeah.
side? Okay. So next to the window, pretty
Yep.
much.
Doesn't really matter where, but I'm sure Cyrus and Amber are going to be as far apart from each other as they possibly can be.
Alright, okay, so you just
Probably sitting next to Shahara, though.
So Cyrus sits across from me.
Probably, yeah.
and Lily, where are you sitting? Because I know you're
Probably
not going to sit
next
down
to
till front.
Shahara.
And Amer gets in first, so I'm sure that he would sit right next to you, Tyrell. So he's probably sitting across from Shahara, and he's just kind of like staring at him.
No.
Not saying a word, just kind of staring at him. And Brock, would you sit down or would you stand?
If there was the room in this one,
No, there's the room. I mean, you're a pretty skinny lad, so's
Yeah.
Amer, so.
he would sit next to you.
And the guards don't really speak to you or anything, they just kind of trot along. And Amer's just kind of staring at Shahara, and Shahara's tail is kind of whipping nervously, and he's trying not to look at Amer. He's like, Lord Cyrus, the fox keeps staring at me. I don't really know what to do.
He does that. It just kind of looks over at Amber.
And Amer doesn't turn his head, he just looks at you, and he's like, yeah.
Neither one of them move their heads. They just move their eyes.
Yeah. And the tension is, like, you can feel the tension, and he's like, well, didn't really expect my wonderful travels to be dampened by your people, so.
You didn't have to come along. You just wanted money.
I did want money, that is right. But, if the Viscount calls on you and wants to speak with you, you go.
I meant in general. Not specifically right this moment.
And then he just kind of like leans over to Brock, just like, I did want the money, so it does make sense. And Shahara's like, I don't know if I've offended you at all, but I don't mean it, so I'm sorry. And he kind of bows his head, and Amer's like, yeah, I don't really care. Doesn't do much for me.
Shahara, Amer doesn't like, how do I put this?
Cats.
Correct.
So just ignore him. We all do.
That seems to honestly be the best way to go about this. Just pretend like Amer isn't there unless he's trying to make you laugh, and then pay attention.
Right.
He seems to have a particular stick up his ass. Don't think anything of it.
This is gonna be a fun ride. Whatever, it's fine. And yeah, unless anybody has a specific thing they want to say, it's just a very, very dead, quiet ride.
After that, it's going to be a very dead ride for Tyrell. Just like, all right, we haven't started this off great, so I'm just going to stare out this window.
Well, during the ride, Brock will pull out something kind of small, and you'll see him fidgeting with it, and periodically he'll be like, yes.
What you got there, buddy?
Oh, Brock got this cool game. You want to play?
Yeah, sure.
And he'll show you the pocket watch, and he'll say, see, this turns, and the little thing goes round, round, round.
Uh-huh.
And you have to beat the fat arm.
Yeah.
Because you're the skinny arm.
Right. And as you're saying that, he's like getting something out of his pocket. He's like, yeah?
Yeah. And see, I beat it again.
Mm-hmm. And he kind of like shows you something. He's like this, and he like has a larger version of the watch, and he has a very nice version. Right.
You have the same game.
I do. Isn't that crazy? Yep.
That's cool.
It's actually my grandfather's mine.
Wow.
It's old. It's very old.
Wow.
It's been like 400 something years old.
Wow, your grandfather's really old.
Actually, my grandfather's dead, but yeah.
Oh.
But yeah.
Oh.
It's old. But yeah, I have the same game. And you can tell that the way he interacts with Cyrus and Shahara is completely different than the way he interacts with Brock. Even really with you, Tyrell, but the way he interacts with Brock is vastly different than everyone else. What?
How do you spell Shahara? How do you spell it? Because we spelled it one way before, and I want to make sure it's still the same way we spell it.
I believe it has two H's.
Yeah, it's S-H-A-A-R-A-H.
Yeah, S-H-A.
S-H-H.
Oh, freak. I have to write
I know,
down.
you're dyslexic, that's why I'm asking.
S-
I want to make sure it's still spelled the same.
So as far as I know, S-H-A-H-A-R-A.
That's not how I
Shahara.
imagine that.
It's literally spelled the way it sounds. Shahara.
Thank you for having me.
We had it spelled S-H-H-A-R-A-H.
The whole point. Because I
And
wouldn't
I'm
be
like,
able to spell
well,
it.
we added like an extra A in there at the beginning of the name, so I did S-H-A.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I don't know.
Okay.
Complicated.
It's alright, just to let you all know,
Yeah,
I
that's
wrote
literally how
down
I spelled it without the H
Emer's
at the
dad
end. So yeah,
scars
just
his
put the
back.
H at the end. I'm fine with putting the H at the end. Yeah, so how you have
We had it spelled differently, and then I went
You-
back and I was like, no! We would
How-
spell it differently.
That's
how you have it spelled is how it's spelled. Because I can't do that.
You better be so glad you didn't hear that.
I wrote down Emer's dad scars his back.
Oh. Ow.
Oh.
Because
Oh.
earlier I wrote down,
Oh,
Emer's
yeah.
dad beats him.
Well,
Ew.
well.
What were you saying?
No, that's what we were talking
Oh.
And then, I would say probably a little past midway through the journey, I would kind of reach over and tink, tink, tink.
Yes, Brock.
That you have to reach over Amer, which is gonna
Which
be
is
pretty
really
easy for you.
easy.
Yeah, he probably just passes his ears and ting, ting,
Me and
yeah.
Brock can look at each other without
Yeah.
seeing Amer.
Yeah, actually,
Ah,
Amer's all legs, so yeah.
Who is Viscount?
Let's see, Brock. You know how you have a master, right?
Yes.
And the master controls the house and the land and the people on it, right?
Yes.
Now imagine if you had somebody like that for everything.
Oh.
That is the Viscount.
So you would know that if he's that way, because you remember your master, and the way you addressed your master was anytime you were actually before him, hands and knees, basically. Like that is how you addressed him. So you would know. Oh, this is Big Boy. Oh, okay.
The best advice I can give to you, Brock.
Every hour on the hour. I missed it.
No, don't. Oh, okay.
Well, you said to do it just to make sure.
Well, it was fine because I don't know how quickly it's gonna come back on, and they were in the
It's
middle
green.
of. Okay, it's not registering though. Just because it's green doesn't mean it's registering.
You said to do it, so I did it.
No, we agreed not to, but it's fine now.
You said
But
last night. Do it.
Check.
it's a lot lower. Can you turn it out?
Tyrell and Brock are here.
Turn it up
Tyrell and Brock are here.
a little bit more.
Hello.
Yeah, it sounds fine.
Tyrell, Brock, Lily, Cyrus.
A little bit more.
Tyrell and Brock busting the moves.
Technical
Bringing the music to you.
difficulties.
A little bit more,
Figuring it out as we go.
because now we're gonna have to cut that out of the podcast.
Oh, we don't have to. It's fine.
Turn it up.
Here we are.
That's
We sound fine.
Are we good? All right. The best advice that I can give you, Brock,
Mm-hmm.
is whenever we get there, follow Amer, and then whenever we get into the Viscount's
follow.
presence,
It's a bad.
follow Shahara's example.
Ah, okay.
Do you got it?
And Shahara kind of like leans
Yes.
forward. I've never met this Viscount, so I don't really know exactly what I'm doing either.
What do you do around royalty in where you come from?
Well, as far as I know, my servitude versus our friend's servitude here is very different. I am, and this is no offense to you, friend, and he like holds his hands up and he's very, very polite. I am seen as a person. So,
Brock, whenever we get in there, just
Head down.
head down, maybe just head down on your knees. But you don't have to go full face down with your hands out.
Oh,
But probably best if you don't look unless he addresses you.
okay. Okay.
But don't worry, if something happens or you're confused, just ask Brock.
Yes.
I think so. Those Zarmos were treated a little bit better in Iakar.
Well, they are, but still different, and it just depends on the person.
And he's never been to Iakar.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
I know. I'm just talking
Yeah.
about from their.
But
point of view.
even for Shahara, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that.
Yeah.
Like, as far as he knows, what he's seen is, yeah, but they still don't see them as fully people, like, you would anywhere else. So, it's probably about a 20-30 minute cart ride. It's really not that long. And you all see the beautiful environment that you and Shahara specifically are not used to seeing. You two are kind of used to seeing it, and you've seen it before because you've traveled a little bit with your master, so you've kind of seen a little bit of it. But it's a beautiful cobblestone walkways. There are people that wave at the cart as they pass by, especially because they know it's a royal cart. They don't know who's in there, but they're polite enough to wave. And again, you see a lot of Air Ganassi scholars. You see, not specifically Air Ganassi, but Ganassi scholars. Some elves walking around. A couple of hobbits. Halflings. My first thing is hobbit because the only difference is their feet. But my first thought is hobbit
Yeah.
because of Lord of the Rings. I don't think of hobbits or halflings as D&D terms. I think of them as Lord of the Rings terms. So sorry, halfling, because they don't have the same feet. But you see halflings walking around, maybe a couple of gnomes, but they're all dressed really nice.
Do we see those tracks again?
Yeah, you would probably go over another set of tracks as well. Yeah.
Can I see
Tracks?
anything on the tracks? Like coming down the tracks or anything?
No.
Tracks?
Yeah, remember
Tism's
when you were in the
coming out.
cart and you
I
went
wanna know if
over
there's
some
trains.
tracks?
Oh, right.
You and Shahar were like, I'm sorry, what? I had no
What's
idea.
that?
I mean, even everyone else was a little weirded out by them too. Tyrell was. Because he's never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, but Patrick wants to know what's on them.
I bet he does. It's not going to be exactly what you're thinking, though.
Lily has no idea because she was on an island growing up.
Well, yeah, I mean, nobody really knows him. Yeah. But you didn't travel over it the first time, so when you go over it, you're like, what did we run over? Like, neighbor's like, ah, right. I forgot about those. Did.
Those? What?
The tricks?
What the hell is that?
They have the rail cars on them. You know, super fast boys. They're not.
There's
Any-
stuff that travels on that.
Yeah. Have you not seen them? I mean, I know. And probably not you, but I'm sure at least you've seen them, right?
No, this is my first time at seeing them.
Oh, really?
This is my first time being in this city. Normally the elders come here, not a father.
Weird. Alright. Yeah, they're the rail cars. And, you know, they go super fast. They're only in Sevrukian at the moment, only in Artiana, but, you know, super fast. Not faster. It's for trading, mostly. Really odd-shaped things, and they're run by magic. Super fast, though. Yeah.
Like.
Interesting. I'd like to see
magic
one of
horses?
Kinda, but yeah, kinda. Yeah, they're the rail cars. The horses that kind of propel them forward are magical in nature. They're not normal horses, and the carts are huge. Sometimes they carry passengers, not all the time though.
I would like to ride on one of these. I'm fascinated by this.
If you're not used to the quickness, you get a little motion sick every now and then. I know that there's one they're trying to get them to be the fastest travelling route between the kingdoms for the governors and the viscount when you have to have, meetings and all that. It makes it a lot faster than months of travel from North Sunsif to here, so...
Alright, Patrick is satisfied.
And they was like, yeah,
Got the
that.
train
Fin-
edge out of the way.
If you're not
May or may not be in
used
my
to-
model train layout whenever I finish it.
if you're not used to how fast they travel, then you're gonna get very sick. But
How fast do they travel?
I mean, faster than this, faster than any horse I've ever seen.
Interesting. We're still here by the end of the night. You'll have to show me them.
We have to pay for tickets if they have
That's
them available.
that's
but
fine.
and it just depends on where we want to go and where they have them. 'Cause they've been building them everywhere, so I know that one of the very first ones was through from North Sunset, where I'm from, and straight to Tiana. So from Fian to here, and through Hawthorne and Jexis and all that. So I know that one's available, and I know they put one in
Trains
South Sunset and all that.
are
So,
Real.
but I know they've been building more, so they might have one I've not been on before.
Awesome. Well, I assume we're almost there.
Yeah, it's not too far, so I'm sure we'll be there any moment now.
Now, before we get there, Lily, have you ever had any interactions with higher government?
Government, kind of. I mean, you've been wrangled by police officers and that sort of stuff, and not any like governors or anything though. Not anything high government, and especially not as high as the Viscount.
No.
All right. When we get there, it's going to be like whenever we were at with the people of the All-Mother. Let's see.
Would you prefer if I stayed in the cart?
No, you definitely need to be there. You did help. You did quite a lot while we were there. Just do what like how you did whenever we were with the Council of the All-Mother.
And you see, so you see her face drop.
It shouldn't be like a holy thing. He just helps govern this entire continent. So
That
it
does make
should
her.
be fine.
It's not a holy thing. He just
She lets out a
rules everything.
breath and
He's a man of status, high status, that needs to be respected.
she kind of just
Correct.
ignores Cyrus. She lets out a breath.
Sorry.
Why?
Cause you're mean.
I'm not.
Keep going. Yikes.
So whenever we get there, just lay low unless you believe you have something to say, then you can ask for permission to speak, or if he talks to you, please be generous
Turn up there.
and
Mic.
speak and
Because of-
answer the
with how-
question.
Normal talking, if you all start to whisper, it's not going to pick it up, because it needs to hit the yellow for normal talking. When you unplugged it stopped doing that, so it needs to hit the yellow for when you all are normal talking, so that when you whisper, it will pick it up normally. But-
Is it fine now?
It's fine right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sweet.
I just wanted to make sure. But go ahead.
Okay. So if he asks a question, please answer him. Don't feel like you need to be ignoring him or be ignored.
Jackass.
Okay, that's pretty much all I'm trying to ask.
he was
In
trying
a very
to phrase it
long,
normally.
very rare. I'm a little nervous. I've never met him myself. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just making sure.
No, that is indeed
Listen.
correct.
I don't handle authority well, but I'm not stupid.
Thank you.
This is the highest reverent mission you've ever been on by yourself, specifically, at all, ever for you. But even with your brothers.
Because normally the higher ups would go.
Correct.
Military hierarchy.
Correct.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
a plebe.
Plus, Lily ignored you because you don't talk to her like a person does.
He doesn't with anyone really. Well, Tyrell. He does with Tyrell.
What?
But
Well,
to be fair,
the-
Tyrell's the only one who goes out of his way to talk to Cyrus. Like
That's
he's
true.
a normal person. So.
That's true. I
Amber-
have a
Amber
respect
does
for Cyrus in the same realm
Wait,
of
does not-
work.
not.
Cyrus may not respect me, but
I will say for everyone's knowledge.
He wouldn't have thanked you otherwise.
You would, I guess not everyone's knowledge, but specifically, you know how Shahara bows. You would
Yeah.
bow the same way to the Viscount because that's just
Yeah,
what you're
that's
used to.
what they do.
The way you salute, you wouldn't bow, you would salute because it's what you're used to. And the way I have you in your picture, that's how your group of people salutes. It's like a legs together. That's It's a hand out gesture like that. Yeah. It's very and then that's how you like you're remaining at attention, sort of. You're honoring Odin, but you're showing respect to the person in front of you.
They do the same thing. They're from different cultures, so it looks different.
Mm-hmm. It's the same aspect of what
yeah.
we're doing. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why I said it differently, because Amer's bow is different than everyone else's as well. So, because the way he was taught to do it versus the way he was taught to do it, versus you're not taught to bow because you bow before no man. You salute.
No, my friends, you bow to no man.
Exactly. You bow to no man. You salute to show your honor to Odin because you only bow before Odin, but you salute to show respect for the person you're interacting with. But you never lower your head to any man. So that's how you do it instead. But I wanted to make sure that way, because I know you would know that, but I forgot to say that previously.
Yeah, whenever I asked how would I interact with this man,
Yeah, and I said, yeah, you would, and I forgot to tell you that part.
it's the most
But-
important part, the greeting.
I know, and I forgot, but you all get there relatively easily, and it is a beautiful mansion. It's not even as big as the All-Mother's council. It is a little bit smaller than that, but it's made of like really nice brick, like a brown reddish brick color. It's very ornately designed on the front. There's a few stairs leading up to the front doors, and when you all stop, they let you out, and there is the guy who opened the door for you tells you to wait at the front step, and then he closes the door and steps in front of you and says, "If you would follow me, please." And he
Are we
Thanks,
going
you
to
have to
follow
go
in the
upstairs.
same way that we normally walk?
Yep.
Yeah, how are you all
I
entering?
guess me and Cyrus at the front, and then
Probably
the rest
Brock
is
and Amer, and then Lil in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Amer's actually trailing towards the back. Amer's not
more
going to be
more towards Lily.
probably
You know,
a little
you got to
past
have that
Lily.
muscle in the back.
You're a little past Lily. Yeah.
All right, so short
She doesn't
guy
care.
in the back.
She
You gotta
doesn't
have that
care.
muscle in the back.
She doesn't care. She's gonna stand right behind, I guess, these two then.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Amer is
Up there
trailing
walking with
towards the
Brock.
back. But yeah, so you all go up to the door, and there's not very many steps. Again, like it's a little downscaled version, very old Victorian-looking mansion. It's not even like a palace or anything like that. It's just a mansion. It's a really nice home. And the guy who opened the door for you guys, he opens the front door, and he kind of bows and allows you all to walk in first. So when you all walk in, it's a very ornate looking house. Very homey though. There's like red carpet, a staircase right in the middle. There's a couple of servants doing things here and there, maybe a maid cleaning, a butler going here and there with some cups or whatever. It's pretty quiet, but it's not stuffy or stiff. Everybody seems pretty comfortable here. Has a very homey feel. And you see like a dog run through, and Amber's like, "Oh, cool, I forgot about his dog," and just kind of joins you all. And when you all stop, because obviously you don't know where you're going, the butler shuts the door behind you and is like, "If you'll follow me, he would like to see you in his quarters." And he doesn't take you up the stairs, he actually takes you around the stairs and into a door behind there, and then down a long hallway that leads into a rather, it's like a rounded off door, and when he opens it, well, he knocks first, and you hear a voice behind the door. You don't hear what it says, but it's just a voice, and he opens it, and you see Tyrell and Cyrus. You see a really nice, what looks to be like it looks like a study, but way larger than a study. It looks like a place where he has meetings with people. It has a very beautifully crafted oak desk with a matching chair that has like red fabric on the back. There are books lined along the walls everywhere. There's a giant window right behind him, kind of framing all of Artiarna's capital. And before you sits a fire ganassi man. He's an older man Actually, I gotta get my book out to make sure that I describe him correctly. He's an older man. Give me un momento. He's from, because he's seated at the moment. From what you can tell, he's a bigger guy.
As in fat?
No, as in tall. Like, he's got broad shoulders and everything. He's very well-defined man. He's got a little bit of facial hair that's kind of graying. He's got dark red skin. There's a little bit of like what looks to be like a flame to his hair, but it's very subdued. It's got a lot of dark black and gray to it now. He's an older-looking man. He's wearing glasses, and he's wearing what looks to be more of scholarly robes than what you would assume, because you've never seen the Viscount, but what you would assume would be more like kingly wear. He's wearing more of like scholars would wear, like a scholarly robe sort of thing, and he's just kind of flipping through some pages, and he's like, friends, welcome. And he shifts his seat back. He shifts his seat back and stands up, and he's like 6 foot something, 6'2". He's a pretty tall man. And he rounds the table, and he's like, Jared, shut the door. And the man shuts the door. It's probably a human, by the way. I didn't announce what he might have been. And he shuts the door. He's just standing there by the door, and everybody's come in.
I'm assuming Cyril.
No.
Cyril and Cyrus.
No, Cyril, the
Cyril,
ship name.
Yeah.
The Exorcist boys.
Go to the middle
Cyril.
of the room and Cyrus bows.
Yeah, and I'll do my salute.
Things like this.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, no,
it's like a cup.
I did this. That's
like a
not.
cupped
Yeah, that's gonna
hand,
get me
yeah.
flagged. So do this.
Yeah.
Because
Uh-huh. You broke her again.
look on his face.
Just
I did it and immediately went nope.
good
That's
catch.
not good.
Good catch.
We're not in the shop at work.
Oh my god, I'm sweating. But when you
Bows. Hand behind, hand in front, shoulder, wait to be addressed.
do that,
And I'm just.
how do you all
usually
come
does.
in? Like, are you all still lined up? Are you fanning out? What are you all doing?
I'd say me and Cyrus would just come in, kind of go towards closer to the middle of the room, and as I would imagine, we'd snap
They'll
there.
probably
It's up
stop
to the
right in
rest
the
of you
middle,
all what you all
and
do.
They're probably moving like clockwork, honestly.
Yeah,
I bet that's so beautiful to watch.
Probably.
in
Lily, what are you
time,
doing?
in sync.
Yeah.
They move, they stop, they bow.
Same person.
She's watching them like.
Well, I'm saying, like, where do you go? Do you come from around them? What do you do? Like, do you stand behind them?
She's probably behind them, but like staring at them do this and like kind of just like awkwardly like.
So I'm sure you
Exorcist
shuffle
boys.
around to be able to do that. Because if you bow, there's not much room between where you all are, like where you all have walked in. I mean, it's still a very big room, but with how far. Well, you said you all go in the middle, right, of
Yeah.
the room. Okay, so you meet him halfway then, because he comes around the desk and meets you all halfway. So, I mean, yeah, you can bow from the middle of the room.
Kind of like seeing in between me and
Yeah.
Cyrus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just,
And then Brock, if Lilith, this would be Brock. He's kind of like using her as a cover, but yeah, he's very like he is greeting Governor Wayland. He
Mhm.
is in the position.
And Amer's like, just kind of like off to the side, still way back in the back. But he's like, it's wonderful to see you. I've heard you've done so much for me. Thank you. And he actually like puts his hand over his chest and kind of bows to you all as well. There's no need, please.
I'll just go back to an at-rest position.
They just kind of slowly raise up.
Oh, I forgot about Shahara. Shahara would be like,
Yeah.
what
So
are
like
you
you
here?"
didn't
He,
you
like,
didn't address my name. What
he
that
sees
feels
this,
like.
this man that's on fire, and he's like, what?
Lily
I'm trying to be
immediately just
respectful,
relaxes.
but
She's
whoa. But he's probably standing more back towards the butler with him, because he knows his position as well. And he sees that you still have your head lowered. He's like, no, there's no need for that here. Raise your head, please.
And Brock's eyes get wide, and he's like,
Lily, it's okay.
We're all friends here. And you, my small friend. And Amer's like, oh. And his ears kind of go back. And he's like, it has been a long time since I've seen you. He's like, yeah, well, you know. And then he just kind of bows his normal bow. He steps up beside you two, Cyrus and Tyrell. And you see Amer do this really large, like what he kind of did for you all when he first met you, but his was to you all a lot more whimsical. His is very... You've not seen this level of regality in Amer before. And so when he bows and raises up, he's like, it's been a while, right? So why are we here?
Well, Viscount, I wouldn't say that we've done a lot for you, but, we did do the job that you summoned us for.
Well, see, that's not entirely true. We've had troubles with this forest for a long time, and you all being able to finally figure it out has lifted a number of my issues, because I've had to deal with the governor of Jaxis and the governor of Yirva, and having to understand why this is happening. Their people are being hurt, and my people are being hurt, and the more I send people out, the more people are lost, and you've done a number of wonderful things for me. Thank you. It's more than I can be grateful for, honestly. I've obviously sent the right men out for the job. I've heard of you and your father. I'm sure your father has done many things for me in the past. And, of course, your order is very well known for this sort of stuff, so it's wonderful to have such two capable, very capable people. And I see you've brought a merry band with you as well.
We met these people in the forest, and they actually helped us with this task.
Oh, you've met these two in the forest, and he gestures to those two specifically. He leaves Amer out of that. So, interesting. And where did you pick this one up at? And Amer's just like...
The forest.
I'll look at Cyrus. Just kind of like,
The forest?
He was with him.
And she was chasing them.
Yeah.
That's odd. Amer, I don't remember your father addressing you as servant like this. And Amer's like, well, yeah. I kind of picked this one up along the way. Not really in servitude to me, Your Grace. I just kind of found him and he found me, so... And why was... He looks... The Viscount looked at him and was like, why were you chasing him? That doesn't bode well for your character. You know, he's a governor's child, right?
He had stolen something from some people.
This one. And Amer's like, can we just drop it, please? That'd be great. Anyway, so what did you want us here for, Your Grace? And he bows again. And the Viscount's like, right. Because of the wonderful work that you have done for me, I wanted to grace you with my own thanks, and let you know that obviously word will get back to your council, your circle, that you've done amazing work for me by yourself, in honor of Odin's name, and your father will be well accounted for the things that he's allowed you to do for me today. But because of how well you've done this job for me, if you would permit it of me, I have something of even more importance that desperately requires attention.
What would that be?
Let me change the music.
Oh.
High Latin about to start up.
Did you say high Latin? It's really funny.
Going into an Elder Scrolls.
It's really funny.
Don't show the logo.
Oh, maybe it'll be fine. Just turn it the other way. If the back part
I
is.
think his thing was blocking it, but it'll be fine.
Oh yeah. If you set it off
There's a front and back.
where your cup is, it'll be fine.
I'm
You
gonna
can't
pour
see.
it into my cup.
Yeah.
That works too.
I just have to get
just
it
do that.
into my cup.
Yeah, you're good.
Pre-pour these for next time.
You're good. I guess
Pour it-
it's not
pour it
carbonated, so.
Down. Yeah.
Anyway,
It is not an adult beverage. To
it
those
is not.
wondering at
It is
home.
not.
Tis water.
It is liquid death.
Tis fancy water.
Don't show the logo, but definitely say what
Yeah,
it
I was
is.
I don't know why you said that.
Well, I don't know why
You
it matters.
can say it. You
yeah,
can't show it.
yeah. We say
Mm.
Coke all the time, so it's not like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll just refer to soda as Coke.
Yeah,
We've
you
also said Lord of the Rings multiple
Yeah,
times.
you
yeah,
can
I mean,
say
like,
it, you can't
I'm
show it.
wearing.
Yeah.
Well, I guess if we're playing Dungeons and Dragons, it doesn't really matter. But
Well,
you know what
yeah.
I mean. It's specifically the Heroes Among Thieves.
Please don't sue us. We have nothing.
Yeah, please.
Please.
Don't.
We
You will
actually
get-
le-
you will
legitimately
get
have nothing.
literally nothing.
We can say it as long as we don't say we're affiliated with any of them.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
just can't
That's the
show
reason.
it.
Yeah, that's the reason.
We
why
have
can't show the
no
logo.
sponsors or affiliation with anything yet.
We're teeny tiny baby children.
Yet. As we sit here with 2 viewers, yet.
One of them is probably Armor Doggo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
actually, it's probably Armor Doggo and me, because I still have mine up.
If Armor Doggo, you're still here, we love you.
Yeah,
I'm
really-
sure.
we
I'm
really
sure.
would.
I'm sure they are.
Mhm.
But he kind of is wringing his hands when he says that this is of extreme importance. When I tell you that this goes no further than my door, I mean it.
You can be assured of our secrecy, and I'll look over at Aimer. Correct?
I'm not a fool. I mean, come on now.
All right.
If the Viscount is telling us not to say something, I've been raised to know that's important.
If
Just
you are in need
checking.
of my assistance, I will need to report something back to my father so he knows that I'm not going to be arriving on his deadline.
And I'm sure the Circle will understand if I'm prolonged by your orders.
Yes, and that will be, of course, done for you. I will make sure to send word out to whoever you need, your father, the Circle, and he looks at Amory, your father, and he's like, I'm sure it's fine, no need to say anything. He already knows that I'm not at home and probably won't be back for a while, so it's fine. He's like, oh, alright, but do you all, well, if you report to Lord Amer here, it's fine. And do you have anyone that you need to report to?
No.
Alright. So, if you all are alright with that, and you are, of course, the Dukes, it's fine. So, all of that will be handled. I wanted to make sure that if you all could handle this, that you are the people that I need for this next issue. It's kind of a long story, so if you all would like to take seats, and he does kind of gesture to a couple of chairs that are placed around.
And Tyrell will go sit down.
Cyrus, do you?
Yeah.
Lily? Brock?
Brock will stand by wherever Aimer sits, if Aimer sits.
Yeah, Amer does sit. He's very uncomfortable, but he does sit. And he had, like, when he sits down, he crosses one leg over the other, and his fingers are, like, tapping his knee, like, his foot's shaking. But he's sitting. And the Viscount does not sit down. He just kind of stands there and regards everyone, and is like, so, there is currently an issue that all of Indigo North seems to be facing. No one knows except for the governors. So, it seems that something is poisoning the harvest supplies. So all of the crops are getting somehow poisoned. It's something that is making everyone sick. We are losing people faster than we can understand what's happening to them. We don't know exactly what crop, if there is just a specific crop, if it's all of the crops. Trading amongst kingdoms has shortened because of this. And we cannot fully grasp the situation. And we're afraid that it's going to get out to the people. And if that happens, well, of course, you can understand that that would raise mass hysteria, and that would be good for no one. And we can't very well send out a platoon of military men to understand what's happening when we don't know what the origin point is anyway. But we cannot risk it looking like a military operation.
May I ask?
What?
Do you know where it started?
No. The first account that we got was from Lofesk, but that was it. Off in the east, but that's it. That's the only thing that we can know so far for now. But that was the only first account that I was given. That does not mean that is where it originated. We don't really know. We can't really find out. And again, as I said, we don't know if it's a certain crop, if it's a certain harvest time. We don't know. And as far as we can tell, it's continuing to spread and continuing to get worse. Thankfully, our people know that they don't really know what's happening, they just know that they're getting sick. And they're hoping that it's just a passing common cold. But the problem is most people do not survive it, specifically children or the elderly, anyone who is prone to sickness.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, Viscount. This does seem to be
Bless
a
you.
bit out of my professional purview. I am more than willing to help, and I'm sure word from yourself will allow me the grace to do so with my father. But I want to make sure that you believe that I am part of the best fit for getting this done.
See, and he kind of like lowers his shoulders a little bit as you can tell there's something weighing on him. At the moment, while you may not be the best for this job, I know that I can trust you all to get a job done. A very important job that nobody else has been able to get done. And I can't very well tell everyone about this. For it to get out to people would be devastating. So, I need people that I know can get a job done, research done, even if it's you all finding out where it's coming from, where it's originating from, how many people get sick. And we don't know. It could be magical. It could be another necromancer. We don't know.
I understand.
That's the issue. Is it could be magical, it could be natural, it could be a plague from the gods, we don't know, but we need to know. And we need people who we can trust to figure it out.
I'm sure that we could investigate discreetly for you and try to narrow something down and report back.
Which is all I ask, is that you go around, see what you can find. Try to dampen down the rumors that it might be something caused by us, something that we're not stopping. It would just help a lot. And I would be in your debt. Your fathers, the circles, you all personally, as people. I can't have it looking like a military operation, which is why anyone, a merry band of people, would be fine for this.
I'm sure we can get started on this. Is there a specific area that you would like us to go to first, or is it up to our own discretion?
Whatever you follow. If you follow word here that you hear that there's a case of cold in Hawthorne, then take it, or in Granda, then go that way. It doesn't matter. Just as long as you get as much information for me as you can.
You mentioned that the first place you had heard of this occurring was in Lofesk, right?
Yes.
Then perhaps we start our investigation there.
And if that is how you decide to do that, I trust your judgment.
Is it affecting the islands as well, or is it just
Yes,
the mainland?
as far as I can tell, yes. Maybe on a smaller scale, but yes, as far as we can tell. And this is going to be an issue for all of Indigo North if we do not figure out what the issue is. Because if it is affecting all of our crops and all of our harvests, then everyone will get sick, and that will affect everyone. And I can't have that. So, please.
Now, Viscount, if I could ask,
Mhm.
how are you checking your own food?
For the moment, it's not the best way, but because of my status, we are having servants check it first. It's not my favorite method, though I cannot, nor can my family, fall ill. I'm sure you understand. I know that does not paint me in the best light, but... And then from there, when the harvests are brought in, because there's no way to tell. I had a servant fall ill after trying some food that was made for me. And as far as I can tell, it's a common cold. But the common cold can rapidly change. And it changes from a common cold to delirium and psychosis, madness, and then the inevitable. So...
Has any prior research been done on what is occurring?
On what?
On what is occurring?
No. I have tried to elicit the quiet help of other people, but either they get too close and they get sick and fall ill and unfortunately meet their early demise, or they find nothing. And they just know that people are getting sick. And to them, they think that I'm crazy. But I can't trust everyone with this. So I prefer if you don't trust everyone with this.
You can count on us to keep it between ourselves.
Everyone in this room knows about it. And there are a handful of governors I may trust, but not all of them. So.
You can count on us. We will see this through and get as close as we can and let you know what we find along the way.
I would be in your debt. That would be very helpful. And if it is a person creating this, or even a natural occurrence, we have to figure that out sooner rather than later, so that our people do not continue to fall ill and anarchy ensues. So that is what I have for you. Do you have any other questions for me?
Is there any particular modes of travel to get us to the first occurrence of this that would be best? Get us there the fastest?
Well, that is up to you.
Do you have any suggestions on the quickest way to get there?
I mean, yes, but it needs to look natural, your means of transportation. So I can give you money for tickets for the rail cars, or you can travel by cart, or you can travel on foot, whatever you'd like.
Do those rail cars reach Luffusk?
Yes, at the moment, yes.
We'll take the tickets
All right.
to get us there as fast as possible.
Yes, and he gestures to the butler at the door. He's like, "If you will, please." And he's like, "Yes, Your Grace," and walks out. He's like, Tyrell's like, yeah. But yeah, the butler leaves and goes and gets some tickets. Anything else?
I don't think so, no.
What's the best way for us to send reports to you if we find anything?
The Messenger Guild. So if you just write a letter, if they know to send it, it will get sent. There is specifically a couple of Aarakocra who deliver directly to me. So if you say it's for the Viscount, I can, for the Messenger Guilds, if you tell them that it is for the Scholar of Artiarna, they will know that that is directly to me. Because I don't believe telling anyone or allowing anyone to hear that you're reporting directly to the Viscount will help it not look like a military mission. So
You can have faith in our discreetness in this matter, and we will leave as soon as we can.
and there is no rush. If it takes 3 months, so be it. I just need this to be figured out soon. I can't put a time limit on it because I don't know how long it's going to take you to follow leads and hear about things, so...
And I will leave Shahara and kind of gestured back to him in your care so that you can send word back to my father.
Wonderful, yes, he would be well accepted here. Absolutely. So, and you're more than welcome to stay here for the night, if you'd like, if you need. Or you can go on your way now, and whatever you'd like to do. It's still, and he gestures out the window behind him, it's still midday, still very early on, so you're more than welcome to stay here, come and go as you please, or you can depart today.
Are there any places in the city that you feel would be best to restock our supplies at?
I'm sure there are places around the city, yes. There are a couple of shops right outside, right in the heart of the capital, yes. I'm sure, and he gestures to Amar.
We will need to restock.
He gestures to Amar and is like, I'm sure the Duke can show you around, so...
Make a silent note of that.
What?
So make a silent note of that.
I'm sure that he knows every place there is to get something, so... but yes, so... Again, thank you so much for the first thing you've done for me, and thank you for what you're going to do for me. It does really mean a lot. I am, and he gestures to himself, I am old now and can only do so much, but I take my job seriously. So, as I said, be very wary of some of the governors. I feel there is angst among the groups.
As one might say, treachery.
There might be treachery! Who knows? There could be treachery. Whoa! Whoa! Just be very wary of them. And keep everything that you may learn close to your chest.
We will. Don't worry about us. If you stop hearing from us, maybe worry.
Alright.
I would say if you don't hear from us in about a 2-month span of time.
There are, and he again gestures to Amar, as the Duke would know, there are different, what I'm sure that they might have somewhere you're from. They would not, you, but, and he gestures to Cyrus, but the Aster Holly, they know, they're a good source of information for everyone.
The what?
The Aster Holly.
I'm guessing
Aster?
it's spelled like
Aster, A-S-T-E-R dash Holly. The society has the equivalent of speakeasies, really, around here and around all of Indigo North, and it's a good place to garner information. So,
What do they do again?
they're basically a speakeasy. You go in and they
Like information trading?
no, it's like a cigar bar.
I know,
like
I know that,
but they have a good. You can get information from there. They usually,
that's what I was gonna do.
because of the people that frequent there, there's information that's passed about.
You know, it's like a cigar bar. It'd be a little bit more prominent people. A little bit more in the know people.
Yeah. Nobles, people who might talk about this sort of thing. Because peasants, like, they're getting sick, yeah, but they get sick anyway. But, you know, you get more information from higher society people who talk about things. Who might know, oh, well, I saw this being marched in, you know, that sort of stuff. So check there. Anywhere you go, that they might help. I know that, and then, again, he gestures to Amor, and he's like, your father is a good man, and he's run those for a long time, so even your father might know some things. And Amor's like, right. Okay. Wonderful. But, whenever you all would like to depart, unless you have any other questions for me.
You said that Amor's dad owns them, runs them?
Runs them. Oh. Yeah. Runs them. But if you have no other questions for me,
I don't believe so, no.
No, I think we've gotten all the information you can give us at this time.
yes.
So we'll probably go restock, and if you don't see us back after the restocking, then we have gone on our way to start investigating.
Wonderful, yes. And if you do want to come back, just knock on the door and you'll be let in.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. And he puts his hand over his chest again and kind of bows to you, and he's like, I will get started on those letters for you both.
Thank you.
And if you're sure you don't want me to address your father, Emma, and he said, nope, I'm good, thank you. Just kind of stands up and starts to walk out.
I'll stand up, give the salute.
Perhaps we restock and then rest here for the night and then leave first thing in the morning.
We'll see how long it takes us to restart or restock. If it's this bad, we may not need to travel with haste.
He's not out the door yet, but he is getting up, and he bows and is walking.
Amber,
What?
are these rail carts something that we can rest on for the night?
I mean, yeah.
And then perhaps we'll just leave as soon as we restock.
That
Again,
would probably be best.
and he I want to make very sure for everyone, if you're not used to this, you're going to get sick.
It's the
So,
fastest method of travel.
You can rest if you're not throwing up.
That'll be fine.
Alright. Suit yourself. I'm used to them by this point. After years of throwing up. But yeah.
Speed compared to a rocking boat.
At the mention of a boat, you see Tyrell kind of,
Yup.
all right,
Yep.
as long as it's not a boat.
As long as it's not
the
my
boat.
constitution's +4.
It's not a boat. And
Are
I'm
you looking
sure
for your saving throw or your... That's saving throw.
Whatever.
They're different.
Chill.
I'm not saying they're different.
I mean, yeah. But
Use them for different things.
he and was like, and we were supposed to get tickets, right? And that's when the Shahara opens the door, and the butler walks back in. He's like, yeah, here, and he has 5 tickets for everyone.
Come on, give us the tickets.
I don't have the tickets.
Why not?
What do you mean? Why not?
Give me a ticket.
Because I just sprang this on her.
Yeah,
I want train tickets. Pull them out
I
your
don't
ass.
have them. You know what?
Dropped. Oh, that's
There.
not. Oh,
There.
oh, it's
Yay.
gone. I dropped my
There are your
ticket.
tickets.
Yeah.
There are your tickets.
Dropped my ticket.
There, you happy?
No.
Well, too bad.
Sorry.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
Too bad, that's what you get. I don't even have the name of the place. I didn't know
Train ticket.
I didn't know Tyrell would ask.
Oh, pencil.
I'm gonna wait for the train
actual-
worker to come through and
Stamp it.
Dance with our hot chocolate.
Yeah.
The Polar
Yeah.
Express thing.
Don't forget the drifting on the ice.
That's really funny.
yeah.
Gosh, Polar Express.
Train
National
ticket.
treasure.
Choo choo.
Yes.
That's exactly what my little boy calls trains. Is it Daddy Choo Choo? Yes, buddy. Choo Choo.
That's
Oh.
cute.
His whole birthday was train themed.
That's
Oh.
really
That's
nice.
cute. If I have kids and my kids aren't nerds, I'm gonna
You
have
did
to,
something wrong.
I'm gonna have to restart. I don't know.
Throw it away and start over.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put it back in, let it cook a little bit longer, because clearly it didn't cook long enough. So,
Oh, Patrick
Oh.
making jokes.
but yeah, so then you all are free to go. He does dismiss you.
Train tickets.
Duke, Amer,
And when you say that, his ears like slowly go back. His tail droops a little bit. It's like, what?
we need food, extended camping supplies, an armory shop, and a weapon shop.
Yeah, well, you can get that stuff if you don't call me that.
Amer,
Thank you.
we need those shops, please.
Yes, yeah, well, all right.
Shopping montage.
Shopping episode.
He said,
Hell yeah. Shopping episode.
all right, follow me. And actually, he's like, just a moment, actually. Just go to the door and I'll meet you there. And he turns around, and you see that he goes back into the to see the Viscount. The word Duke was playing over in my head, and I couldn't get it out.
Samer.
But he walks back in to talk to the Viscount. So.
Brock would stop in the hallway and look back, and
The door's kind of cracked open. I mean, if you want to walk in, or if you just want to stand by the door, like that's up to you.
oh yeah, he's gonna walk into a Viscount
I'm just saying.
study. Right.
The man that you are tasked to be with is in there. I mean.
And he will stand by that door,
Okay.
and
Okay, if you want to roll a Percepto check for me.
I'm guessing Shahara went somewhere with probably the butler, I guess.
Yeah, he left with the butler. What did you get?
not well, but I'm going to use one of my things. Man, it is not my night so
Aw.
far, but that's okay. So that's 8.
You have the dragon technically. You can reroll if you want
I
to.
do have the
You can use it if
dragon.
you want.
Amer's too close to the desk that you can't hear anything.
That's up to you. If you want to use the dragon, you can use advantage and re-roll, or you can add 6 to it. That's up to you, or a d6.
Yeah. Dragon time.
Woohoo! Somebody finally used the dragon.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's more. So that's gonna be 10. I'll use another. Man, that psionic die is not.
hey,
So,
hey, buddy.
11.
Hey, buddy. Remember what
Oogie
you said
boogie
about
style.
you'll if you start rolling bad, you'll get a tray.
you want a tray?
You want a tray? We have trays.
I do have you a tray coming.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh.
From the totally not affiliated or giving us any type of things, I took advantage of the BOGO for the dice trays from Wormwood.
Nice.
So I have 2 coming, and then if I can get others, they're the hex trays, the smaller ones.
Oh, those.
So that way
Yeah.
we can have more space. So yes, hopefully
Yeah.
next time you will have a little dice tray.
So,
Well, I have a dice tray. I just.
Don't use it.
It was.
well, he probably uses it for the other times
Yeah.
he plays D&D.
Yeah.
This one can stay
You
here.
can. It'll stay
Yeah.
here.
This one can stay
Well,
here.
there's dice trays over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
those don't have felt in them. They're just ones that are made.
Oh,
Yeah.
this one does.
Yeah, I know. So you said you got 11?
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really hear it. You just hear Amer kind of talking in a hushed tone. But that's about it. And it takes maybe about 5-10 minutes. And he comes out and kind of like creaks the door open, and he kind of just kind of, all right. Oh, and he sees that you're standing there. He's like, oh,
Hi.
guess I should have known that you following me. Did you all walk to the door?
Yeah, we're kind of standing at the door
Yeah.
waiting for you. I'm assuming that's what I assume
Yeah.
I'm doing. I don't know about the other
Nobody
two.
was standing at the door
No.
for the Viscount, the front door.
The front door.
Okay.
Yes.
So then at the front door, yes, let's go. And they join you.
As
So
nosy as Lily wants to be, I don't want to roll.
so if you want to follow me, I'm sure that we can just walk around town. It's not that big
Find
a deal.
something.
Yeah. Although,
Alright.
are you sure you want to wear any gestures to all of your armor, all of that, while we're walking around? I said he's not that bad.
Where am I going to put it all?
We have rooms here. We can always come back and get it.
I don't think he's going to be very keen on leaving his armor in the room.
I'm just asking. I wasn't asking you. I was asking him.
I'll keep it on because I'm going to need it for whenever we get to the armory guild.
Alright, that's fine. That's fine. And he's like, alright, guess I'm leading the show now. Joke's on you all. And he walks out.
Yay.
Just throw a little rock back in
I was like, maybe, Cyrus was like, maybe if I just choke him a little.
If I just
But as he's walking down the stairs too, he's like doing that like jumping walk where he's like, like it's just got a lot of
Pep in his
pep
step.
in his step, ready to go. So,
Hamer likes to shop.
oh yeah.
Have you seen him?
Hamer likes to shop.
Amer likes
Yep.
to shop. As he's walking, everybody's following him, I'm sure. He looks back, so where do we want to go first?
Let's go to the armor place so that way I can drop this off if needed.
Alright.
suppose we don't need any provisions since you can just make them.
That's true, but we do need some decent wilderness camping supplies.
And speaking for myself here, don't know if I want to eat that all of the time.
Well, if at least my stuff isn't going to make you sick, possibly.
I believe that is our best bet.
Fine.
Can I get that again?
No. But that is the exact sound he makes. It's like, fine. It's fine. So, armory first. Right?
If you would.
Right. Unless we want to split up and go our merry ways.
I don't see why we would need to. But since you're the only one that knows where we're going.
That is true. He is right. And yeah, no.
And Brock looks at his really raggedy leather armor that he has, and he's like, yeah. And he feels the gold pouch that he has, which is full of who knows how much he doesn't know.
No, he wouldn't know. And obviously, there's some things in there, like a watch, and, a family portrait.
And an emerald.
And an emerald.
And he's like, yes, I'm with Tyrell. New armor.
New stuff.
Are you feeling alright, Brock?
Yes. If we pass a butcher shop, that would be nice.
Perhaps we should do that.
Look at him. And he just kind of, slaps you on the shoulder, and it's not that bad, but, I mean, it does shake you a little bit. Look at him! Just square in the face.
What was that?
He's warming up. He's actually asking for things now.
Perhaps
Step in the right
a good
direction.
idea.
Yeah, we should probably take him to a butcher shop.
We can do that. It's fine. Everything's around here. And
Don't
as you're
need him to
walking,
get bitey again.
as
That's
you're
why we're going to the
walking,
armor shop.
he does take you into town, and you can tell there's grass everywhere. It's beautiful. This place is like a French Riviera, as I've stated multiple times. There's lines of shops, and you can tell this is a specifically shopping district. And he knew exactly where to get to it. It didn't take you no time. And it's just lines and lines of shops. And there's couples out shopping. There are women with parasols. There are a couple of ladies just by themselves together. Again, you see a couple of the Ganassi and scholarly robes that you now notice resemble a lot to what the Viscount was wearing when you all were speaking with him. They've got books in their arms. You see little kids running around. It's a very warm, inviting place. There are trees everywhere. The smell of fresh baked bread and what we would know to be coffee. Maybe some sweets. There are some street vendors who are handing out balloons to kids, doing balloon animals. It's very lively. So it's definitely not something you're used to. You kind of are used to it because you've seen it on your island, but you've not been able to really enjoy it, but you've seen it. Very different than what you're used to. You're used to very rigid city.
Mm-hmm.
It's a completely different culture.
Yeah, it is a completely different culture
This is
for you.
Night and
So
day.
you're used to
Lily's just kind of whatever.
Same energy, completely.
You're
different
used to
vibe.
no, it's almost a little bit of a different energy because you're
yeah.
used to bazaars and stuff where
Yeah.
people are trading things.
Lots of yelling.
Yeah, and yelling at one another, talking very loud. This is very warm, inviting. Everybody's really friendly and they're very well kept. You're used to very much more bazaars and trading, that sort of stuff. But Amish just kind of wandering around, and I think it was here the last time, and he takes you right into the armory. And when you walk in, there's it's like a I'm gonna say it's a seder. That's the armory is it's pretty small because all of the shops are butted up against one another. They're sharing a wall almost. And the armorer is actually currently working on sharpening a sword, but he has the basic armor stuff. There's swords and axes and all of that along the walls, all the weapons, different types of chainmail and plated armor. There's the giant the siphon thing, the
The bellows?
thank you. blowing the coals and everything that he's working on, and he's currently sharpening it while you all walk in. And when you walk in, the door, Amer shoves the door open like he owns the place, and it goes ding 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 as it rings a little bell. And Amer's like, I don't know what we want. What do you want? And he looks at you and kind of steps to the side.
So I'm gonna come in, take my helmet off, and take my shield off, and kind of set it on his counter. Like, excuse me, sir. Is there any way that you could add to this helmet a chainmail net guard that comes down, but kind of drapes over the shoulders of this armor, if you would?
He said, I want to protect my little neck. Because he's at one of those spinning wheels where he's sharpening the sword. When
A grinding
you all,
wheel?
yeah, when you all walk in, he kind of just like sits it back on the little stand that's right before the coals, and he turns around when you set it on the thing. He kind of comes up to the table and kind of leans on it, talking while you're talking, looking at your helmet on the same side of the table as you. He's like, why do you want to do that?
Let's say I've had a recent encounter with a bite to the neck, and I'd like to do the best to make sure that doesn't happen again. If you could upgrade those chin straps, that'd be very nice too.
Yeah. So you want chainmail? Do you want it to be the same? And he kind of picks up the helmet and he kind of tink tink tink, and he's like, "This is some strong stuff. You want the same chainmail on it and everything?"
It depends on how much that will set me back to make it out of the same material.
Well, obviously the chainmail normal iron's going to be a lot cheaper, but this is the fancy armor from the holy people. Are you sure you want to put cheap chainmail on that?
And how much are we talking to make it match?
Well, and Amber's like, don't worry about it. Be all right. Just do it for him, right? And then he looks over and he's like, oh, all right. I mean, yeah, if the Duke's saying so, sure, why not? And he just takes the helmet. He's like, I'll be right back. Let me make sure I got the stuff for you. He walks to the shop.
Shouldn't he know how much it is going to cost first?
Amber's like, no.
But that's not the only thing
Yeah,
I
he's just
wanted.
going to check to see if he has the same materials. Because if you're wanting that, then
Yeah.
he doesn't want to say, yeah, I can absolutely do it unless he says it first. But he's back there for.
Well, while he's back there, I'm going to peruse around the shop. Is there any nice, like, one-hand war axes?
Yeah, there's probably one that's super nice. It's probably more like what yours is, the steel and everything, the same steel, and then there's probably another one that's looks a lot nicer than a regular axe, but it's like an in between of like what yours is and like a normal axe, like what Lily has.
I'm going to pick up the first one that you described.
Okay.
And
What's what kind of steel is yours again?
it's
Steel.
Damascus.
Thank you. I knew it started with D, but I couldn't
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
I kept wanting to say Durasteel, even though I knew that wasn't it.
Yeah.
But Damascus.
And I'm going to set it down on top of my shield for whenever he comes back.
Okay. Yeah, and it doesn't take him that long. So it maybe takes him like 2-3 minutes, and he comes out. He's like, "Yeah, I got plenty of this stuff back there. So whatever you need."
Yeah, just go ahead and put that chainmail neck guard on, if you would.
Yeah.
And then this axe, I'll kind of look around, and I'll see where everybody is. Is there any way you could put some silver plating on the axe?
He looks at it. He's like, "On the Damascus?"
Yes. It doesn't have to be the entire thing, but as long as the edge is coated.
I mean, yeah, I can do that. Why? I don't know. I guess you don't need to tell me, but
for the same reason that I'm getting the chainmail put on.
oh, all right. Yeah, I can
And
do
then with the shield, could you also work some silver into it as well?
that. Yeah, sure.
All right.
Do either of you need any Do you need any weapons?
Or armor.
Yeah, Brock was gonna
Yeah, if Brock
walk
would like
around
to, if Brock would like to peruse.
and try to find a leather armor like the one he's looking for, one that he has on.
What kind of armor do you have on? Do you have like a little belt? Do you have like a little chainmail thing? What do you got going on?
It's the normal leather armor.
So do you
So,
have like
I'm
arm
gonna
guards? Is
say-
it just like a chest piece?
Oh man.
Gotta do that character customization.
Let's nothing on the arms. I'm gonna say it's just the chest piece.
I'm sure that Amer's probably, because he sees you looking around, he probably will help you pick out a couple of things. And he'll like, he's so much shorter than you, he'll pick it up and he'll like,
Crouch down.
I love them so much. He's like, yeah, the color doesn't match your eyes. I don't like it. This one.
I don't think that matters.
It sure does. This one clashes with your skin.
Amer says it does, and he knows about clothes.
Amer knows about clothes, indeed.
I'm sure
And
he
he puts
does.
it away and he grabs another one. He's like, this one, and it's a really nice black leather, and it is thick. It's like, it's light armor, but it's thick armor. It's gonna be really
Yeah.
nice. And it is just a chest piece.
Is it like mechanically wise, like regular leather, or is it like studded leather?
It's like
Studded leather is technically still a light armor. I
It's
believe.
studded leather. Yeah, it's heavy.
Got a little bit
Heavy.
of an armor upgrade.
It's like it would be considered medium armor technically because of how nice it is, but it is
It's
light armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Love me some studded
he
leather.
doesn't even look at or ask about a price. He just kind of sets it on the counter. He's like, and that as well, please. And the armor, like, cause he's kind of taken notes from what Tyrell asked him about, and he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Anyone else?
Lily's gonna walk up and like take her axe out from her back and stand it next to her, and it's taller than her. Like
Well, yeah, she's 5 foot, so yeah.
she's 5'4", and like this, the handle comes up probably about like to her chest, and then the axe is. Can you sharpen this for me?
I mean, yeah, that's fine. I can do that.
Thanks.
Did you want anything else to it? Any imbuing? Anything like that?
No.
Alright. Yeah, I can do that. Seems simple enough. And what about you? Anything?
I'm good, thank you.
Nothing for that pretty axe you got there?
Scythe.
Yeah, I said.
You did
Sorry,
say
I was
axe.
thinking scythe. There's so many axe talks going on here that I was thinking axe. Yeah, that pretty scythe you got there. Alright.
And when you
Don't touch my scythe.
when you ask Brock about weapons, he'll be like, no, Brock's okay, and he'll conjure the little lavender, broken, jaggedy
Yeah.
dagger. Haha.
You don't want any backup weapons?
Does Brock need backup weapon?
I feel like it could be useful. That is magical, correct?
Yes.
If we're in an area that we cannot cast magic, it might be beneficial to have a physical dagger.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want one, why not?
And he will peruse the daggers.
Peruse lay daggers. And Amber's like, let me help you, buddy. And he goes through and he does help you find one. And he finds you a nice one. It's ornate, but not ornate in the way that it looks like a letter opener. Not like the one that he has on his thigh. But it's ornate enough that it would catch Brock's eye and he'd be like, mine? Fancy. And he hands it to you and he's like, I think that one will do perfect.
Yes.
Exactly, right. That one too, please. Amber calls from across the store. That one too, please, if you will.
He waves it at the guy.
And the satyr's like, all right. He puts it on the tab. Anyone else? Did you want to do anything with that, the rest of your pretty armor there? Want me to shine it up or anything?
Yeah, you could shine it up if you would. That'd be wonderful. And I'll just start taking it all off.
Cool.
How
All right.
much is this going to cost us?
nothing. I said it was fine. The Duke asked for it, so.
Kind of like looks at Amber like.
And Amer's still like looking at
You?
some of
What?
the like leather armor like shirts or whatever, and you're looking at him. He's like, what?
He's not gonna say anything. Not here anyway, at
What?
least.
All right. So we'll be back later for it. Thank you. And he just ting 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 on the door and walks out.
So.
What?
Kind of points at him. Gestures back to the shop.
Do you know how to use your words?
Why are we getting this for? I'm assuming free.
Yeah, I might tip him a little bit. I mean, he's a good guy. But does good work.
And
that's
about
for sure.
being a duke.
What do you mean? I mean, yeah, I'm a duke, so my father's a governor. Right? Is that
Just interesting is all.
well, Hyrule says that to me all the time. I am quite interesting. Yeah, my father's a duke. Or my father is a governor, and I'm a duke. I have a brother, and I have a younger sister. Does that satisfy you? You want to know more?
Just asking a question.
So, where to now? We just have to wait for our stuff to be finished.
Probably the wilderness camping supplies.
Keeping supplies.
And a butcher shop.
Butcher shop. Along the way is a butcher shop. Going to that place. I would like to get new, and he kind of points to himself, clothes. I've been wearing this vest for a sinful amount of time. Can't have that. So, I'd also like to stop at a clothing store.
And
I'm
maybe
sure-
somewhere that's an apothecary. Now that I
It's-
think about it.
Potions would be nice, yes.
Yeah, we can do that. I'm sure that we all need a change of clothes anyway, right? So, like,
No.
in case you need to change into you need a change of clothes, yes.
They're
So
clean.
in case you want to do your party trick again,
Fair enough.
so that way we can get you more clothes. There's
Brock,
no,
Brock got new clothes.
but
You could always have more.
Yeah, if something happens to those, might as well have a new one, right?
It's
Okay.
always better to be prepared.
Right. So let's go there as well. On the way is the butcher shop, so we can get some stuff there, right?
Alright.
Alright. And as you pass by, there are people like the vendors who are reaching out to you guys, kind of like they do at the mall, where they're like, do you want some bread? Do you want some drinks? Do you need some balloons, flowers? Like the people reaching out to you.
You
And-
just look over and Brock's got everything in his arms.
Yeah, it's like
Yes.
yes, yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
Especially,
He's like, wait, you
especially,
have to pay!
yeah, especially the flower one. Brock would stop at that one.
Yeah, if you, I'm assuming you would want to stop at the flowers as well.
But also, I will say, as we are traveling through the city, Brock is kind of walking like this
Yeah.
because the smell of everyone.
Just a moment, and Amer gets in his little pocket and he pulls out this little handkerchief that he has, and it actually you can't see it, but it's like red and orange striped, and it's a little
Oh.
bit bigger. It's literally right here
Yeah,
on
that's
my
what I
desk.
remember.
I use it as a thing. But he like lean down here. He kind of wraps it around your face so it kind of covers your nose and it just covers the rest of your face like a mask. That should help, right? You can still
Yes.
smell it, but it's a little bit. It does
Yes.
dampen it down a little
Yes.
bit more for you.
That smells like Amer.
You look like
Yeah,
a
it
band.
does. And fresh laundry.
Rogie
But
boy.
yeah.
Ooh. I said a little rogie boy, and then I got a cold chill.
Oh, well, are you predicting some things?
I don't know.
He's flashbacks to the bite.
Yeah, I'm now unprotected. I only have a hammer.
But
You're gonna say the vibe,
yeah.
Jesus.
So yeah,
I
if you
was
guys
just gonna say that.
if you guys want to stop at the flower thing, you can.
Mhm.
And it's probably like an elven woman and she's taking care of these very freshly curated flowers, and you recognize a lot of them. You don't, but you're like, oh, those are pretty, primty flowers. And she's like, oh, hello, what can I do for you?
Gets in her bag and pulls out the book, and she flips to like the newer stuff, and she just starts asking her questions about the flower there's no name to that she knows of. Just starts asking.
Yeah, and pretty much every question you ask, the lady has a name for all of the flowers you show her, and she's like, oh yes, that one's so hard to find, I'm surprised you found it. And she's, talking to you guys very excitedly about it, and
Lily's trying not to cry.
Yeah, she does give you a couple of, because you know how flowers do, sometimes they fall off, like the stems and stuff, so she can't sell them, and so she doesn't throw them away. And she's wearing like a pretty sun hat that has some of those flowers in it, and she's got like long blonde hair, and she's wearing a little sundress, definitely looks the part. And she's like, if you want some of these, I usually just throw them away, so you're more than welcome to them.
Like, Lily's trying not to, she's can't breathe, she's so excited.
Do you have spark flower?
I'm sorry, I don't think I'm familiar with that.
And she pulls out the flower that he's talking about.
Oh.
It's fun. When you pick it, it goes.
Oh, little zabby one.
Oh, really? No, I've not seen that one before. Interesting.
Oh.
No, and that's so interesting. Do you mind if I take it?
Oh, go ahead. I picked a handful of them just so that I can study it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And she takes it and kind of just sits it down. I've never seen something like that before. It's so interesting. Well, thank you for sharing with me. No, I don't have any of those. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Can Brock have red, blue, yellow?
Yes, of course. And she there are some in front of her, but there are some up in pots and stuff, and she just kind of picks it out, picks a couple of out, and she's like, here you go. And she kind of wraps them up in a little bit of a paper and gives them to you. Wonderful. If you just have a gold piece.
And she digs in her coin pouch.
Coin purse.
Because I can't talk. And sets down 11 gold pieces and slides it to her.
Oh, well, thank you. There's no need for that.
No,
I
you've been
appreciate
super
it.
kind to us today.
Well,
thank you.
I don't usually get a lot of people that actually sit and talk to me about them, so thank you.
Well, if we're ever back in the city, we'll be back.
Oh, wonderful. I really appreciate it. My name is Leliana.
I'm Brock.
It's wonderful to meet you, Brock. And you?
Lily.
Well, of course. Yeah, but thank you. I would really appreciate the support. It means a lot. Thank you.
Of course.
And then Brock draws his dagger.
Oh.
And he pokes holes in his shirt.
Buddy, no.
And then he puts the flowers through, so it's.
Just got that.
This is why Amber suggested getting more clothes, just in case. And she's like,
Brock.
it looks lovely on you.
Yes.
Thanks.
Ready to go find the butcher shop?
Yes.
During this, what are Cyrus and Tyrell doing?
I'm assuming, dads take their kids shopping at the mall, and they're just kind of they're letting them run around. They're just kind of standing there off the side.
Watching. Yeah, they're
waiting.
we're giving off dad vibes.
with your other little boy who's just standing there.
Yeah, we're giving off dad vibes.
Yeah.
Just watching,
Hey, come
he
on.
just poked holes in his brand new
we
shirt.
gotta go.
Why?
Hey,
Why
and
would he do
Amber,
that?
Should have some joy in his life.
Amber has one of his hands in the thumb of his his thumb wrapped around his suspenders or whatever, and the other one's on his hip or something. And he's like, "This is why I said you had to have an extra pair of clothes for him."
I understand.
Yes.
All right. Are you all ready to go to the butcher shop?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Come on, children, let's go.
All right, this way, and he just keeps marching with his head held high, like he's in his zone.
Brock would hurriedly go to catch up with Amber, and
Scuttle.
then he'd be like, look.
All right, I see that. That's nice, buddy. Did you pick those out yourself?
I did.
Those are nice. I like them. They match your skin and stuff. It's pretty.
Oh.
Yeah. But he wouldn't know that. Well, I guess he would because he could see it, but he wouldn't know what his face looked like.
Well, I mean, he did at one point.
Yeah, but he might have forgotten. Like, he might have been like,
We don't know how old you are, technically.
technically. Yeah, it's awesome.
And you can see that Lily's got all those flowers sticking out of her bag.
Seems like you all made off pretty well then.
Yes.
So, the butcher should be around this corner. So, and he turns the corner, and he's like, so if we want to go right in there, and when you walk in, there's, it's about the same size. I mean, all these shops when you go in are pretty similar sizes, and shapes on the inside. This one's a little bit longer than the armorer was, and the most of it is just a countertop and some like fridges or whatever on one side. I say fridges, casing ice boxes is what you would have now, which again is not something that anyone, even specifically you either, are used to seeing ice boxes where they actually run on magic that keep the meat cold. It's something that is very new to everyone, except Amer, who's very used to it. And he goes right over to one of the ice boxes, opens it up, grabs a couple of things out of it, and shuts the door, and just kind of throws it up on the counter. He's like, anyone want anything?
Oh, yes.
What do you want?
Brock will peruse, and he'll find something that looks really bloody red.
Actually, and Amer kind of comes up to you, if you want something like that, they can actually cut something for you fresh, if you'd rather.
Wow.
Yeah. Just for you.
Give him the whole live pig.
Yeah. Can I just have a dead pig, actually?
We said not going again. I'm just.
There's nothing we can do about it.
Well, I mean, you told me to unplug the thing, but if you want to keep it, then we'll keep it.
Well, what happened when you unplugged it? Did it go echoey because you unplugged it? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know how long we've been echoey.
I
So
know.
if you unplug it, it doesn't matter.
That's why we have this.
We're about to take a break anyway. So after we do the meat thing, we can unplug it during break or something. But
So, yeah. Fresh.
fresh, right. And there's a little bell and he kind of ting 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 ting. Anybody, and while he's waiting, he's like, anybody else want anything?
This trip is just for him unless he wants something.
Well, I mean, we're gonna be in town for a little bit. We're gonna be hungry. If we want something now. So I grabbed a couple of things. So,
Oh, give me a couple ribeyes.
It does look good.
he's like, well, if you want something,
I'll take about 2 pounds of ribeye.
alright.
2 pounds?
2
He
pounds.
said 2 pounds. 2 of them.
Is there
of them.
fish?
There's everything.
That rainbow trout though.
Meat-wise, everything, yeah. Do you, I mean, you can't see it though because the ice boxes are completely closed. So you're probably going to be looking around for a minute. Do you want to?
Yeah, he'll go look for like a salmon or rainbow trout or something.
And
He's feeling fish right now.
while you're looking, because you're obviously having a hard time trying
Well.
to find it, Amer's like, are you looking for something in particular?
Just something seafood I'm feeling.
Right. As anything specific?
Do you have salmon and or rainbow trout here?
I mean, I think the fish are over here, and Amer kind of like pulls
He
you
was
to-
really uncomfortable. He's like, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what these things are.
pulls you to one side, and there's like a specific ice box, and he opens it up, and you're like, what? Like, it's cold in this box? That's weird. Like, you're not used to that. And Amer just kind of
He's like investigating it. Like, where is it coming from?
Amer just kind of looks at you funny. He's like, it's magic. You're not going to be able to see. It's not
Weird.
I mean, I could see if I wanted to.
If we wanted to.
there's no weird anything to it. It's just magic. I don't know exactly what you're looking for, but this is the fish. So
This will do, and he'll just go grab one. Just one.
all right. And he kind of closes it. You don't want anything else? We're gonna be out here all day probably, and I mean there's food on the rail cars, but I don't know if they're gonna have fish. It kind of depends on the day. If you want to grab something extra, just in case.
No.
Right.
Just kind of shuffles a little awkwardly. He's
Okay.
like, I don't really know what I'm doing in here.
So
kind Puts it on the pile.
it's like
the
a
really
couple of-
tasty looking pile.
It's a couple of minutes later. It does take somebody a while to come out, but you see a little a dwarf guy comes out and he's like wiping off his hands. He's like, "What do you want?" "Oh, sorry. Didn't really think that it would be new people. Did you guys get what you need?"
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, cool. And he like walks over to the little counter area where he sees all the stuff, and then he sees Amber, and he's like, "Oh, didn't think I'd see you here again. All right, so yeah, let me just mark down what you have." And he marks it down. He's like, "You guys are good to go." And Amber just kind of like whoop, takes it into a bag and let's
Does
go.
everyone know you?
What do you mean?
That's 2 shops in a row that have just given us.
The stuff that we
goods.
need.
Well, I mean, yeah. I suppose. I mean, I know some of these people. I didn't particularly know him. I recognize him, but clearly he recognizes me, so... I mean, I'm a governor's son. I'm a duke. I'm here a lot. Was here a lot. So...
Alright.
But we got our stuff, right? Food, good. We're great. Awesome. So...
Out we go.
Apothecary and clothes, right? And what else? Something
Camping
else. Camping supplies.
And
Right.
maybe magic items, if anybody has any of that.
They were going to be apothecary too.
So, like a trinket shop that might have some, like a... I'm sure I can find one of those for us. And he leads you off to the clothing store. We are at 3 hours and 3 minutes if we want to take a break.
Yes. I
Starting
have
to get a little
to
hungry.
tinkle and hungry.
I am quite hungry. But yeah, so we'll take, I'm going to give us another 40 minutes because the 40 minutes did a really good
Yeah,
job
that's
last
fine.
time. So we have time to actually eat and stuff.
I don't think it was exact.
No,
I don't
but
think,
on an average,
Yeah,
40 minutes, whatever.
We'll do our best.
give us time to get food and then
And
eat the food.
So we will be right back.
Are we setting a timer?
You know what? You've been good this episode. I only have 1 tick that I've caught.
Well,
I have been focused on.
I have been pretty. I mean, because Amer's been talking more, just less
Busy?
less me. So, less DMing, more role playing.
We need to put under the content warning a new thing. It says simping for Tyrell.
Major simping involved.
Just put a little counter right there in that corner.
Right there.
Right there.
All right. Now we're back. I gotta turn pocket bar back on. Is the speaker still on?
Oh, the speaker. We're echoey again.
I mean,
We'll have to live with it.
yeah. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do.
Until, those 4 lapel mics, and only 3 of them came because one of those missing the box.
Yeah, which is really cool. Because we can just use mine. I can just use my mic for myself, but you all, we gotta figure ourselves something out for that.
We'll just have to put at the very beginning that it's echoey. There's nothing we can do.
I feel like they know at this point.
It's just very
We are
irritating.
trying.
Yeah.
Just need that new
It's just very
computer.
irritating because the sound quality is really, really bad. And I don't really care necessarily for Twitch because people can see us. It does still sound bad. But for podcast, it's really awful. It's really awful. But, anyway.
Once we get a new computer, it'll be fine.
Before the break, we met with the Viscount. We got a new task, a very important, heavy task from him to do, and and we are currently shopping for all of the supplies that we need. So we are on our way to either the clothing store, the Magic Emporium, which is what I was trying to figure out, and then the apothecary.
I feel like we were going from the butcher to the camping supplies store, but then he rerouted and went to the clothing store.
Yeah, because
Well-
somebody poked holes in their clothes to put flowers in it.
You also have to think on your way too as well. He said it's this way. That doesn't mean that the clothing shop or the apothecary or whatever is on the way to that place. So, yes, we are now stopping at the clothing store, which has some clothes on the outside on like hangers and like on little mannequins and stuff. And you can tell these are really nice clothes too. Like, this isn't just like some pop-up shop. This is a very finely crafted like clothing store. And Amber's just like, it's so good to be back. And then just like walks in. He's like so excited. And he walks in, doesn't ask if anybody else is coming. He goes straight in.
And Brock is right behind.
Of course he is.
And when he enters, he is just blown away.
It is colorful.
He's going up to pretty much everything and is like, oh.
Yeah, it's very fine material. If anybody's been in a boutique shop, it's kind of like that, but it's like a boutique shop mixed matched. Wow, with like Versace, Gucci, like it's really high end stuff. So.
I think I need a fantasy Rolex.
Yeah. It's high end stuff. So, Amer just walks in like he owns the place and goes straight to like a certain area, and he's like going through some clothes. And there's like maybe some tables in the middle with some flowers on them, folded clothes that are really nice, mannequins are everywhere, soft lighting, there's probably a woman over by the counter, and she greets you all when you walk in, she's like, hello, just look around, and if you need any help, just let me know. And she's just doing her thing.
Tyrell will kind of look around for the more polo-y type shirts.
The
with
more
with collar,
Chad-esque shirts.
with collars and all that. Specifically go to the section of black.
Boy shirts.
Yeah. Tyrell needs some new frat boy shirts.
There's a section for that. And there's, again, it's so colorful. There's like wood floors, and so the color contrasts with the brown of the wood floors, and there's every color you can imagine. So it just depends on what exactly you're looking for that you can find.
I need a black one with gold threading around where the sleeves are.
Of course, yes.
I need one short sleeve and one long sleeve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure you can find that.
Yeah.
Lily's gonna stand outside. She's not comfortable.
Yeah, Cyrus doesn't really wanna.
Cyrus was told he needed new clothes. Cyrus
doesn't-
does not want new clothes.
He didn't want new clothes. He said, no, my clothes are fine. They're clean.
Speaking of that, so Amer's like looks around because he wants to make sure that Brock's in there so he can get him a new shirt or whatever, and he sees that you're in there, and he's like,
I'm assuming we're both outside.
where's everyone else at? And so he like kind of like pokes his head out. Are you not coming in?
No.
You're coming in.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
Why?
because we're getting you more clothes.
What
You-
I have is perfectly fine.
You're going to need them, I'm sure.
I have spares.
All right, I'll just buy you something. And he just shuts the door and goes,
Please don't do that.
She's laughing to herself.
Don't do that.
no, he's absolutely gonna do it.
It's gone.
Yeah, he's already gone. And he's like, all right, I'll just grab you something then. I gave you the chance.
His measurements are about.
His measurements are wide and tall. Gotcha.
You get the baggiest shirt.
He just looks over at you. Just.
You're gonna enjoy the whatever clothing Amber gives you.
No.
She's
No,
writing
no.
stuff down.
I'm just remembering what we're getting so that I don't forget.
Oh, I got it.
Like,
Okay.
Don't worry, I already have our list.
You don't trust that, do you?
I don't trust anything that goes on behind that
No.
screen because I've been back there and
No,
I know
yeah.
what I used to do.
Yeah, no.
yeah.
She rolled randomly
Write
at
down
one
one
point.
thing, say another.
Oh, I used to do that. Like my players would be talking, I'd just be like,
Just a psych roll?
Yeah.
they'd be like, "What's that?"
No.
Psychic damage. it's a d6 of psychic
Write
damage.
down one thing, say another.
But
It's a lot of lying.
yeah, so Tyrell, you find your shirts. Actually, somebody comes from the back because there's like dressing rooms and stuff in the back. I need a list of some of the races because I forget some of the races and I'm like, oh, I should have done that instead.
There's
Comb.
furballs. There's.
Yep. It's a.
There's dragonborns.
Well, I have to think about what's in the area as well.
Oh, okay.
That's the only thing. That's the reason why I need it. But it's okay. So it's probably a half elven woman that comes out then. And she's like, "Well, hello, new people, Aimer!" And she like runs over and she hugs her. And she's
yeah.
taller than him, so
Everybody
she,
is.
Yeah.
you know, naturally. Except I guess dwarves. But she hugs him and she's like, "It's so good to see you again. Thank you for coming back." And she kind of shows him some of the new stuff, and he already has like clothes, so many.
Aimer in a natural habitat.
Mhm.
Literally.
And then she sees you, and she's like, "Oh, you must be with Aimer then."
Yes.
Of course you are. And she sees you, and she's like, "You're one of the fathers I've heard about before."
Yes.
And he's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. Yes, that is what I am.
"Oh, that's so neat. I've heard of your people before. Like, you're a totally different race. Like, she's like, even though she's a half elf and you're a high elf, she still sees it as like your people." And do you wear anything other than that?
On occasion, sometimes to let loose.
Oh. And she's like, just straight blush. She's like, "Oh, okay, I see. Well, that's. Did you need anything? Did you all need like drinks or anything while you're here, like water or anything?
Yes.
You want some water?
Yes.
Okay."
All right, doesn't say anything about water. Yes, I'll take some water.
That's really funny.
Notes.
Give me just one moment.
Oh yes, your finest poison, please.
Yes, I would love some water with the spicy stuff in it, please. And she comes out a couple of minutes later with like
This
ice
water
cold
tastes like almonds.
glasses of water.
Yeah.
And Aimer's like, "I am going to go to the deck. I'm going to try some of this stuff on, make sure I like it, and you all can all about as you see fit." And he doesn't even ask, he just goes to the back. But yeah, so what do you all do? What are you looking for, looking at? I know that you said that, excuse me, that you had those shirts. Did you want to try them on? Did you want to, do you
I'll
just
go try 'em
assuming
on.
they fit?
I'll go try them on. They gotta fit like a typical high elf frat boy shirt.
Yeah. But she, the half elven lady, is like, "Just come with me and I'll get you a room then." And she shows you to the back, and they're just like curtain closes pretty much. And she's like, "If you need anything, just let me know. My name's Alistair, so you can just let me know." And she
Crowley?
No. But she just kind of lowers her head at you and then leaves you to your business. And Brock is by himself. I want everyone to know that Brock is by himself. In the store,
So he's just running around just feeling everything.
unattended, with the
Hey.
poor,
You want me to go in there?
poor human and half elven lady just staring at him like, "Oh,
Brock, do I need to go in there?
hello. Did you need anything specific? I see you have a couple of holes in your shirt."
Yes.
Oh. Okay. So if you're with Aimer, does he like to shop for you, or do you shop for yourself? I think I broke him. Is there anything that you see here that's interesting to you?
And he'll recall the collared shirt that Tyrell was looking at, and he'll go, yes.
He's, "I am Tyrell, yes." Okay.
Because then I can put the flaps up and it covers my yes.
What?
Yes.
Covers my yes.
Yeah, 'cause somebody's totally taking a bite out of you, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Okay, if that's what you want, sure. We're just gonna put it in a bag for you right now. We never usually have Aimer pay because he's just here all the time. So
Yes, Aimer gets lots of free stuff.
I'm sure he does. Yeah. But that's
Is it because he's a duke?
yes. It's
Oh.
because
A
of
duke?
it's because a duke. It's because of his father. Yes. And also he's just well known around here, so people love him.
Who's his dad?
I've never met him, but his dad is the governor of North Sunset. His name's Arthur Wilhelm. And he used to come here with his brother all the time, but apparently he's not with him right now, so...
Ah, yes. He has a brother and a younger sister.
Sure does. And sometimes we see... Usually it's just Amer and his brother that are here. We don't really see him ever traveling with his father, like his mother or anything, so... We usually just see Amer and his brother. And let me tell you, you could get those boys mixed up real easy.
Oh.
They look very similar, but I guess that's kind of what happens when you have a twin, so it kind of happens. They're a little different. They're a little different if you really look at them, but...
Oh. I see.
Does
Yes.
the other one play music really good?
That would be really funny. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you'll find out, huh? But yeah, so we usually don't see him by himself, but we've not seen him for a while, so...
Oh.
What?
Let's go.
Do you have backpacks?
We do have some bags if you want some. Did you want to look at some of them?
Carry all that shit.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And she kind of...
We will be going far and will need to carry things.
Okay. And she just kind of walks around the counter and shows you a couple of the bags. There are backpacks. There are satchels, like side sling bags, messenger bags, purses, obviously.
No, too small.
Yeah, there are ones that are like... And then there's like duffel bags, like overnight bags, like travel bags. And then there are actual like travelers' backpacks, travelers' messenger bags, just regular messenger bags.
Yes, so backpack.
Backpack? Did you care what color? Jonas is like, no, God, just give me a backpack.
Turquoise, please. Thank you.
Your choice is my favorite.
That sounds a lot like Jonas. That's weird.
I hate you.
Weird how Brock suddenly sounds like Jonas when it comes to customization choices. But she reaches up and she's like,
He really just said default.
Junior does prefer certain colors, so I'll pick this one. She pulls down like a more reddish brown tan bag, and she's like, I think this should be good, right? And it's a decent sized bag. I mean, you can fit stuff in there, like clothes or food, whatever you need. She's like, I'll set it back with your shirt, okay?
Okay.
Anything else?
Shirt. Oh, pants.
You need pants? Okay. And of course, you don't care. So, she's like, I'll pick, so she goes to ask you, and she's like, I'll pick something that I think Amer would like. And she goes through and she probably picks out like, so I think I said you had like what, just, you had a gray shirt and like brown pants or something like that, so
Yeah.
she'll probably pull out another pair of like black pants or something. What, do you know what color shirt you picked out? You just picked out a polo shirt, right?
Yeah.
No, doesn't matter the color.
Did you pick out the same one Tyrell picked out?
Police pick out the same one Tyrell picked out. You were like, his was black.
No, he probably just grabbed like
He'd probably
the
just go,
white one.
A random
This
shirt.
and
one.
was just like, yes.
This is a shirt. This one.
The green one, this one.
It has the poof.
It's I'm saying it's a green and blue one.
Ooh.
So, you know, like the really 90s ones that you get from a long time ago, where you flip the collar up and it's blue underneath. The air apostle ones.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, the air apostle ones that. Okay. Okay, so, once you all do that, Amer is enjoying himself, because again, it's like a boutique where you do the little curtain room things, and then you come out, and there's like a mirror here, and he's like, he's checking himself out, like he's having a good time.
Yeah, each time you all walk out, Brock will be like,
I only walk out twice, and it's the same shirt each
Oh,
time.
he does it each time.
Yeah, but just the only difference is one's short sleeve and one's long sleeve.
Oh, that's so funny. But Amer has, I mean, anything from super high end, nice, fancy to like weird looking. Like he has like one shirt that has like the ruffles around the neck and everything. And he's like, well, no. And he changes and changes and changes, and finally, after like 20-30 minutes, he finally finds like another spare outfit.
Yeah,
Only
after
one.
10 minutes, Tyrell's like, I got my 2 shirts, I'm good.
He's like,
Like, back out with Brock.
And after 10 minutes, Tyler probably pokes his head and going, what the fuck is taking so long?
I'm sure because so it's a straight shoot from the door to where the dressing rooms are, and like over here is where the checkout area is. And so you probably see Amer walk out and like he's like looking at himself and he's wearing these fancy clothes that you're like, you probably don't need those on a travel mission,
No.
buddy.
No, on a mission of investigation for the Viscount, you probably don't know.
But yeah, after that, I mean, does everybody else leave? Tyrell, do you take Brock out?
Yeah, I'll take Brock out. Leave
Oh.
Amer to his own devices.
It does take him, again, 20-30 minutes. But after that, he does come out and he has the backpack that you picked out. She picked out for you. And it's filled with the shirts you got, and the clothes that he picked out, the clothes you picked out as well. He's like, all right, I think we're good, right?
Took you long enough.
Listen, some of us need to make sure that we look nice. Some of us want to look nice. And he, like, looks you up and down like, obviously, not you.
I think I look just fine.
I'm sure you do.
Fine enough to work.
On to the next place.
So the apothecary, I think, at this point, we could split up, right? I mean, so the apothecary, and he, like, points, like, diagonally to where he is, and it's literally across the street, the apothecary. And then he says further down, like, to the right, is the...
Camping supply or
yes,
the magic
the
emporium?
camping supplies. And then we can all meet up and go to the Magic Emporium together, right? Because I'm sure we all want that.
Do you and I want to go to the camping? Because we're going to have to carry a lot of heavy stuff.
Yeah,
Brock
that's-
has a backpack.
I have a backpack too.
Do
Or
you want to
wanna
take
go
Brock,
the
or do you
magic-
want me to
do
take
you
Brock?
want to go to the apothecary and I'll go with Brock?
No,
I'll take
you do
Brock.
make a point. You should probably go to the
Camping.
camping supply.
So we'll go to the camping supply.
You're going with them?
I just said I'd take Brock because he's got the backpack.
Well, and also just somebody else to carry extra stuff, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can just let him know what you need.
Is there anything specific you two would like?
A backpack.
A backpack?
I don't go for long missions, so I don't necessarily have something to carry supplies.
All right. Backpack. Anything for you, Amer?
No, just tents, I suppose. Do we need tents? Do we want tents? How many do we want?
I'm going to need a tent.
Lily
So
gets her
what?
own tent.
So, one? I suppose we could share one.
1, 2.
Do you two want to share one?
Do you want your own tent
Do you
or?
need one?
Well, unless you want to sleep on the hard ground when
Or when
it's
it starts
raining.
raining.
We don't know where we're going to end up. We need to be prepared for any type of weather.
Do you want
So-
to share one?
That's fine.
So 3 tents. 1 personal tent, 2 two-person tents.
Does Cyrus need one for self and Shahara?
Shahara will
Shahara's
not be
with the
changing
Viscount.
or will not be changing us. Will not be joining us.
No, no, you're right.
Shahara will not be joining us.
He's going back to my home with a letter from my father.
Oh.
But since we rotate shifts anyway for taking watch for the night,
We could
it's
do
only
with
gonna be one
2
of us in
one-person
there at a time.
tents and 1 two-person tent. I'll make a note of that because I will forget.
2 1 person.
Are you all share?
Yeah, we're gonna share one. Or no, I guess we would need just one person, huh? Okay, that's fine. What kind of potions do you want to get? Aside from healing potions, of course.
That's going to come down to what potions she has for the game. Because I don't know of any other potions besides health potions.
That's really funny. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on what you guys are looking for. So that'll just be a discussion between. I mean, you know the potions that I usually use. So,
Yeah.
You can
They
just
vary.
assume. Yeah.
Just make sure we have enough health potions and anything that you would think would be of good value.
So. Okay. I'll do the Viscount.
Thank you. All right. To the camping store.
And I suppose.
And as you guys are going to leave, you just see Amor and Cyrus just. All right.
Thanks, Brock.
And
Bye.
I don't think we planned that one very well, did we? So, are you coming?
Yes.
All right.
I think only one of us is gonna make it back from this trip.
As we start to walk away, I look at Tyros and I give it 20 minutes before they kill each other.
Well,
We'll hear it.
10.
5.
3.
So, we'll do you guys first, and then we'll do this.
Yeah.
Because
that might take a while.
yeah,
gonna take a
this
minute.
is going to be long and interesting. But we'll do you all
Agonizing.
first. Yeah, when I say interesting, I mean agonizing. So you all follow Amor's instructions to where to go. He does also tell you that if you tell the people there that it's for the Wilhelms, that you'll just be able to take it.
You're using that everywhere.
I mean, that I don't know, but I know for sure that you'll be able to use it here. But yeah, you go to where Amor kind of guided you and told you, and sorry, excuse me. When you get there, again, it's the same layout as most of the other stores, and the person standing there is actually a half-orc man, and he's like, "Well, what can I do for you?"
We need to gather some supplies on the request of the Wilhelm family.
Oh, the Wilhelms. Weird. Is it? What was his name?
Amor?
Yeah, and his brother Magnus.
We're here on behalf of Amor.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah. If you need some tents and stuff, sure. So, what are you looking for?
Well, a few things. I need one very nice rugged backpack.
Okay.
I
Got
need
that.
2 one-person tents.
All right.
1 two-person tent.
Okay.
Some fire starters.
Fire starters.
A shovel.
Shovel.
A wood axe.
All right.
And let me think. A fishing pole, if you would have one.
Will we need cooking supplies, like cooking?
And cooking supplies.
So the basics.
If
Right.
if it covers that, yeah.
All right, the basics.
Do we need anything else? Ooh, should we get a hammock?
If you want a hammock, you're
I want a
carrying
hammock.
it. All right, you're carrying
Oh,
the hammock.
What's a hammock?
We'll find out, Brock.
Is it made of ham? You
No,
eat it?
no, it's cloth that you tie between 2
No,
tents.
no,
and you
he's
lay
right.
it.
You know what ham is, though.
Oh.
It's very
True.
comfortable. It's very comfortable.
Oh.
And of course, I'll carry it.
So we need to keep it light enough to split between all of us carrying it.
No, when I go to the Emporium, I'm gonna look for a bag.
What all did I say? I didn't write any of it down.
Okay, hold on. Everyone stop so I can recall it. So you said the tents,
Yep, I got that.
the fire starter,
Fire
a
starter.
wood axe, fishing rod, the cooking supplies, and the hammock,
I think that was it.
and there was one more thing.
Shovel.
Shovel. That.
It wasn't that big of a deal. I would have just given you the basics.
No. I think that's right down the
Which is
list.
the reason why I said yes, the basics.
I feel like there was one more thing that you said before the tents.
What's the
No.
backpack?
Do you have for like rabbits? You set the thing and the rabbit goes in and then
Oh, trap.
Trap.
A snare.
yes.
We got that. Do you need that?
Yes please.
Yeah, alright.
Carnival, no.
We put it down there for you.
It's a Galen move.
Hey, yo!
It needs to be really big.
Just put Torin right in the middle of it.
It needs to fit a very tall lady in the middle so that her husband can come and try to save her. He falls for that trick every time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me get that stuff for you. And he goes to the back and he starts to gather. So you see that he's going to like the wall and grabbing some things down. He actually gets the backpack first and just starts kind of shoveling stuff in the backpack. And while he's putting stuff in the backpack and kind of running around the store, he's like, "So you said this is for Aimer, right?"
Yes.
So,
Yes.
but not his brother.
No, I've never met his brother.
So weird. I don't know why they're not traveling together. Oh well. And I've never known Aimer to really have any friends. That's odd. Is he
It's
with his family?
been recent that we've become friends.
He's trying new things.
No. That doesn't sound like something he would do. Alright.
Well, as Aimer told me, he's awesome. So Aimer should have all the friends.
And the half-orc kind of laughs. He's like, I'm sure he did say that, yes. And he's just kind of shoveling some stuff in bags, and he ties it up, and he hands it to you, and he's like, yeah, well, there you go.
Do you want me to carry it?
And it's like one bag, and then maybe there's like another bag.
Well,
that
I have
has
my
some-
backpack, so he can
Yeah, that
put
has
stuff in there.
like the shovel is tied to the bag that you all bought or whatever. The tents have their own little
Do you have
strap
a
up
backpack?
stuff.
No. She has a bag that she has on her hip.
I'm talking about the bag that you all bought.
Yeah.
It's
I was wondering
strapped up.
how
You might need
Lily's
another
going
one.
to carry some of this
You're
stuff.
probably gonna need another one.
Lily, would you like your own backpack?
I'm planning on getting a bag of holding when we go to the Emporium.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe you can
There's
find one.
there.
If we find one there.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Go ahead and give us another
Better to have an
backpack,
extra bag than if they don't have
Alright.
one. Then you can carry the stuff.
Backpack with your hammock in it.
Yep.
And your
Yes.
personal tent.
Yep.
While you're something other.
So yeah, I
Rock's
mean,
gonna love the hammock.
it's gonna be so funny. But I mean, yeah. If you all need anything else, just come back.
Alright. If we need anything before we depart the city, we will be back.
It's wonderful to see you. Tell him I said hi. Be nice to
What-
see him again.
What was your name?
Um,
You said to
It's a tone.
tell him to say hi.
Give me a moment. I hate it when you do this to me. Mikhail.
Kyle?
Mikhail.
Mikhail.
Mikhail. Yep. Mikhail.
Actually,
Mikhail. It's the first one I saw.
Alright.
Thank you, Matt Mercer, for the tip. Because my brain said Derek, and I said no. No.
There's a lot of NPCs in my games named Steve and John and,
yeah.
and Priscilla.
Kyle. Yeah,
I
it's
love the Priscilla.
Yeah, no,
That's
definitely
Normal name's Priscilla.
definitely a half-orc name, Mikhail.
what's her last name? Presley?
No. I never gave them last names.
If you ask me for last names, I think I'm gonna have to TPK the whole entire group.
We did just split the party, who knows? And I don't have any armor or shields.
Nope.
Or your weapons.
Just hand it back to her.
No, you have your hammer.
That's all I have.
We remember it's been used.
Oh yeah.
And Lily doesn't have her axe.
I have no idea what to go back there.
But yeah, so you all have your stuff, and so now,
On to the agonizing
yeah,
part.
the Magic Emporium, Aimer did also tell you where to go to meet up with him and Cyrus later. So whenever we meet up there, you all will be waiting there for them. Excuse me.
And here's the part where this is what it's like in real life, where these two bicker.
Yeah. Except Cyrus is a lot
No,
more loud.
no,
Or
we're
I mean,
not mean.
Cyrus is a lot quieter.
Yeah.
Aimer's just mean to him.
Yeah.
And he gets to the door and he just kind of stands there and he's like, "So I suppose you're coming in with me then?"
I was planning on it.
All right. And he just walks
Oh,
in. So he's like,
I'm gonna need this.
I don't think I have to ask, but is there anything? And he's looking on the wall as he's talking to you, Cyrus. Is there anything in particular that you want, or can you just do everything yourself and don't need anybody to help you? He's just perusing.
What is that supposed to mean? We need healing potions.
Well, yeah, obviously. Gonna get those, but
What? Paint me a picture, DM. What's on the walls?
so when you walk in, no, you walk in.
There's nothing there. It's so weird.
Suddenly, it's just a black hole, and you get sucked up. Not Amer though, just Cyrus.
The whole wall was a mimic.
The whole store is a mimic.
We got bigger problems than illness.
Along the wall, it's just shelves from floor to ceiling, pretty much, and it's all different types of potions, so different colors, different shapes of bottles, very odd. Some of them are really big, some of them are really small. And if you want to know, there is
Yeah, if I just read some of the labels, like what kind of stuff do they have?
well, the potion of speed, potion of resistance, potion of gaseous form.
Okay, so it's like a mishmash.
Yeah, it's just tons of different stuff. Giant strength, flying, mind reading, that sort of stuff. So pretty much everything. And there's like a specific section for. It's like a sunglasses store when you walk in. It's like
Just like shelves of stuff.
yeah, so like they're all mixed matched pretty much, and then there's like the health potion section. Like you have the glasses section and the sunglasses section, and they're all intertwined, and you're like, I don't know what the frick some of these names are, but yeah. And I mean they have all of the potions pretty much. I mean other than super rare potions, but
Just pull up.
climbing, invisibility, animal friendship, mind reading, filter of love. Interesting. Oil of slipperiness,
Just saying.
true sight, flying, giant strength, invulnerability,
Tyrell is a
clairvoyance.
holy man. Don't make him do this.
That's why it's a potion.
Don't date rape me.
I don't need that, please.
I'm a good little boy.
I'm a good little religious boy. Don't make me. I don't want a girlfriend.
Funny. Okay, just so I know, because I'm looking through the whole list. About what level do they stop? Because there's common, there's uncommon, there's rare.
There's not super rare ones, and there's not like legendary ones.
Okay, so the purple.
You're gonna have me going in too much detail that I didn't
I
plan
want
for.
to make sure that I'm staying within the range of the shop. I'm just kind of looking through the list.
Okay, some of those might not be on there though. That's what
I'm gonna ask.
Okay.
Well, maybe. What about necrotic resistance? Or water breathing?
Water breathing. Yeah, they'd be a water breathing one.
Poison resistance.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
that's probably gonna be useful.
Yeah, there'd probably be a couple of those. There's also probably a couple of spell scrolls as well. Which would probably have poison resistance as well.
I don't know, that's really all I'm seeing. Are you seeing anything that might be useful? Oil of slipperiness.
What did you say?
Oil of slipperiness.
Oh yeah, no, I have that up here on this as well. And Amber's looking through as well, and surprisingly, he's actually taking you pretty seriously at the moment. Because he's like, no. What'd you say? And he kind of gets closer to you and kind of like leans in towards the potion of poison resistance, and it's like, you said something about poison. Well,
I mean, if we're going to be dealing with something poisoning crops, I feel like it only makes sense.
I suppose.
It would be better as a spell, something that we can reuse over time, but I mean, it is here.
Yeah, I suppose. Might as well get as many as we can, right?
How many? I'm thinking 2 healing potions for all of us at a minimum.
That depends on which ones they have. And he goes over to the healing potion area, and it's yeah, they have all of them.
Cool.
They have Superior, Supreme, Regular, greater, all the good ones, all the goody boys.
How much? If I'm guessing there's tags like prices on
No.
the bottles. No.
No.
Oh,
And the attendant is not there at the moment.
cool. Well, do you have an idea how much like a superior one?
Not
would
here.
run?
And Amer's like, yeah, these I don't know the price of, and I don't think we're getting these for free, buddy.
Well, let's look at 10 superior for now, and if that's too much, then we'll move it down to graders.
Alright. He just kind of like and takes them. And there's like a little tray that you can put the like potions on, that way you don't have to carry like 10 and hope you don't drop them.
Yeah.
And he goes up to the counter and kind of sets them on there, and he's like, is there not? And he's looking around, there's no bells around, there's nothing. He's like, what is this under new management? This was not the way it was last time. He's looking around, real confused, like, what?
While he's doing that, I'm gonna grab. Let's just do 5 poison resistance so that we all have one.
How many?
5.
Okay.
Poison resistance. Just in cases.
And he's like, I can't get back there, because there's a door, like, here's the counter, and there's like a little separating door, and then the door to the back. And he's like, well, he just like does this really dramatic hand gesture, and then a version of him pops up, and he's like, just go back there and see if there's anybody back there, yeah? And he kind of like acts like he pats it on the back, and he just acts like he pats it on the back, and he's like, just go in there. And that version of Amer does. He's like, is that actually how I look? Like, is it him? Man, I'm handsome. Anyway, so, yeah, I suppose we just wait until somebody comes out.
I suppose.
And you hear in the back, oh! Oh, right, right. And then you don't see anybody actually come out at first. And then you look down and you're like, what? And it's a little gnome.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's an older male gnome. He kind of climbs up this little ladder that you didn't see was behind the counter. He's like, right, so what can I do for you?
We're just wondering how much all of these would cost us.
So what all did you get? You said you got...
So it'd be 10 superior, 5
10
poison
superior.
resistance.
You said 10 superior?
Yep.
And how many? You said 5 poison?
resistance.
Okay. It's like, whew, that's a lot. Are you going on a specific journey?
Yes.
Oh, alright. And he kind of like, he's got this little apron on, and he kind of like dusts his hands off. He's got some skewed glasses, or like little circles to fit his little eyes. And he's like, alright, well, he kind of goes over to this little abacus looking thing. He like kind of does some of the math, and he's like, I mean, the superiors are kind of expensive. You said superiors or supremes?
Superior.
Superior, okay.
And if the superiors are too much, we'll just take it up to the greater.
And Amber's like, or, and he just kind of like whew, slides right up to him. He's like, I don't know. This is apparently new management here. I'm not used to you. I'm Amer, Asa Niles Wilhelm, and he like bows his little bow, and he's like, so my father is a governor, and I'm a duke, so I'm quite popular around here. You can ask some of the other shop folk. How about, depending on whatever price it is, we half it. That way, we don't pay as much, but you still get my business, and I'll come back. How about that? And the little gnome's like, I don't know. Well, let me see. And he kind of does the math. I need to roll to see how well he recommends the guy. Oh, yeah, pretty darn well. Considering his stats, yeah. And the gnome's like, all right. I suppose we could do 100 gold.
That's it? For all of that.
he says he's a Wilhelm. I know the family. Not super well, but well enough. I've heard the name anyway. He went from Australia to country, but that's fine. We're here now. It's hard to keep up sometimes.
I'll give him 150.
Wonderful. So, we have our potions, and we're good. So now the
So
Imperial.
everyone add 1 potion, poison resistance and 2 superior healing potions to your inventory. Because I'm gonna split them up as soon as we get back.
What was the poison one? Poison resistance?
Poison resistance. And 2 superior healing potions.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, good old D&D Beyond doesn't have healing potions in here.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, you have to put in just healing.
Honestly, I think it's the regular healing potions that don't pull up, but every other healing potion.
Oh, yeah.
up
I just put in health.
Yeah,
Oh.
you
Yeah.
literally have to put in healing or
Healing.
health. It won't come up otherwise.
Yeah, it was potion superior.
2 of them.
2 of them.
I have, and I quote, little bag of sand. I don't know why I have that.
Probably because of the first time we tried to play.
I don't think so. No, I think that it just kind of. Oh, it's adventuring gear, so it's just starting equipment. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So I'm getting rid of that because I don't need a little bag
Do
of
I
sand.
have superior potions down here? And that all that
Yeah.
stuff that I
Mhm.
ordered?
You had a superior or
Yep.
a supreme, so
You should.
Excuse me while I go off camera.
it's a
But-
little
you all leave, and Amber's like, well, it's quite a walk to the Emporium, so. And he's just kind of like, do you do anything for fun?
You've already asked me. that
I know,
question.
and I did. I was not satisfied with your answer.
I'm sorry that you're not
Oh!
satisfied with the answer.
And he like pulls his bag around. He's like, and he like flips out this shirt. And he's like, I bought you a shirt. And oddly enough, it does look like something you would wear.
What is it?
So you have like that naturally high collar. It's like when I say high collared, it's like the
Yeah, it's,
turtle
it's like
mock neck,
yeah, it's one
no
of those, yeah.
sleeve shirt thing, right? It's like very tight fitting and everything. It's resembling to that. It doesn't have necessarily the mock neck. It has more of like a V shape to it.
Okay.
And it has like not cut off sleeves. It has maybe just a little bit lower than like your shoulder.
Okay.
And it's like a silver
It's kind of
gray
Is it
color.
like one of the built like a workout shirt? Because they're kind of
Yeah, it's not like a full like
Yeah,
how
yeah.
you'd have like a short sleeve
I
shirt.
only ever made one.
only
Superior.
one superior. Oh.
Yeah, we'll have to combine some of the other ones.
That's
later.
fine.
That's okay.
You can always just buy more dice like that.
Well, you can. There's so many of the regular ones down there.
That's
We
true
can
too.
combine them
I don't
together.
have a whole lot of room to have potions, honestly, so I'll
Well,
just use this.
We have one, and we can just use it 10 times.
Interchangeably, yeah.
But yeah, it's like the half short sleeve sort of thing. And it's more of like a gray silver color, not fully black.
No, it looks like a dark gray.
Yeah, like a
Like
heather
a
gray
steel
almost.
gray or whatever.
Yeah, like a heathered gray.
Mhm.
It's really it's really nice material too. And he just kind of folds it up, hands it to you, just keeps walking.
Thank you.
I don't know why you have to sound suspicious about it.
I don't mind it. So.
All right.
And I just keep walking.
Consider it a peace offering, I suppose. I think it makes everyone uncomfortable when I'm sheepish or mean around you. So now you can tell them I bought you something,
I'm
and
not sure sheepish would be the word, but.
I don't think I'm sheepish about anything actually. But now you
That's
can.
more accurate.
Yeah.
And now you can tell
Except when
them.
Cyrus apparently has his shirt off for whatever reason.
Yeah, he got really embarrassed about that. But now you can tell them that I bought you something out of the kindness of my heart.
Right.
And as far as he's walking, it's quiet.
Yup.
And if you don't have anything to say, then by the time
Cyrus is not one to say things.
by the time you all get to
Oh,
where
where's your note?
by the time you all get to where you're going, you all meet up at the same time.
Oh look, they're both alive, unscathed. It's a miracle.
I'm honestly surprised.
Me too.
I'm actually writing down my notes. Cyrus and Amber are getting along with like 13 question marks.
Well, I wouldn't say getting along.
They
just didn't
tolerate
feel-
each other a little better
That's-
now.
That's more getting along than they have been this entire time.
I suppose. But Amber walks up and he's like, "See, I can behave, just when I choose to."
We'll choose it more often.
Nah.
Cyrus starts divvying out all the potions.
Oh.
Mm. Hey, Brock, do you know what those are?
Drinks.
No,
Oh.
no, they're potions.
You know.
So he'll pull out his own. So with this color, it's when you get hurt.
Oh.
Well, I think maybe somebody should carry that for him.
I mean,
You don't want
Why?
him. You don't want him drinking it when he's not hurt enough to use it and
Oh.
waste it.
Is it?
Right?
So that one's big hurt.
Yes.
big hurt, yes.
Big hurt.
Big
Okay.
hurt, sure, yeah.
And this one,
Mm-hmm.
don't drink it until we tell you.
Got it.
Right. Sure.
I
Right.
trust him enough to be self-sufficient.
You don't think I do?
Never said that, did I?
Well, then why did you say that you did?
Here we go. That I don't trust you enough to be self-sufficient?
It's fine. It's whatever. So,
I'm missing something.
so you're standing in front of the Magic Emporium now, and it's actually,
Flirting.
huh?
What? What did you say?
Cyrus said, "Am I missing something?" And Lily said, "I'm not getting in the middle of you two flirting."
Oh, well.
That's a far stretch from what. All right. How loud do you say that?
Loud enough for Cyrus to hear it, so he could get red.
Yeah, well, I mean, that did work, yeah. Like, absolutely not. No. Shuffles away for
No.
No.
No what?
So, where are we going?
Oh, all right. Here, and he points right in front of you all.
Doesn't make eye contact with anyone.
And it's a really interesting. There's the interesting sign. It looks like a hoarder's place, but it's still nice on the outside. There's like weird trinkets on the outside. You see some things on the inside that are kind of floating around. And Amber's like, I've never been in here except once. It was interesting. So, if everyone else is ready, then we can go inside.
Sounds good to me.
And when you walk in, yeah, again, the same size as pretty much everything else, but there are things floating. It seems, even though it's the same size, that the ceiling is like 400 feet taller. I mean, it looks like it keeps going and keeps going and keeps going.
Tyrell walks back out, looks at the building, walks back
He's
in,
like,
looks up.
what? What new devilry is this?
It's time for evangelizing.
Oh.
Actually,
Not on
you
here.
know what's really funny is when you say that, yeah, the person that walks out, actually, they kind of just like right in front of you, right out of thin air, is actually a tiefling wizard.
Tyrell's
What?
eyes
You know-
slightly like brighten
Did you want
up
me to
to
make
gold
somebody
and
else
go
a
back.
tiefling?
Part of me feels like you did that on purpose. Part of me feels like you just came up with it on the fly.
You can't have any favorite characters around here because as soon as you try to start making people that are not even the same person, you just are assumed that you're just doing things because that's your favorite
That's
character.
what I said. That's half and half.
Did I name
Lily
him?
kind of stops in her
Name him
tracks.
Roland?
This is the first tiefling she's seen.
No.
I mean, no, there are tieflings around here. Just
There was a tiefling in the bar where Raymond killed that guy.
Oh yeah.
Not very. I mean, there are tieflings here and there. Not the majority of the people, but yeah, there.
It's probably the first one she's interacted with.
Yeah, there are enough. In this area, yes, you've run into tieflings along.
She's
your
still like
travels.
it still is baffling to her though, because she's always been kind of used to. I'm the only one of my kind.
I mean,
that's a long way to travel.
yeah, because
That's a
through
long
Hawthorne
way.
and Jaxus would have had. Well, I guess. Well, you didn't really go into Yerba other than the forest, but Hawthorne and Jaxus had. Hawthorne specifically had tons of tieflings. It's just whether you actually talked to them. But like at the table that you were sitting at when you all were at that bar in your one-on-one, there were tieflings all in that tavern. But interacting with them, I mean that's up to you. So yeah, I mean if it's the first time you really interacted with one, sure. And he's like, what can I do for you? I didn't describe what he looked like. I'm so sorry. I don't even think about it. But he's got like blue skin. He's a very odd-looking tiefling. He's got blue skin. His horns kind of just little small boys, not super big. He's got a long tail that kind of forks at the end. And he's wearing really nice robes, really nice wizard robes. And he has like a chest piece like right here. And he's got a couple of books in his arms. And he's like, what can I do for you?
Tyrell's just kind of like staring at him, processing what do I do here.
Cat got your tongue?
Brock keeps looking at Lily and back at the shopkeep.
And he's got like longer hair. It's longer than Lily's, not quite as long as Amer's. And it's just a dark black hair.
Tyrell just we were just gonna peruse around and see if there's anything that could help us on our upcoming journeys.
And he looks at you and he kind of smiles. He's like, oh, is the Odin boy scared?
I'm not entirely sure what to do right now.
It seems
I'm here to buy stuff, but I also want to preach at you.
It seems
Don't do that.
I've unsettled you, Father.
Well, I mean, you unsettled me because it was like, poof, you're a tiefling, but I'm with the tiefling over here.
Yes.
But you just kind of appeared out of nowhere. I wasn't ready for that.
Lily's just sat
Oh.
amused.
I'm so sorry. Next time I shall adhere to your delicacies.
That's okay. Next time, hopefully I remember about the poofing.
Well, I'm a wizard and you walked into a magic emporium. What did you expect?
This is the first magic emporium I've been in.
He means no offense. He startles easily.
I see that.
I do not.
As I'm sure, and he like, as I'm sure most of Odin's children do. Now, did you need something from me? Just Patrick's like, ooh, I'm not gonna smite this guy. And I'm a cleric. I don't have divine smite. Divine smite.
Tyrell is not keeping it together very well,
Lily walks past him.
which is sad
Might
because
people
I asked to
bother
come
you?
here.
She just kind of walks past. She doesn't let him answer.
So, what
You
can I
kind
do?
of just feel a tail tap your shin a few times, like knock it the fuck off. Knock it off. Do you have a bag of holding?
This thing keeps doing like a weird like bing, like it's gonna start our break music,
I
like
haven't
the
heard anything.
beginning strum of our break music. It's so weird.
I haven't heard anything.
It's really weird. But anyway,
I don't know.
and Amber actually kind of walks up to you and he's like, "I'm not the only one with weird sensibilities, am I?" And he's got the most knowing grin. Like he's giving you so much sass right
A
now.
little shit-eating grin.
Yeah. He's like, not the only one.
Well, our tiefling friend would like a bag of holding. If you were to have one of those somewhere, and I'll just look up at the ceiling that I can't see in here.
I might have something like that for you.
Also, what type of rings would you have?
Rings.
Like,
Is
and
the-
Tyrell will look down. Anything that would help with, I don't know,
the things that Odin
Armor.
lacks.
Odin lacks nothing, thank you very much.
Does he not? Then why
If
are
you would like
here?
our business, could we just please talk business?
Well,
Sure.
I'm sure we can, yes. So, you want magical rings then, yes?
If you have a selection for me to look at, I would like to look at them.
And he just kind of like snaps his fingers in like a flurry of motions, and right in front of you just pops a floating box of rings. And it's not very many, but he does have like the ring of featherfall, the ring of water breathing, maybe a couple of others. But, and what else were you looking for?
Nothing for me.
You said a bag of holding.
Yes.
Right.
It's if you have one. If you don't, it's okay.
And he looks around, and there's all these like candles are floating around. He's like, bag of holding. No, see, I think I sold that to somebody the other day. A few months ago. The time passes differently here.
No worries.
I don't think I do. Though I might have. Give me a moment, please.
Take your
And
time.
he like lets go of these books, and they just kind of float off.
Yes.
Why do you kind of?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing.
Oh no! Time out now. Are there some other simps here in the?
Yeah, I've never denied that. Never.
Start your
Not
own
once.
counter!
I'm about to.
Second counter. While this
It'll
is
be the end of
going
the campaign
on,
before you hit the push. You got a second episode.
Brock will tap Cyrus on the shoulder. These potions. Are there different types?
Excuse me, as I choke on what I was drinking. Yeah, there's all kinds of different types. Were you needing something specific?
Yes.
And what were you needing?
It's a secret,
I can't help you if it's a secret.
but I wanted to. I guess it would be like healing,
Mm-hmm.
but not hurt healing.
Something for when you get hungry.
No.
I'm going to need a little bit more information.
He said no. This is all I'm giving.
Brock will go ask, and then
Alright.
Brock heads out the door,
Even I don't know what you're asking about.
and he
What the freak?
Brock starts to head over to the potion shop.
Do I
Wait,
notice
oh.
that Brock heads out?
No, okay, no, I'm done with him.
I mean, yeah, that would be up to you guys. Would you recognize that?
I don't know, I'm pretty... You two are talking, I'm staring at these rings trying to figure out what they are.
And you're really unsettled. You're probably not paying attention to much, or you're paying attention to too much, and you're like, oh, like when a candle floats by, you're like, Satan. Like, I see you, Hella, in your work. Like,
Does Lily see he's like jumping and shit?
I don't know if he's actually jumping, but I would
No,
imagine.
it's just, if something floats by, it doesn't freak me out, but like, whenever it just goes poof... Oh.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa.
I really want to try to. I really want to try to sneak up on him. I'm scared to get
That's up to you. But, I mean, Cyrus, that's up to you.
Yeah, if I see him leaving, like, wait, no.
I know that Amber would be like, oh, wait, no. And he'd probably like, wait, and follow after
Where
him.
are you?
What are you asking for? And he like follows you out. He's like, I don't know. Did we miss something? What are you looking for?
Brock wanted it to be a surprise for you.
Oh, surprise for me. Do you want me to stay here then?
Yes, please.
All right, I can stay. And he just kind of shuffles from behind, because I'm sure that as you're coming out, Amber's kind of going back in, and you just hear, oh, he wanted it to be a surprise for Amber. Okay.
Yeah.
And as you two walk away, he's like, Cyrus.
What? He's not doing?
Yeah.
He's focusing on Brock. He's like, wait, you're leaving. Don't go. You're a child.
Right, and as you two, because Brock is like, oh, I wanted it to be a surprise for you, and he's leaving. He's like, Cyrus,
Yeah.
just watch him for me.
I will.
Don't lose him.
That's why I'm going after him.
I'm gonna try to sneak up on him.
You're still walking. Stop running off.
I'm gonna try to sneak up on him. Can I roll with advantage because he's not paying attention?
It depends. Do you think that you
You
are...
don't have to roll. What are you going to do?
I just want to sneak up behind him and scare the crap out of him.
He's going to let off an unholy rage on this place, but
Yeah, if my Cyrus was trying to stay.
Lily's
Ross
just trying to
was
get a
like,
good
that's,
laugh in.
That's a bigger threat. I gotta deal with that one.
Lily's just trying to get a good laugh in.
What
but
do you
yeah,
do?
I mean, yeah, you do.
She's been like kind of because she's waiting for the other guy to come back.
Mhm.
She's kind of in the corner of her eye sees that he keeps jumping, and he's been paying attention to these rings. So she just smiles to herself and like starts like to walk around, to look around the store, like and makes her way around. And as soon as she gets behind Tyrell's vision,
Mhm.
she just slowly like makes her way over and just.
He said, "Let me just get my trigger finger ready."
When you onto him, he goes, "Gah!" And whenever he does that, the electricity comes out, goes down, and you get hit with a shocking grasp.
That's fine.
Especially with you not having your armor on. I am sure that actually you'd be very unsettled being in a place like this where things just pop up at you
Correct.
randomly without your armor, without your weapon,
Or your shield.
just your fatherly robes.
And all I have is my hammer.
yeah.
Oh, they
Yeah.
got the hammer. I
Oh, didn't you?
No.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You just brought. You
Yeah,
got an
I didn't
axe.
do anything with the hammer. Nobody's touching that hammer. That thing was made for me.
Feel that.
Yeah. So it's
She'll
just
take the
it's
ele-
just a father walking
She'll
around
take
with
the
this
electricity
Damascus
'cause-
hammer.
She's gonna take the whatever this is just for that alone because
Well, I have to do a melee spell attack.
Yeah.
20?
Yeah.
yeah, that hits anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
That's fine.
This is what? 2d8. 4.
That's fine.
And
She'll take the little jab.
as you scare him, as you are like and you just kind of like you just kind of poop out this little this little shocking grasp. Out of reaction too. That's the funny part. Is it's just a reactional.
Oh,
it's a
Lily's on the
reactional
ground.
shock.
She's laughing so hard.
Doesn't even care that she got hurt.
In front of you again, go, and then the tiefling returns and he's like, "Would you mind not letting off your
I'm
Oh, shit.
sorry.
Odin
I'm
magic
sorry.
here?"
She's on the floor laughing.
I just these rings.
Yes.
Do you have a ring of protection?
Yes.
How much?
Well, depends. How much do you have on you? And he's just. How much do you have on you?
I have a fairly large quantity of gold.
I'm sure I already know how much you have on you, but you're welcome to lie to me again if you'd like.
I like this guy.
And
I love him. I love him.
Tyrell's gonna look at him, open up his money pouch, grab a fistful, and he's gonna grab about 1,000 gold.
Mhm.
Is this enough?
That and just a little more. Just a question, of course. Why do you need said ring of protection if you have such wonderful Odin magic?
Because I've had some issues with some of Odin's magic here very recently, and it concerns me.
You know,
If I'm going to be truthful and honest with you, there's a spear that doesn't like to do spear things.
you know, we'll make it 500 for the fact that you admitted that to me.
You are actually a very nice tiefling to deal with.
Oh.
I'll put, I'll give him the 500 and put the rest away.
Alright. Yeah, and you get the...
And I will
And as
Just give him a little finger salute and say, "You have a nice day."
As you hand him the gold, he doesn't look. He just kind of like does this, and the gold just kind of removes from your hand, and all like piece by piece, it kind of goes into a jar that's at the table. And he's not really looking at you, and he's like, "Oh, by the way, just to let you know, it does take hours of attunement, maybe more, depending on the skill level of said Odin magic."
Duly noted. You will have to let me know when those said hours have passed.
Yeah, well.
Because my luck is freaking cursed. It'll never work.
Yeah, I will. But yeah, so all the little coins go ting 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 into their own little jar. About your bag of holding. No, I did sell that to somebody. However, I do have a haversack, if you were interested in that.
As they're talking,
What does it
Tyrell
do?
is just slowly like backing out
He's
of the
like-
door.
He's doing the Simpson just.
Toby keeps into the bush.
What does it do?
It's a little less grand as a bag of holding, but it does hold more than what a regular bag would hold.
Okay, how much? Like, how much would it hold?
It depends on the thing. It can hold 20 pounds on either side of materials, on either side of the bag. On the inside, on the front pouch, it can hold anywhere from 80 to 90 pounds of materials. So, just depends.
I'll take it.
Alright. I'm gonna need 150 gold for that, please.
You got it. Oh, by the way,
I
Thanks
got
for
ripped
that.
off. I got ripped off so bad.
Yeah, you did.
Oh.
It could have been worse.
It was better than trying to smite the place without smiting powers.
Yeah, well, and to be fair, it's all different. She's also a tiefling. So, like...
And obviously somebody has something against Odin. It was very obviously trying to
That,
be
or was
right.
it that, or was it the fact that your people are very prideful, and he was like, no,
Yeah.
you're here to buy something from me.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Yeah. I feel like
Why?
that specifically.
Beg, priest boy, beg.
Because there's a spear that don't work.
Dang it, I can't do this magic, I want it! Give it to me!
Even though that what I bought has nothing to do with the spear.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
He is insufferable about it.
I can imagine that he might be, but his people are prideful. I respect that, as are we as people, so it's neither here nor there. He seemed like a good man. I just liked to see him beg.
That's the simple.
I did too, thank you.
What?
What?
What did you say?
I
You wanna
said
say- you wanna
said
say
that-
something?
That's the simping.
Oh. No. No, not entirely.
Alright.
Anyway.
Yeah, same. Thank you. And she takes it and... If I'm ever back in town, I'll be back.
Alright. What?
You have no room to talk
I'm
about
so
today.
glad
you heard that.
What? Are you making fun of me?
No.
Good.
No, I looked up, and as soon as I looked up, Hyken goes, gay.
You have no room to talk about
Made
today.
immediate eye contact.
Alright, exorcist boys.
Sorry.
Exorcist boys. Fucking Cyril.
I'm sorry.
Are you?
No! Because it was hilarious.
You know, suddenly all of Giovanna blows up. It's so weird. So, Jonas, when are we doing your campaign?
Well,
With our asses.
Because clearly I'm not respected here, so it's fine.
I can just imagine the kin meme.
that poison stuff must have been highly expensive.
No, Brock got a potion of disintegration and just dropped it on the whole world.
Oops.
My bad.
Oh.
Are you happy with yourself? Me? Yeah. I didn't do anything. What do you mean? You started this. I didn't need to do anything.
Brock, what did you want to do, buddy?
So, go to the potion shop,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll.
By yourself, of course, because at this point Cyrus has died.
Yep. Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway.
I'll go
Just
to
got
the
smited
shop.
out of nowhere.
Hi.
Hello.
You have potions that do things.
Yes, I just had a couple of people leave.
Cyrus is standing right next to him.
Oh, well, are you?
Yeah.
he was ahead of you a little bit, so yeah, it's a couple of seconds before you walk
it's a
in.
bit of a walk from where they were. I would assume he would have caught up.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, oh, and you had just left, so wait, you were looking for something again?
Yes.
What are you looking for?
So, do you have something that can regrow, like hair? Like person gets really bad scar, and you could pour on it or something, and.
Are you I can't even do the voice because I can't. Anyway, are you talking about, like, if you're trying to regrow hair, or are you trying to regrow parts of your body? What are you trying to do?
I'm not sure either one of us are really understanding what you're talking about.
Who are you doing it for? And what are you trying to heal them for?
Just
For
you know,
an injury?
if someone if because we were going on big trip, and if Cyrus gets injured and a bad scar, and now there's no hair, and then you pour the thing, and then it makes the hair come back.
Well, I mean, that is what the healing potion is for, is to heal us when we get hurt.
So are you looking for something to heal scars so that skin can grow back and hair can grow back? Is that what you're looking for?
Oh yes.
I mean, I think that's less of a potion and more of a scroll. But I have something like that if that's what you're looking for.
A scroll. Do you drink that?
No, not exactly.
No.
But if you know somebody who can read the scroll,
Oh yeah. They all can read.
if that's what.
If that's what he wants, then that's what he can do. I'm not sure
All right.
why.
I don't exactly know. I think it would be. I want to say it would be what, like a. Not necessarily
Possibly a
mask.
greater
That's what I'm
restoration.
thinking.
Cure wounds is very
Cure wounds is-
immediate. Like it's a
Mhm.
open
Yeah.
wound.
Yeah.
Cure wounds is like you
I
get
feel like
hurt,
restoration is technically status effects, but I guess we could
and
use it for that.
then
I mean, you could
and
roleplay
then you
wise,
could
really.
say
DM discretion.
You imbue a creature you touch with positive energy to undo
Regeneration, I feel like, would
debilitating
be
effects.
That's a really hard.
You
thing
can
to get.
reduce
Yeah.
exhaustion level, one effect, charm or petrified, one curse, which I guess, including attunements to cursed magic items. Yeah, any reduction to one of the target's ability scores, one effect, reducing the target's hit point maximum. So, I mean, that's fine.
I don't think so.
you could even
Try
just
it.
do the little DM magic.
Right, I could just.
and-
Right, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if that would be something, it would be greater restoration. I would agree with you. Yes. Yeah, I have a spell scroll of greater restoration right over here. If that's what you guys need.
Yes.
Okay.
How much?
Well, usually they go for 100 or so gold pieces. But I guess since you were here earlier and bought so much, and you were with the Wilhelm boy, we can do about 90, 95.
Okay. And Brock will pull out his pouch,
Never mind.
and he'll reach in, grab, and
I think it's a little more than that.
I'll give him the 95 gold.
Yeah, 95. Actually, I guess 93 since he just got out 2 gold
93.
for you.
93 gold.
Alright, well, there you go. It was great doing business with you guys again. If you need anything else.
I'm sure if we're back in,
thank you.
in town, we'll be back.
Alright.
Yes.
And yeah, you now have a scroll of greater restoration.
Come on, Brock.
When we leave the Emporium, I catch up to Tyrell before Emer can really hear us.
Amer's already outside, so he's not hanging out with you guys.
Tyrell,
Yes, Lily.
do I make you uncomfortable?
Sometimes. The muttering in your sleep
Well, now that you ask.
concerns me. The whole tiefling vibe in general concerns me.
I can't change who I am.
I know. That's why I'm doing my best not to hit you in the face with a hammer every time you do something weird.
I love him.
You don't know what it's like to be persecuted your entire life for who you are.
You do know
I-
I did not choose to be a priest, correct?
I choose to tolerate you because you're kind to Rock. That's
You
for
might
my
want
own
to talk just a
personal.
little louder when you want to whisper. Stage whisper.
I was in band, we don't whisper.
Yeah.
Or just say, I'm whispering.
I am
I'm
really loud.
whispering.
I'm whispering. So
You just gotta learn how to stage whisper.
And I
Whisper how
do
Emer
that
thinks
for my
whispering.
own personal reasons, not because I'm a tiefling. I understand
Greater restoration.
you can't help it, but try a little harder. It's making me uncomfortable. And I don't care that you don't care. But it's really hurtful to see you treat other people so terribly when you're religious. That's not very kind. And she
Somebody
walks.
doesn't
She walks.
know much about Odin.
She walks away.
nope.
Because Odin don't care.
Odin's like, you're a heretic? Yeah, cool.
I
die.
should kill you.
Yeah, like.
The fact that
She
Tyrell
doesn't
has
care.
not killed you is a miracle on its own.
Mm-hmm. The fact that that's not the first thing you did when you saw her. Or Amer when he said
You
something
can
about Valdor.
I'll just watch Lily walk away and just. Alright.
Well,
That is what it is.
so how far away from, because Amer was standing at a decent distance, not super far away. How far away did you go to have that conversation? Just so I know where you're at.
I'd say that was probably right outside the door.
Yeah.
And do you go off to where they went back for the potions?
Yeah.
Okay, so they'll probably meet you halfway. And Amer kind of a little bit. It's awkward.
It's not the most awkward thing that happens in my line of work. Sometimes they don't appreciate whenever you hold back every instinct.
Yeah. Well, if it makes you feel any better, people don't really like me either, so,
Tyrell just. Oh, I understand that.
Kind of annoying.
You never shut up. And you do things you're not supposed to do. But I guess that's Amer. On and off the medication.
yeah.
But it also doesn't help that you're a heretic.
Well, I tried. You're a great guy. And he just, like, keeps walking. It's like, yeah, that's probably a conversation for another time. You're doing great, buddy. I tried my best. Amer literally went up there to be nice to him, and he said, yeah, I don't care. Don't talk to me. And Amer
Tyrell
went,
just got
1 inch at a
humbled
time.
by a,
We'll get
a,
there.
a creepy tiefling wizard that just makes things appear. He's not in the greatest mood.
yeah, makes sense.
Oh, wait, what?
Amer's like, okay,
Got it, boss.
good talk.
To you.
Good talk. But he doesn't walk too far in front of you, but he does walk a little bit in front of you.
I guess they're probably heading back at this point.
Yeah, and you all meet up midway in town, pretty much, like midway. And Amer sees Brock and he's like, did you get what you were looking for?
Yes.
He seems excited.
Mm-hmm.
That you said it was for me. Do I get to see it now? Do we see it later?
Later.
Later. Alright, I'm really bad at surprises, but that's
I
fine.
don't really know what it's for, but
No, I wouldn't want to ruin the surprise. Alright, so I think we have everything, right? Bad attitudes and checking all, right? And he just
Yes.
kind of, he does this and just kind of stops in this area between them three.
Yes.
Alright, so we have our tickets, we've got all the things we need for traveling.
Lily has her ticket. I don't know what I did with my ticket.
It's,
It's disappeared.
it's,
No, I have my ticket.
and you see Amer like reach in his pocket and he pulls out this pocket watch and he presses a button and it flips open. He's like, and it's starting to get late, so
We need to stop by the armory.
right. So we need to probably go get our things and
should we also cook the food that we got now before we get on?
I mean somebody could go to probably a place in the area like a restaurant or something. Give them the meat, see if they'll cook it for us, tavern something, and somebody else could go get our things, and then we could all meet up at the train station.
I'm fine with that. I have nothing to do with the armory, so.
Mail car? Neither do I, really. Suppose.
I'll go to Armory so I can get my armor.
Yes.
I thought
So I must
you
go
had
pick
your
up my
armor.
stuff.
No,
it
it
was
was.
bought off the shelf.
He had to.
Fit it.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it really.
Man, not
does-
again.
I can't. I don't know what to tell you.
Come on.
But
Fuck it, I'm going to the fucking armory.
oh,
I'm not. You're gonna leave Amer alone with our food? I was joking, but now that you put it that way, I'm absolutely not.
I don't
Fine,
think
anyway.
Amer would be the one that he would have to worry about with the food.
No.
the armor is the one you gotta worry about. Yeah, well that's true too.
Well.
Yes, the restaurant cooked it, and it's gone.
Yes, the restaurant cooked it.
I was thinking more like, you know.
Oh, no, I
Amer
ate it on the way here,
casually
sorry.
spitting in Cyrus's food, but that too.
Oh, well, he's not
really
that
hoping
bad.
that
No,
Sacred
he's
Flame
not.
did something different. I
It's
could just
funny.
cook our food in my hand, but that's
That
not
would
how
be
that
so
works.
funny. That
That's
would
not
be
how that
so
works.
funny. Let me just sacred flame my food. It's flambéed. We're good. Let's go.
Holy cow!
Literally, it's literally a holy cow. Sacred flame. All right. So guess we are once again traveling partners.
Where do we put all of that?
Oh,
Because
what?
he's gonna take all that meat that we got.
Oh, mine's in my backpack.
Gib.
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 All right. So suppose it's me and you again.
Yep.
All right.
The rest of us are gonna go get our arms and armor.
How about you two not kill each other this time? And he was like,
Oh, she's already been walking. She does not in the mood.
"Right, this is very bad. This is great. You know, really, just we're doing great, guys. It's so wonderful that we're all friends. Anyway,
I
and he,
like
just-
how Amer looked like, you're the one that's been fighting with me. Not the other way
he like
around."
puts his hands on and says, "I tried to have a conversation with you. I bought you a shirt.
Yes, you did.
All right, so take it back.
Take what back?
Take the insult backs.
I didn't say anything.
All right, it's fine. We're friends here. Let's just go." My God. He just goes the direction where the restaurant's at, so we can cook the food, and then you two go to the armory, and he does tell you as well where you can find the rail car station to meet up with them, and it's not too far away. It's like a block or two away. So.
I want on the train.
Tink, 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 tink.
Actually, he's not wearing his armor, so
Oh,
it would
that's
just
right.
be
No,
straight
no,
on
you
his.
just do the sound effect.
Coke.
Tink, tink, tink,
Yes.
tink. 'Cause he-
And it would kind of,
He's
it'd probably, ouchie, because he has long nails.
Ow, Brock.
Ow,
You're not wearing any armor.
Sorry.
What do you need, buddy?
How was the weird shop?
Let's just say it made me extremely uncomfortable.
Oh, it was weird.
Yes, it was. Lily liked it. Partly because I was so uncomfortable.
Oh.
And she also scared me quite bad.
No.
Yes.
You don't get scared.
Brock, you've never seen me on a boat in a body of water.
I have not.
That does it too.
We just met.
If you think that's bad, imagine that.
Hey, I had to get on a boat from there to come over. It was.
Imagine that, and then that, the other side of the
Did
world.
you all buy stuffs?
I did. I believe Lily did, but I left before she made her final decision.
Ooh. Cool.
Did you get what you were looking for?
I did.
So much.
She's probably already at the armory by the time they.
Okay, what was it?
I don't know.
It's a secret for Amy.
Brock, there's a lot of secrets about you, and it concerns me when you say that.
Oh, it's not that. Yeah, no. No bitey.
Okay, as long as there's no biting.
No.
You promise?
Yes.
It's
No
a
more
secret for
biting.
Amer.
Okay.
It's a magical
Let's go
straw.
get our
What are you
stuff.
doing?
So we'll go into the armory.
Okay, and the Satyr actually stands up. He's like, I just finished everything. Let me go get it for you. And he walks back there, and he actually has it really nicely, like your leather armor and stuff. All of your stuff kind of piled on top of each other. And did you leave your shield there?
Because
Okay,
I was
so-
gonna have silver worked into it.
Yeah, which he did, and it's all just kind of on your shield, just like a little platter of things.
My shield, my now silver hand axe, I guess the axe, your axe,
Yeah, your helmet.
big old axe,
All your armor.
Yeah, all my armor, his leather, my helmet.
Yeah, your helmet is
That's the most efficient way I think it would be to stack them.
Yep. And he's like, there you go. Did you lose the other two?
They're gonna go cook some food that we picked up while we were out.
Nice. Well, yeah, everything should be there, and no problems that I had. So, if you guys need anything else, if you're back in town.
Does the axe have a sheath with it?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I'm
it was
putting
just
that in my backpack
yeah,
before
simple leather
Brock
sheath.
can touch it or anything.
Yeah, it's just a simple leather sheath.
Yep. All right, now I will take the time to put all my armor back on.
All right.
Because I have been scared once. I don't
He
need to be
said-
scared again.
Like, as soon as Lily has her axe in her hand, she just walks right out and she's looking. She's trying to find a tree that she can hit. She's mad.
In the middle of town.
Exactly.
Pulling another Addy.
In the middle. Okay.
Okay.
In the middle of town.
She's just.
That's a bad idea.
I'm
from
just
the way
letting
the
you
DM
know.
was saying it.
If I'm telling you in the middle of town with an axe, that's up to you.
Have time
If
to
that's
get
what you would,
arrested.
if that's what you would like to
She
do.
just wants to find a tree, not a person.
Since putting on my armor takes a lot less time, whenever I finish, I will come up to you and be like, Rock, help.
You can help, just
But
Don't-
she's
don't
not
touch
trying
the
to do it in
shield.
the middle of town. She's trying to like
Okay.
go out of her way. She's
Unless it's around the edges.
She's
how
knowingly
would
waiting
they
till
damage
the train station
silver?
because there's probably some trees outside of the train station she can go hit.
It's over, I'm pretty sure. It's not just like you touch it. I don't think. I don't know.
I mean, you put a silver gilded shield up in front of you to anything that doesn't like silver, and they're going to think twice about punching it.
I don't know, I guess, but
And then also, if you're curious, you just kind of go, effect?
Ooh, ooh.
that's
What if I touch it to you real quick? How about if I just...
The scales just start bursting off.
game's over, I guess.
Oh, I didn't mean it.
Spontaneous combustion.
Tyrell used silver on rock. It was affected.
Super
Amer,
effective.
something happened.
Amer's like,
He touched my shield that I just had silver put in. Diagnosis confirmed.
we exercised him by accident.
That's not an
Here's
exorcism.
here's what's left.
I'll show you an exorcism.
Oh, well, actually,
No.
me too.
No.
Anyway, so you automatically go. You guys got your stuff and you're going after you put your armor on. And once you get to the rail car area where Amer told you it was at, it is set up like what you would think a train station would be. There are a lot of people around. They all look high society. And they're calling out numbers, and you see that they're handing tickets to people who are. It looks like they're taking their hands and just kind of waving it over, and you can't really tell exactly what's happening, but I mean they're just waving their hands over the cards and passing them through. So, it's like a station area.
I just, you scan your credit card and beep.
Yeah.
So
you do the little
beep.
the metro card.
They,
That's exactly what I thought of.
They it's like a station area that you have to get in line for, but there's like some seating areas outside. There are some trees that are, excuse me, because it's like in the heart of town. So even though it's in the heart of town, there are still some trees that are scattered about. Lily, you can find a tree and do as you please if you'd like.
She's not even gonna hit it with her axe. She's just gonna try to she needs to get some steam out of her system.
Well, what exactly are you doing to the tree?
She's just punching it. She's mad.
What exactly are you doing to the tree? Are you just like, and then you're done, or are you wailing on the tree?
She's wailing on it. She's a little upset. She just wants to get a few good punches in to get it out of her system.
So, when you do that, because the trees are still, you're still in the heart of town, you hear from behind you, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Would you rather me hit tree or person?
Neither is the answer to that, actually. And I don't know if you're turning around or not, but are you turning around?
No,
No.
she's trying to keep composure.
Neither is actually the answer I think you're looking for. We don't damage property around here. The property is paid for by the people of this town, and we take very good care of it. So, I don't know what's going on here, if you're trying to get on the train, if you're trying to shop around, but please get back in line if you're trying to get on the train. We can keep standing here all you'd like, but the longer I stand here having to watch you, the worse the repercussions are going to have to get.
She's still trying to regain composure. The longer he talks, the more mad she's going to get.
Man, please, I really don't want to have to make a scene here, but if I have to, I will.
The only person here that's making a scene is you. I'm just trying to stay calm right now. Please.
I understand. But you have to understand there are rules in cities, whether you're here as a resident or here as a traveler.
I won't touch the tree if you please walk away.
I'm going to have to stand here until I know for sure you're not going to be a problem. And you hear like the tinking of armor, and it gets a little bit closer to you, and he's like, "Please." And he like gestures, because I'm sure out of the corner of your eye you can see that his hand, and it's like a well armored arm, and he gestures towards. He doesn't know he's gesturing towards Tyrell and Brock, but he is. And he's like, "Rejoin your companions, please." I do not wish to use physical force, ma'am, but I will if I have to. And he sets his hand on your shoulder.
And immediately she,
Yeah.
just...
No. So.
She tried to tell him, dude, just, walk away, dude.
Yeah, well, you're in a town that is not your town. And if you go wailing on a tree, guards are gonna come. I don't know what to tell you. So, I need you to, guess roll initiative for me at the moment.
Do we see or hear this? Or do we
Probably,
need
you
to make
probably. I mean, he's
perceptions?
talking in a loud voice. He's
Yeah.
he's an Ardenian guard. Like he doesn't. He speaks with authority, and he's got a lot of armor on, so it kind of tink, 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 like when he walks. And you hear him saying, "Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to leave. Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to leave." And I'm sure that you know that Lily's not with you now, so I'm sure you're like, what? Yeah, you probably hear. When he touches her and she goes to grab him, he probably yells out for a couple of other guards. But did you roll initiative for me?
Yeah.
Okay, what'd you get?
Tyrell. Uh-oh.
He said, uh-oh.
Put my hand on your shoulder. Brock,
Yes.
when the law gets involved, you don't get involved.
Yes. That's why I get you.
I'm not the law.
That's up to you. You might be able to talk some sense into them, or at least some sense into Lily, but that's a choice you can make.
You work for Odin.
All right, Brock.
Work for Papa.
We'll go see if we can talk to them. But I have no sway over them.
Oh, okay.
I'll walk over to where this is happening.
And before you guys do that, because you're still talking, you grabbed him. What did you get for your initial?
9.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, I
so
didn't-
you grab him, and he's like, he calls out for some other guards, and he sweeps his leg like around yours and shoves you to the ground. So you're like face down to the ground, and he turned it to where your hand that had grabbed his is now like he has his wrist, your wrist in his hand. He's kind of holding you down with his knee on your back. And he sees you all approaching. He's like, "Don't get any closer. I don't want to have to do this. This is going to cause a lot more trouble than it needs to be."
Sir, I know you're only trying to do your job. But in the next 10 minutes, we will be far away from this city. And I will make sure she does not harm any more property.
Roll a persuasion check for me. It is also, he's a full elven man in really nice plate armor. It's silver, platinum.
He's an RT armor guard, right?
He's an RT.
That's in Dirty 20.
Oh, and yeah. And he's like, if you promise to take her right now, not causing any more scenes, I'll let her go.
Lily, are you going to come stand in line with us?
Get him off of me.
You have to come stand in line for him to get off of you.
Yes, train's leaving soon.
We're walking back. I'm sure that at this point, Amer and Cyrus are like, kind of heading up, and Amer's like, oh, what's going on there, do you think? I need
Lily?
to make sure that nothing else. I cannot let any of these people come to harm. And if the Viscount sees that that property is damaged, someone has to answer
If
for that.
anything else is damaged, I will take care of it. Through whatever means necessary.
All right. And he gets off and he like kind of lifts you up by the scruff of your shirt and kind of like, not rough, but does kind of just like shove her towards you.
And I'll get out of the way so Lily can kind of whatever past me. And I'll just kind of salute to the guard, turn around and usher you back into line.
Other one.
Oh yeah, you did. It's okay, you'll get used to it.
I'm thinking this, but I'm over here.
Yeah, you're good.
You need to hold something.
It's
Yeah.
throwing me off.
You don't watch Attack on Titan. That's not
I do. I have watched all of Attack on Titan, but I'm still just.
what hand
It's
open.
yeah, it's like this. That's literally what I was thinking was
It's-
this, but I
that's
didn't want to do this.
an open hand.
Hand open. Yeah.
Yeah, just do that. Just do
Yeah.
do the salute with your rosary.
Smack. And Amer like waves at the guard when he walks by, and the guard's like, Wilhelm, and keeps walking.
Oh, you.
Yeah. And Amer's like, ah. And he just kind of trots up to you guys. So, what was that about?
Lily tried to blow off steam and the guards didn't like it.
Neither did the tree.
Why in town? You could have done it somewhere else. We could have waited. Why now?
She's kind of seeing red right now. She doesn't talk. She's
Right. Alright. Well, at least we're all here now. We've got our food. So, I guess we could go. If you're ready. Alright.
Let's get on that train.
Let's get on that rail car. And it honestly takes about an hour for you guys to get through the line.
Oh, jeez.
He said, "Oh, jeez."
That is a
Well,
cute,
they're
cute.
definitely eating in line then.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope there's some silverware and plates in there.
and actually, I would say at about 30 minutes, Amer's like, he gets out of his pocket watch and he looks, he's like, well, no, this is just so, this is taking too long. Just give me a minute. And he like leans, he goes down under the ropes that are the lines and everything, and he goes up to, you see in the distance, he goes up to one of the guys that were scanning the thing. He's like talking to him, and he's doing all these hand gestures, and he's like gesturing to himself, and then he looks over to you guys and kind of points to you guys, and he's like, so, and then the guard's like, and then he kind of gestures over another guy. He's like talking to him, and the guy's like, yeah. And the guy's like, all right. And Amer's like,
Please tell me the guard that tried to arrest Lily is seeing, like, Lily be involved with all these people that are just getting special treatment.
yeah. I mean, they stand watch in that area, so yeah, he's watching.
Like, almost arrested that person,
Yeah.
but now they're getting cut the line.
And she's with the Wilhelm guy. What?
While we were waiting in line, I imagine Lily's probably standing a bit off from us, just to keep,
I don't
you
know.
know.
Where is Lily at in comparison to everyone else while we're in line?
She's at least a good foot away, but she's still in line.
Yeah,
but
close,
yeah.
close to
She's
everybody.
just trying not to say anything to anyone right
Where's
now.
she at?
But
She's
yeah,
trying to
overall.
self-calm herself right now without.
But yeah, while you're off a ways from a kind of around you, you see a hand come out with a yellow flower.
She takes it from you.
Why is Brock so good to everybody, no matter what happens?
She takes it from you. She looks at it and she
That's why.
Yeah, he is.
lets out a breath, and she puts it in her hair.
That's pretty. Brock puts his on his shirt.
In her shirt.
And Lily kind of puts her head down and her hair kind of falls over her face, and she lets out a couple tears.
Dang it, Broccoli, you can't do that. You have to have a full name, alright? I can't just be Brock, it has to be Broccoli. You have to have a full
Okay.
name so that I can call you. That way if I dang it, Tyrell, it has to be, because it has to have the bum. It can't be Brock, it has to have 2 syllables.
Okay.
It has to have more than one syllable.
I guess Cyrus has 2 syllables.
But,
Cyrus.
all of ours pretty much have 2 syllables
Except
except
for
for
you.
Brock.
So you're Broccoli.
Cyrus.
Lily, no matter which one.
Yeah, Lily, Amer, Tyrell.
Well, you know, slave's name have to be quick off the tongue.
That's true.
Broccoli.
Brock.
And
Broccoli.
they're a bit simple. So his
The Boreal is not a simple last name.
No, but he chose that himself.
Yeah. He's like, that
Yeah.
sounds pretty.
it's the
I'm a
first
pretty.
one, so-
I'm a Borealis.
That's really funny.
But while you guys are doing that, Amer's finally bows. He gestures you all to come over. Actually, you hear him across the way. All right, let's go. As loud as it can. Just echoes in the little station.
Always yelling. Why is it always yelling?
I think it's a
Put the backpack back
personality
on.
flaw.
Flaw, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's a bard. What did you expect?
Yeah.
Bard, pretty boy.
Trot on over.
And yeah, when
The
you
bloody
guys
journal.
come over, he's like, all right, we can just head on in. They just gotta see our tickets. So and he hands them their tickets, and you see that when you actually
Take it.
Oh,
Take it.
Take it.
you see when they do the ticket, they put their hand over it, and you notice once you're closer. Once you're plus one. Once you're closer, you see that it's actually a magic. Thanks.
Mine says choo choo.
Wonderful. You see that when they do it, it's actually like a magic that they can do. I'm gonna keep these for later. That kind of actually, it registers the card. Like the ticket that you're given, and then he hands them back to you, actually.
Yay.
A blank one, sir? And he looks at you and he gives it to you and he's like, and you're good to go. So have fun.
I love these.
Don't be problems, please. And Amer's like, oh, don't worry.
Look at Amber.
Don't worry.
Look at Willa.
Why me? Why do you look at me? Am
How
I
do you
ever
know
trouble?
I'm not the problem?
I'm never trouble. I may be loud, but I'm not trouble.
Well, that's not entirely true. But
In fact, I've gotten most of this stuff for us for free. So I'm not trouble. If anything, I'm helpful.
I'm not talking about today.
Am I the only nice one today?
Bruh!
Am I the only one that woke up
That's
on the
not
right
true,
side of the
Brock.
bed?
Brock wakes up and
Brock
chooses nice every
Brock
day.
woke up in a bed.
You
And
did.
And then freaked
out.
out.
You know, Brock's chosen nice every single day, except for whenever he bit me.
Well, yeah.
I've chosen nice for everyone. Most everyone. And I made a peace offering with Cyrus to give him a shirt. Bought him a shirt.
Tyrell chose nice until he had the absolute bejesus scared out of him by two different tieflings,
So yeah, he had to,
and then had to get
absolute Odin
humbled to
scared
buy
out of him.
something.
You got the Odin scared out of him.
And you got robbed.
Yes. Scared,
Humbled.
humbled, robbed. All in the same
I wouldn't
building.
say robbed. It was more of gypped.
I got ripped off.
Yeah. He said, priest boy's scared of me. Give me more money. Also, humble yourself for me. But when you all get onto the rail car, you see the rail car is actually, it is a different setup of attached carts. They are far larger than even the royal cart that you guys were on to go see the Viscount. But it's not as big as what we would imagine a passenger train car would be. It's probably like half that size.
Oh, the original ones were half that size.
Yeah, so maybe something like that. And at the very front, you see a different looking shaped one, like a conductor's.
Steam train?
No.
The locomotive?
Yes. You see the
arcane locomotive.
Yes, and it is fancy.
Glad we're on the same page with that.
It's super fancy. It has a lot of ornate designs on the outside. When you walk in, when you walk up to the door, there's actually a person standing there, and they're dressed in really fancy, conductor gears, and he just kind of waves his hand over the door, and the door just kind of disappears, kind of feathers away in a way, like a sizzle.
Every time there's magic, it scares Tyrell.
Tyrell's like, oh.
Satan.
And
You're like the opposites, because Brock's like, wow.
And I'm like,
Brock's like,
this
"Do it
is
again,
not
do it
a
again."
Odin.
I saw this video one time. It's a stupid skit of a ghost and a deaf person. The ghost goes boo, and the deaf person just looks at
Oh,
them. And
yes.
then they go, oh my bad, and they sign it's like BOO or something like that. They go,
yeah, they go.
I'm getting death threats.
Yeah. So, Amer just normal, it's normal to him. He just walks on in, and the attendant's just kind of standing there
And Tyrell will hesitantly, but also in awe, get on it.
I can't.
Mana rail? Wait, that's a really good name. I can't read it.
He wrote his own
Brock.
name. Brock. I love it.
If I ever have to exercise Brock, I'm gonna cry.
That's not happening. It's
I
not
will
gonna
do it, but I will cry.
That's really funny.
Now I'm gonna have nightmares of doing that on a train.
The arcane train?
The arcane train.
So the attendant standing there's like, we go in.
Tyrell will get on, hesitant about the door, but absolutely like little boy mind, like I'm on a train and I don't know what this is, but I'm excited.
That's really funny.
Yeah, honestly.
And once everybody's aboard, you can tell that this is each door is kind of interconnected with the one in front of it. And it's very ornate, very Victorian. The chairs are really nice. There are curtains, really frilly curtains on the windows, carpeted floors.
We've got them good Pullman's cars.
Yeah, there's tables and chairs sitting around, and the attendant tells you, since you are with the Wilhelm, you are able to go to the front of the car where not very many passengers are allowed. It's like first class. And so you can go there, and all the beds are there. You can rest well up there. And this is the eatery, and then some of the other seats are further in the back. So whenever you all would like to pass through, just let one of us know. There should be somebody at the door, and we will let you through. And then she just kind of nods and like rolls her hand down the door, and it just kind of magically appears right back where it was.
This is so cool.
And Amer just like he's used to this, goes and sits down in one of the chairs and is like, all right, why is everybody standing around?
Brock comes over, sits down.
I'll go
And it's like a
sit-
little
sit-
round table, like
Sit down
that
where I can
has-
see out the window.
So I'm sure they're all kind of moving really like awkwardly, just kind of trying to figure out where to go.
and you can tell that kind of when you walk around, the cart kind of moves, and you're like, whoa. But it's like small 2-seater tables, right? Like actual round tables with round back chairs that don't look like they're tied to the floor at all. And you're like, what? But so it would be like Brock and Amer can sit somewhere, Cyrus and Tyrell can sit somewhere, Lily would sit somewhere by herself, and there's like seats like that around, but then there's also like a high back chair and like a nice little love seat in one side.
I'll go sit. Does that
it's like
high
a
back
little-
chair face the window?
It can if you move it around, yeah.
I will move it around to look out that window.
Yeah, it's a very much living room aesthetic from like the I want to say like the 50s, like 40s, 50s living room aesthetic.
This is like an RV.
Kind of,
Okay.
but there's not like a kitchenette area. It's literally just like a
it's just like
seated
a little living
area.
room, dining room area.
Yeah.
Lily's gonna find just the. I'm guessing that love seat is like in the corner in the back, like towards the door. She's
Yeah.
just gonna plop down there and just kind of sit. She's just.
Have we eaten the food that we got yet?
Yeah, we ate it in line.
And by
you
that
literally
time,
said
by
that
that
you were nibbling on it.
by that time, Amber was like, "Wow, this is taking forever. I'm not waiting in this line. Actually, I would rather choke." So, and then you all were able to get aboard pretty quickly. So,
Yeah, still probably go sit at the table anyway.
Amer's just kind of chilling like he would if this is just a normal day to him. So, and he kind of looks over at you, Tyrell. You're on the rail car.
This has been an interesting day, but we're ending it on an exciting note.
Well, I'm happy that you're happy. Hopefully everyone's spirits will be raised a little bit. In fact, I won't sing, I won't annoy anyone, but maybe a story? You want a story?
Yes.
One?
Tell your story.
Look at that. We're finally getting to kind of like each other. And he does. He stands like up at the very front, like near the door. And the story is pretty interesting. Even if you're like, wow, this guy's really annoying and he never shuts up. The story is imbued with enough magic that everyone, it's like, his voice isn't really that annoying. And the story is kind of good. And I'm really tired. but I do feel a lot better. And so everybody's a lot more calmer. Everybody feels a lot better. And you feel at ease as you feel the cart kind of starting to rock back and forth a little bit as it starts up. And you hear a weird version of like a horn, but magical. Sounds more divine and less like it's coming from steam, more like it's coming from like a spell, like a thaumaturgy spell almost, like it's imbued with magic, just to let everyone know
Like
that they're
that
about
sound
to
when you
start.
open the gates of heaven.
Kind of, yeah. It sounds like a horn, but it's almost more just to let people know that it's starting to go. And you can feel it kind of start to move a little bit slower, and Amer's like, alright, if you're not used to this, you might want to stay seated, and maybe, Tyler, you might not want to look out the window. You might get a little sick.
I'm looking out this
He
window.
said, no, I
Yeah.
am looking.
Cyrus is also, he's at the table, he's also looking out the window.
We
Alright.
have to roll for Constitution in just
Yeah.
a second.
Yeah, and Amer's like, well, it's a good thing I know some healing spells.
Tyrell
And prestidigitation, if anybody
not
throws up,
looking
right?
out or doing no constitution roll. He gets seasick. I know what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, dude's gonna.
Cyrus is good, but he's not gonna enjoy it. Probably. I don't know. There's the window.
So yeah, if everybody wants to make a Constitution saving throw for me, because it's like within 2 or 3 minutes, Tyrell, you see the environment outside, and then you're like, oh yeah, I see it's picking up. What am I looking like? It just blurs immediately, and you can feel the lurching of the cars as it goes. It just goes, and it's just
Oh.
going.
Yeah, Tyrell's going to... Oh,
And Amer's like, I told you.
I'm
It
gonna,
does.
I'm going to go to get up, and I'm going to lose my balance, fall down. All over the place.
Gross.
Well, that's why I have this handy. And he just kind of goes over and he's like, oh god. And he's like, and he prestidigitation and it just kind of cleans up. And he's like, and he kind of pats you on the back as you're still on the ground, like, He pats you on the back. He's like, yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, right. Could you stop? Actually,
I ate 2 pounds of rib pies. There's so much in there.
Oh, no.
Why did you do that?
Tyrell's just curled up in a
Awful.
fetal
He's like,
position.
At least this
And
is
his helmet's like rolled off his head. He's just like, oh.
Got the cold sweats.
He just, Aiden just kind of like sits down,
There,
cross-legged,
buddy.
and puts your head in his
You
lap,
got the
and he's
meat
like,
sweats.
there.
It was cool until Tyrell saw that thing just go.
Yeah.
Shoo!
Yeah, it was like, he's
Total
like,
disorientation.
yeah.
Lily's fine. She rolled 20.
Yeah.
She rolled 23.
Cyrus is good too. He rolled your 20.
13.
He's
Oh,
going
Rob.
to, your head is in his lap, and he's like, it's alright, buddy, and you can hear that he's like, make a perception check for me.
Oh.
21.
Yeah, so even in your altered state of like motion sickness, you can hear above you like this beautiful celestial singing. And when you look up, kind of like out of the corner of your eye, like, oh, I'm dying. But out of the corner of your eye, you see that Amer has his eyes closed and he's actually singing over you. And it's beautiful.
That's what the noise was in the forest.
And it sounds exactly like the singing from the forest.
You got your answer finally.
I did. I didn't get it during the Q&A,
No!
but I got it now.
Yeah,
Can't let all
if
your
you had
secrets
rolled
out.
any lower, you wouldn't have gotten that.
All right. Angelic singing.
And you do feel
is Amer.
a lot better because he casts lesser restoration on you. But not
I'm
entirely. I mean, you're still
gonna
pretty
still
pretty
gonna
sick.
lay there on the floor for probably a solid.
You're still gonna
hour.
be pretty sick, yeah. But it's just
Yeah.
making you feel better.
Do you not have a D8?
I have several D8 in here.
Oh, I was looking for your black ones.
Oh, because I have them in this corner.
Oh.
I have them all shoved up in this corner. And then these, I didn't like them over here, so I just...
Cyrus, if you want to roll, you'd probably be able to hear it too with your...
Oh, probably, yeah. It's just that I already know that he could do it. Because of that alert feat.
Also, I speak
Yeah.
Celestial, so...
Oh, you go.
How many of us
You
speak
would
Celestial?
notice that since you can hear it, you're hearing it's a very different version of Celestial than what you're used to. It sounds like you can understand most of it, but there are words that you're like, that one's not used. Doesn't sound like it's used correctly. But that one's different. But you can tell it's like a prayer song, kind of like how they do it with in Hebrew.
Mhm.
Jews do. It's like a prayer song, and he's praying for your good health and all of that to Boulder. So you're like heretic magic. No.
I'm like, it's heretic, but it's
But-
working.
But Odin's not helping me right now, and this feels really good.
It's like, I don't get drunk, but it's like when you... I think they make those really gross hangover cures that are awful, but they work really well.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that, I guess.
Yeah, it's like drinking Robitussin when you have a really bad cough. You're like, wow, this sucks, but also not choking on mucus.
17.
Yeah, you can hear just a faint singing, but it sounds, you recognize it as Aimer. And Brock, how are you doing? You said you got a what?
A 13?
Ooh. I mean, you're doing better, but you're like, yeah, Brock can't sit next to the window. Yeah.
He's able to choke it down.
Yeah.
Cyrus and Lily are honestly just enjoying themselves.
Yeah, we're just
We're good.
You're all like, this travel's great.
Look at the window, like, this is great.
This is really nice, and it does go like
we should have this in art.
the first in the first initial like lift off from it is very jarring, but once you get used to it, it doesn't rock as much. It doesn't feel like the inertia is going to kill you. Like
I was killing him.
yeah, you do get
I imagine this is wonderful for Lily to watch.
probably healing a little bit of her soul, just a little bit.
She's not used to this. Especially, I think the part that heals her soul more is being in first class. She's not used to that at all.
Yeah. But also Tyrell's on the ground having to be nurtured like a little baby.
Oh yeah, that heals every part of her soul.
Yeah, like a little baby by Amber. He's in the fetal position, like
I saw him get humbled by
Yeah.
by another tiefling. Now he's puking his guts out, and he just can't.
yeah.
Little holy boy just can't.
Yep.
At
Healed
least
by
I know
the
what his
God.
weakness is. Travel.
That kind of travel.
It's boats, large bodies of water, and anything that travels and rocks like in boat.
Honestly, yeah.
That 4.5 month travel is nothing compared to this.
But you are now on your way to Lovehusk, and you hear over what sounds like from like a specific area, and you can tell that there are sending stones on each part of each table, and you hear that from those sending stones that the travel to Lovehusk is going to take about 2 weeks.
That's a lot of distance in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's very fast.
It's
Yeah.
the
Now there
entirety of
are
Russia.
there are stops between for Drokar, and you're going from Artiarna, you're going to Trinia, obviously, and you're going to go up to Drokar and over to Lovehusk. I know that seems out of the way, but obviously that's how they travel.
I guess they pass through all the capitals.
No, they're not going to pass through the capital of Drokar. They just pass a little bit, like kind of more in the middle,
Around it,
and then go to the capital of Lovehusk.
which is I can't read it.
Looks like Talon.
Shoe
Honestly.
talon?
I don't know, I can't read it from here, probably.
It's SU with a thingy over it.
Oh yeah, well I don't know if it's in my tome.
In your tome.
I don't know if I have the capital name.
It's fine. I'll look at it later.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell it's the capital because it's in red.
Yeah, I know that Trinia is Fainrisk and Drokar is
Windsor.
Windsor. So, but yeah, you're going to go up to there, and they say it'll take 2 weeks to get to Trinia. It'll take a couple of days to pass through Drokar and get to Lovehusk. So it'll probably take about a week and a half, or sorry, 2.5 weeks. So, and
That'll
that.
be a long
And does anybody
few
want to do anything
weeks.
specific? I know that Aimer is going to be healing you until you feel like you don't need it anymore. Excuse
I
me.
think
So the whole trip.
Not the whole trip. It'd take me a few days. To
I'm
get
sure that you'll
accustomed to
adjust to it. Yeah.
it.
It won't be your favorite, but you won't be as deliberately ill as you are right
Yeah.
now.
I think after like the first 2 hours, maybe Cyrus is gonna get up and kind of just roam, check out where the beds are at, roam, check out where the what was the other part?
And just like a seating area.
Okay, he's gonna roam and check everything out.
And there's like a cafeteria area where you can go and there's
Don't eat the produce.
there's carts
We're
that
on
are
a
covered
meat
with
diet now.
food.
But
But
you make dried fruits too.
Proud of that. I made dried
Sure.
fruits.
Mhm.
Didn't just make
those are
jerky.
straight from Odin, so you know those are good.
Got that dusty water.
As long
And
as
that
it's not
dusty
that
water.
spear, we're
Yes.
good. Everything else has worked.
Yes.
Ka-chow.
But yeah, you see, and there are a couple of other people on here. They look very high society. There are, what you could probably tell would be how they're acting or whatever. There's a couple of governors on there. There's probably a few mayors or so, you know, like just some other high society officials or just some nobility that are just traveling. But you do have places where you can set your armors, your weapons and all your other stuff. That way you can travel lightly across the carts. And as you go up to each door, there is an attendant that just kind of... And there's like... It's not the full width of the car. It's just like a little passing area between both of them that you kind of boop, 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 and go into the next car. And those attendants are on the inside of that little hallway. They're not in the carts themselves. Is anybody else doing anything? Do you want to do anything specific on your travels, on your night here? First night?
I'm going to assume that Aimer and Brock get one of the rooms.
Yeah, you pretty much anytime Aimer's always with Brock, yeah. Or Brock's always with Aimer. But I would say probably after like 2.5 hours, you're probably done puking. Either you passed out on the floor.
No, I'm saying I passed out on the floor.
Oh, poor guy. Poor guy. Amber's like, oh, well. And there's like a pillow on like the chair or whatever, and he grabs it and kind of,
Someone's just going to assume that I got a
Transfer.
little too drunk.
yeah. Oh, poor guy.
I'm gonna go look for the rooms.
Okay,
No.
they're in the further forward part of the
And when
carts.
I find the rooms, how heavy is he?
I mean,
I am a 6
Yeah.
foot, solid built elf.
Yeah, but
And I have not taken my armor off before I started having
he is
this.
a 6 foot brick house, is what we're trying to say.
Because
Now
he's
you
a
could
brick.
technically take his armor off.
I am gonna grab his bag and just shove it into whatever storage we're keeping all our stuff in.
Okay.
I mean,
You-
you could drag me. It's not like I'm going to wake up. I have
No.
been sick enough to pass out.
He is also, you could take his armor off. And Aimer does have the dimension door spell, so he could whoop, and then you just boop boop. But if you want to try to lift him with his armor on, it's going to be a pretty high DC. But somebody could sleight of hand his armor off, make it easier. I mean, everybody knows where the straps are. They've seen you put it on enough times, so they don't know how hard it is to get on and off. You're just used to it, so you make it look easy. So it could be difficult. They don't know, but
I mean, it's full plate. It would be pretty difficult to get off if you don't know what you're doing.
right.
So
She's
that's
gonna-
up to you.
She's gonna try to drag him across the floor until she gets the rooms.
Okay. And Aimer is like, well, if we're going to do this, let's try not to upset the carpet. I don't want to have to replace that. So, and he just kind of like, whoop, does this hand gesture, and a portal kind of shows up. It looks like a door, a very purple, wisteria purple door, and it kind of opens, and on the other side is your, where you all are staying. And it is separate rooms, so he was like, at least drag him not so far. And it's like right here, like if Tyrell's body's here, the door's like woo, right there, so it's not super far.
She just kind of grabs his hands and starts to back up. And
Roll a strength check for me.
that's 19.
I mean, you're able to pull him. It is really hard. It's his massive dead weight with the armor.
Because I'm just
I
kind
think
of.
after 20 minutes,
Well,
she just kind of like.
No, before Cyrus is gonna see you struggling to pull him, and like he'll try for 5 minutes, and then he'll go and at least
my
try
legs.
to take off some of that armor. It's like you're wasting your time and your energy. I'm just gonna take some of this off.
Okay, that's fine.
Attempt to.
You're gonna need to do sleight of hand then for me.
Can you stop rolling? Thank you. 19.
So you're able to get maybe some of the harder, heavier parts off, like his
Yeah, it's
shoulder,
gonna take him a minute,
his shoulder
but-
pieces and the chest plate. And it does take a little bit. Aimer will cast aid, so it'll take a little bit easier time for you. That way you can do it a lot quicker.
15 minutes to get me through a door 2 feet away.
Yeah. And Aimer's like, yeah.
Stop being so fucking heavy.
I don't want his armor to ruin the carpet because it might rip it up, and we don't really want it. So, and after that, you're able to kind of, stupid elf, like big boy, like just drag him by the braid, like.
Oh, man.
No, she's kind of
Yeah.
by your hands.
Not only did I throw up a bunch and pass out, but then I wake up with a massive headache.
That's really funny.
Your hair ripped out.
And are you just gonna, excuse me, you gonna leave him in the floor? Or are you
No,
gonna
she's
lift him
gonna
up
try
on
to
bed?
put him in the bed.
Okay, roll another strength check for me then.
Oh, that's much better. 22.
Yeah, so you're able to be like, okay, like, you probably, like, lift him up over your shoulders a little bit, kind of lean him on, and just kind of throw him onto the bed.
I kind of just shove him as best as I can to get him, like,
Like-
at least on the
Just like a-
bed.
just like a body, just like,
And I kind of
yeah.
go under his head, yank it up, put the pillow under there, and drop it.
Poor guy. You got
Weekend
you
at
got
Bernie's.
manhandled
hey,
in
hey, at least didn't leave him on the floor.
you got
That's
manhandled in the one shot too. You got tied to a statue.
yeah.
It's just canonical. My character just gets manhandled at some point in time.
Hey, it's either the floor or the bed, which is take your pick.
Thank
And
you.
Cyrus will like neatly put your armor in your little storage area.
What armor is taken off?
Well,
Yeah,
that
yeah. You
armor-
wake up with like your shin guards on and still, and you're like, what?
Where just how did I get here?
Yeah. But you are successfully in bed. Maybe a little banged up and bruised, but you're in bed.
It's
so,
okay.
2 hours ago he was sick, so I think he'll take it.
Yeah.
Correct.
That is fair. All right. Anybody else do anything else?
Let's go to
well,
bed.
When Aimer and I get into the room, Brock, though looking greenish,
It's very hard to do with red scales.
from the train,
Yeah.
he still looks real excited, and so he's like, time for the surprise.
Do you want me to make you feel better first?
I'm gonna cry.
Might help you a little.
Yes, please.
All right. And so he just kind of comes up to you and he's like, and he just kind of like, oh, come down here, because he's too short. And he picks his hand up and kind of like puts his hand like in front of your face. He doesn't actually touch you, but he does put it in
Yeah.
front of your face, and you see that it's like. Because you're staring at it, you're like, ooh, it's like sparkly, like a wisteria purple color as he's casting it, and you can hear that he's singing. You can't really tell what, but you can tell that it's good because he's close enough to you, and he doesn't
Yeah.
care to sing openly in front of you. And he's like, there you go, you should feel better now.
Wow. Oh, I do feel better.
Good. All right. So what's this surprise? And he's actually like taking his vest off and moving down his suspenders. And
Rummages through his backpack and he pulls out a scroll.
all right.
Brock, found this for you. Cyrus paid because Cyrus paid.
All right.
But they said, and he'll kind of unfurl it and show it to you.
And he can recognize
Yeah.
immediately what it is, but
Yeah, they said that this would help scarring and for your back, so your fur and will come back.
oh,
He doesn't have fur,
I'm sure that he doesn't understand that. Brock's probably like, oh, it's just fur
Animal.
missing. Yeah, animal. Fur. And when you say that, you can tell that he like looks down. He's like, you didn't have to do that. You know, it's something I'm used to having. So, why? Sorry. And you can tell he's kind of choking up and he's got tears in his eyes. He's like,
Did Brock do bad?
no, not at all. And he kind of he goes to grab a scroll, but then he like places his hand on top of yours and kind of holds your hands for a minute. He's like, does Cyrus know about this?
No.
Right. Let's just keep that between me and you, right? Nobody
Yes.
needs to know. But
Yes, Cyrus might have thought that this was for him.
alright. Okay. Well, thank you for this. I don't think anybody's ever done something so kind for me, so I really appreciate your friendship. Thank you. And he just kind of like takes the scroll and his hands are shaking. It's like, I really appreciate it, Brock. You're a good friend.
He was the best friend.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Psychological in a different way. What?
You thought Courtney was bad.
The way he looked at everyone was so scary. He said,
You're gonna psychologically damage us this game. when Brock dies, we're all gonna lose it.
yeah, between me psychologically torturing you and him psychologically destroying you, you have no chance. Sorry.
No.
And
You're actually gonna cry when you exit them.
you can kind of tell that some of the tears are kind of started to fall, and he's like, so thank you. Thanks. Sorry. Just go to bed, and he kind of like gestures to the bed because it's like a small room. It's like his bed and then your bed.
Yeah.
And then there's like a window at the edge. And he's like, don't.
Window.
Yeah. don't
Close blinds.
don't forget your blanket that I gave you.
Yes. Brock loves this bacon.
Mhm. That's so good. And you will be sleeping soundly for the rest of the night, I promise. So, just lay down, go to sleep, and you won't feel sick anymore. And as soon as he knows that you're asleep, you're dead. You said you go to bed?
She's like heading to bed.
Yeah.
She's
Hero Slayer.
Oh no! Oh my gosh! Well, you looked him dead in the eyes!
Oh!
You said you're excited for Jonas's game. He's gonna murder us.
He looked you right in the eye!
He
I
did.
felt it.
He-
I could see it, but I felt
It was the hero slayer.
that he looked in my soul. That's what just happened.
Oh, wow. So,
Yeah, it's right here by your camera, too. How convenient.
he said, hero slayer. Like, right in the soul. Anyway, Cyrus, what are you doing?
Everyone's gone to bed?
So yeah, Lily's heading to bed. She's tired after that.
Yeah, he's still probably at that table. He looked out the window for a long time, but he probably now has, like, those papers that he got and, just doing, like, a final run through to make sure he has everything written down properly.
And it's probably, I would say maybe 45 minutes, closer to an hour, that you see or hear, because it's like a magical sound when the doors go, they kind of like
Oh, okay.
make a a sound, so at least
Yeah.
people know that something's coming in. And Amer notices that pretty much everybody's gone to bed except for you, and they dim the lights at a certain point, but they're still like candlelight.
That's just kind of just the tip of his tail is just like doing that little flick. Actually, you know what? No, since he's alone, he probably has his tail in his mouth because he's focusing.
Freaking
biting on his tail.
nerd!
Because no one's around.
I love him.
Oh,
Nerd!
man.
That's in his picture. He's holding his tail in his mouth. Because snow leopards do that, and
Nerd.
he does that whenever he's focusing.
That
So
is
he-
adorable.
he's alone, so he probably subconsciously the tail drifted into his mouth because he's not expecting anyone to be there.
Amer walks in and he's not. Well, how are you sitting? So, like, if the cars are in the front, are you sitting with your back towards the door? Or are you sitting facing the door? Are you sitting adjacent? You can move
I'm
it.
picturing it. The door's back here, and he's facing this way.
Okay,
and
so
looking out the
back
window.
to the
and
door.
then like over here is the door that came in.
So, back to the door from where Amer is coming.
Yes.
Okay.
His tail's in his mouth, just kind of doing a little flick.
He walks in and, I mean, you can probably hear his boots kind of hitting the carpet a little bit, but he sits down actually across from you and he's like, hold on.
He, as soon as he hears him, he drops his tail. It goes. Poof.
Would,
He's not making eye contact.
well, we'll leave that for now. And he just kind of like, and he doesn't have his vest on, his suspenders are kind of like down around his,
Faint little blush from getting caught.
his suspenders are down around his legs, he doesn't have his suspenders on. And he's like, so, and he like plops down the, scroll and kind of pushes it to you.
Yes.
You helped Brock pay for this?
Yes. He did only offer the shopkeep about 2 gold, so I'd have to pay for the rest.
That sounds about right, yeah. Did he tell you anything about it?
No, he said it was a surprise for you. It took us a while to figure out what it was that he was trying to look for, but
Do you
eventually
know-
we got there.
Do you know what the scroll is?
It's for greater restoration, if I remember correctly.
And he
He
didn't
said
say,
something about scarring, I think.
alright. And he just kind of like, it's in his pocket, and he puts the gold down, and
Did-
that you paid for it, and shoved it toward you.
Do you need me to read it for you? I know Brock can't read, so.
No, I'm very well adept with greater restoration. In fact, I know the spell myself, I don't need a scroll. But I just wanted to make sure that he didn't say anything to you about it.
No.
Right.
He doesn't reach for the money.
I appreciate you helping him out and watching over him.
There's no
So-
sense in him going off on his own.
I suppose. I suppose I apologize for some of the things I've said to you. Probably don't know you as well as I think I do. And I'm sorry about that. So, and he just kind of like grabs the spell scroll. Just kind of, and he could kind of bends it, because I mean, he's not going to use it, because he knows the spell. He just puts it in his pocket. He's like, stands up and kind of starts to walk away. He's like, good night.
Take your money back.
It's not my money anymore, is it?
Well, now I'm giving it back to you. You're the one that apparently needs it, not me.
I'm not taking it.
Well, then it's just going to sit there for someone else to take.
Alright, that's on you, not me. Bye! And he just walks out the door. Actually, before he does, he says, and if, I don't think it's healthy for your tail to be in your mouth all the time, so I'd watch out for that. You might lose some hair more than you need to. Good night! And he just turns around and keeps going. Blackmail!
Oh,
That's what he gets for focusing in public.
Yep. And if nobody has anything else, that's where we're going to end it tonight.
Well, I do want to do one little thing.
Okay.
He is gonna try to. Amer doesn't sleep.
Amer's did not sleep. Because he was actually going to chill in there, and then he saw that you were there, and he's like, freak!
He was gonna try to sneak it into his bag while he was sleeping.
Yeah,
I forgot he
right.
doesn't sleep. So.
Haha. Amer's sleeping.
It's the drugs.
Never mind, I guess. I forgot he doesn't fucking sleep.
Nope.
Just take them.
Would Cyrus remember that he doesn't sleep? Or
Yeah.
would you remember that he doesn't sleep?
No, he would.
Just making
So
sure.
he was like, you need to sleep, and it was like, stop fucking talking to me.
Oh,
So-
yeah. That's true. He said, actually choke.
So yeah, he remembers that he doesn't sleep.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Then yeah, if you're not gonna do that, you're not gonna have anything to do.
So we're
Then-
gonna start the next one on the train?
Yep.
Okay, good.
He said,
More.
'Cause there
more,
is-
more train.
There
please?"
is
More
something
train.
that I want to do, but
Yes.
I'd rather save it for the beginning of next.
Yes. Yeah. No. It will. We pick up right back on that train. What?
No, he has to go home to his children.
Yeah, it's 7:00. I've pushed it as far as I can push it. But that is it.
I'm sorry.
We'll be
Trust
doing,
me, Patrick would love to continue if he could.
I know, trust me.
we'll be doing a couple of other things the rest of this month. A lot of fun things. The Q&A, the Battle Royale. But we have to figure out the times for those. So those will be updated on our social media. And
That's it.
other
Because
than
we're
that-
probably not gonna do the other things.
yeah, other than that, our next session is on what, the 17th? 17th! The 17th! Woo! So we will.
Don't smack Jonas in the head.
we will
I'm so
be-
sorry.
You were really close.
You're taller than you were last time. You got your
Yeah.
seat
Gross.
cushion.
This cushion has been very nice.
This
Very
is a
nice.
solid.
That's like, oh, that's more than I thought it was. That's like, what, 3-4 inches?
What is
That's like 3.
Yes.
But yeah. So
Yeah.
we will see everyone.
And I apologize, you will not have Brock next time.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
no, I forgot.
I'm going to a double birthday bash.
On the 17th?
Yep, for
I mean,
niece and a nephew.
We're on the train, so I'm sure that we can just drag that out a little bit and just have a roleplay episode where Brock is
Oh
asleep
no,
most of the time.
Patrick has to spend more time on a train. He's gonna hate that.
I mean,
Look,
we do 2
Patrick-
Patrick.
Patrick loves
the ASMR for that, I love.
Tyrol.
It's gonna be an interesting episode for Tyrol.
Cyrus is loving this train.
Patrick is loving this train.
Yeah, I am loving this train.
Patrick is going to model this train and put it on his model railroad.
That's
Pretty dope, actually. I can tell you exactly what it looks like.
This is a really
I won't
cool
need that.
train.
Alright.
And who knows, maybe it'll be a live stream, me making all the cars
That
and
would be
engines.
great.
Yeah, we could.
That would be great.
Arcade train.
Arcade.
Train. Ooh. Hear me out. So, you know how Matt does those, I think he does them with ships, where it's like the layered battle maps where you can like take them apart and you can go to all the different
Oh,
layers of the
yeah.
ship? Arcade train.
I'm already trying to figure out what scale trains are appropriate for D&D for...
That's so
Oh, that would be
fucking
nuts.
Arcade train Matt.
He said that would be nuts, though.
I do have CAD, so who knows?
So, we will see everybody on at least the 17th. I know we're doing other stuff, but that will be updated. But for now, as we know it, the 17th, without Brock.
17.
Everybody's
17th, not
favorite.
Brock. So Brock will
armor-
not be
sorry, armor
exercised
dial.
on the 17th.
All right. We will see everybody on the 17th.
Bye!